very warm morning to one and all present here. It is said that education is most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world, and using this weapon one can not only create innovative ideas but also find a way to implement it. With this note, I, Priya Tiwari, on behalf of Dr. D.Y. Patil Institute of Management and Research, would like to extend my heartiest welcome to all our dignitaries and participants on second day of AICTE ATAL sponsored 5 days online faculty development program on design thinking to nurture creativity and innovation leading to entrepreneurship advanced level. On the first day of FDP, participants were enlightened by Mr. Atul Kedia, Dean, DJ Academy of Design, Coimbatore, on design thinking to generate innovative ideas. Dr. A.M. Gaurav, Dean, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, threw light on creativity for sustainable development. And Dr. Kamal Shah, Dean, Research and Development, Thakur College of Engineering and Technology, Mumbai, shared her views on design thinking principles to generate innovative ideas, which leads to entrepreneurship. To enlighten us more on second day of 5 days FDP on design thinking, we have a panel of eminent speakers. You never change the things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete. And that is what an entrepreneur does. With this quote, I would like to introduce our eminent speakers in the panel, who will enlighten us on adopting design thinking in startups and entrepreneurship. Let's start with Professor Dr. Sachin Ashok Kadam sir. Professor Dr. Sachin Ashok Kadam sir, Director, Information and Communication Technology and Deputy Director, School of Online Education at Bharati Vidyapeeth, is having more than 15 years of academics and 2 years of industry experience in prominent institutes. Sir is renowned PhD guide and has number of software patents registered against his name. Beside this, Sir has authored 6 books and published many articles in national and international conferences and seminars, and has received many awards including Best Researcher Award by Bharati Vidyapeeth University and ranked in top 5% world ranking in CISA examination. We welcome you, sir. I would now request Dr. Meghna Billari ma'am, Director DYPIMR, to felicitate Professor Dr. Sachin Ashok Kadam sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now I would like to introduce our next eminent speaker in panel, Dr. Sunil Joshi. Dr. Sunil Joshi, ATMA Operations Coordinator and Data Scientist, is having vast experience, which includes 4 years of industry and 10 years of academics. Sir has worked as a consultant for AIMS, Association of Indian Management School, Australia. He is a PhD holder in computer management from SPPU and technical expertise in computer languages such as C, C++, database, operating systems, and servers. He has delivered special lectures in prominent institutes and has written research papers in various national and international journals. He is quite versatile in planning, analysis, and end-to-end application development. We welcome you, sir. I would like to request our director, Dr. Meghna Billari ma'am, to felicitate Dr. Sunil Joshi, sir.
Thank you very much.
Welcome, sir. Joshi sir. Nice to have you in this panel today.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to introduce our next speaker in panel, Professor Mangesh Tambe, sir. Professor Mangesh Tambe, sir, Assistant Professor in Bharati Vidyapeeth College of Fine Arts, is having 11 years of professional experience in print industry and more than 6 years of experience in academics. He is a highly organized and motivated professional with hands-on software skills experience. He has participated in many exhibitions and has won many awards. We welcome you, sir. I would like to request our director, ma'am, Dr. Venga Billare, ma'am, to felicitate Professor Mangesh Tambe, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now we have with us our next panel member, Mr. Nilesh Suresh Borate, a mechanical expert having more than 10 years of experience in automobile industries under various heads such as electronic circuits and transformer design. His paper of transformer healthcare monitoring drew a lot of attention. We welcome you, sir. I would like to request our director, Dr. Meghna Billare, ma'am, to felicitate Mr. Nilesh Borate, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now let's start the panel discussion with our eminent speakers, Dr. Sachin Kadam, sir, Dr. Sunil Joshi, sir, Professor Mangesh Tambe, sir, and Mr. Nilesh Borate, sir. I would like to request all the panel members to take over the dais and enlighten us on adopting design thinking in startups and entrepreneurship. Over to you, sir.
First, let me thank Dr. D.Y. PATIL Institute of Management and Research for providing us an opportunity to share our experience with our peers as well as with students across India. Especially, I would like to thank Dr. Meghna Billare, Madam, coordinator for this particular event, as well as director of the institute, Mr. Sandeep Sarkale, and Dr. Priyanka Dhoot for coordinating this entire thing so nicely for us. They have made our life very easy. So, thank you, all of you. Now, with this particular thing, let me start with our session. Madam, can I start my presentation now?
Yes, sir.
I'm sharing the screen.
Yes, sir. I'm just doing it.
Is the screen is visible to all?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So, the topic for today's session is adapting design thinking in startups and entrepreneurship. Now, just a minute. We are going to take a little bit different approach to conduct this session. First, this session will be conducted by 4 of us, myself and few of my other colleagues. Madam has already introduced our team to you people, and all of us, we are sitting at different locations. Okay, so it is going to be a mixed kind of a session. We'll, let us, without wasting our time.
1, 2, 3.
Sir, Kadam sir.
सारंग बोला तो भी बुलाया क्या?
Yourself.
अशोक तिवारी का नहीं है इधर.
Kadam sir, please unmute yourself. You are not audible, sir. Yes.
Now is it okay?
Yes, sir. Perfectly, sir.
Oh, that means whatever I said was nobody was in a position to listen. Okay, shall I start from start now?
Yes, sir.
First, I would like to thank Dr. D.Y. PATIL Institute of Management and Research for providing an opportunity for all of us to share our little bit experience with peers as well as with students. I would especially like to thank Dr. Meghna Billare, Madam, coordinator for this ATAL FDP and director of the institute, and her colleagues, Mr. Sandeep Sarkale and Dr. Priyanka Dhoot, for coordinating this event so nicely. All of you have made our life very easy and enjoyable because this is not one day process. The entire thing started almost 2 months back when we had our first discussion with the D.Y. PATIL Institute about conduction of this FDP. Now, I think my screen is visible.
Yes, sir.
See, the topic for today's session is adapting design thinking in startups and entrepreneurship. Now, we are going
Madam
to follow
Lal.
a little bit different approach.
Madam Lal.
This session will be conducted by 4 of us, myself and 3 of my colleagues whom Madam has just now introduced. All are experts in their respective domains, and everybody is sitting at their own locations. So we are going to conduct this session in a sequential manner in the start, and afterwards all of us will come together to answer any of your queries. Now, without wasting the time, now when this topic was suggested to us, it made us to think a lot, because on the outside it appears to be a very simple topic, but when we started to go dig deeper, the thing started becoming a little bit complicated from presentation perspective. That means how we are going to communicate what we think on this particular topic. Now, for example, now this particular title itself has 4 or 5 keywords. First is design, then thinking. You put these 2 things together, it's about design thinking. Then there is a startup. Then there is a startup and entrepreneurship. And then we need to adopt design thinking in startups and entrepreneurship. So let us first start to understand these particular things one by one. Now, when we are talking about, say, a design, Wikipedia definition of design is: a design is a plan or specification for the construction of an object or system, or for the implementation of an activity or process, or the result of that plan or specification in the form of a prototype, product, or process. The verb to design expresses the process of developing a design. So if you ask me, this is nothing but 3D type definition of design. That means trying to tell too many things at one place. So what we understood from this particular thing, that design is a noun and at the same time it is a verb. Now, when we are considering design as a noun, we are talking about a plan for a product or for a process. And when we are going to consider design word as a verb, then we are talking about an activity to develop a design. That means it's a design to design. A little bit recursive kind of a definition here. So then we thought that, yes, definitely we cannot give justice to this, both the approaches of the word design. So we decided, let us consider noun for our discussion. So henceforth, whenever we are going to talk about design, basically we are going to talk about a plan to design a product. So we are going to talk about a product or a process. Okay. Then something came to our mind, that can we realize all products or processes as per design? That means, yes, we may be having a design, but the objective of a design is to realize that thing in the real world. Otherwise, it will be just a kind of an intellectual exercise. And then the answer was really surprising. That means, yes, I can design a particular product or a process, but it's not 100% sure that I can really realize all the things which I want to design. So for example, let us see 2 examples from a product and 1 example from process. Now, for example, it's a trident. In Sanskrit, in Marathi, Hindi, Sanskrit, we can call it, it's a trishul. Now, I request all of you, you just see that image properly. It's a design. It's a diagram. That means it's a plan. Now, can I design, can I realize this particular product in the real world? I request all the participants just see that image for 2 minutes. Are you getting it? So it's a plan, it's a design, but we cannot realize this thing into a product. So it's something like it's an impossible trident. So it's not mandatory that every design needs to be realizable. Okay, so definitely this we cannot realize in real world. Now similarly, here is a cube. Again, it's an impossible cube. That means as per design say, yeah, design is perfect, but we cannot realize this thing in real world. Okay, so we've seen two examples of a product which is impossible to manufacture even though it has been designed properly. Now let us see one example of a process. It's a waterfall, but it's a continuous waterfall. Now, if you just see on paper, yes, it's a design of a process, but can we realize it? No. So the lesson which we learned was when we were preparing for this particular session, that if we think about this particular topic purely from academic perspective, we may end up in these particular things, whereas our audience was supposed to be interested in startups and entrepreneurs. That means they would like to have some kind of a practical inputs which immediately they can implement in real world. Then we move to the next word, thinking. Yes, thinking, definitely it's an abstract concept, and when we combine design with thinking, obviously it has to be an abstract concept. But now when we are talking about applying these things to startups and entrepreneurs, can we only focus on abstract concepts? So our brainstorming came with, no, that is not okay. So what we thought was, we need to have certain parameters for design thinking for startups and entrepreneurs. And the first parameter which we came with was, it has to be appealing to senses. So now we have eyes, ears, nose, skin, and we have tongue. So whatever we are going to design, it may appeal to all these five senses or any one of them, and their priorities will differ. So our design may be visually appealing. It may be appealing from audio perspective or smell perspective or touch perspective or taste perspective, or it may be appealing intellectually. But again, that will go in abstract domain then. So this is the first parameter which we thought of, that a design thinking approach must be appealing to senses. And now when we are going to talk about, say, design thinking for startups and entrepreneurships, then definitely when we talk about startups, it has to be a profit-making entity. It has to have application in real world. And then we need to think about whether that startup is going to provide a product or a service. So when we apply, say, design thinking to a startup, we come with some new parameters. So just having a design which is appealing to senses may not be sufficient for a startup or entrepreneurship. At the same time, it must be feasible technically, financially, and time-wise. Okay. So if you think about, say, design thinking from academic perspective, it has to be appealing to senses. But when we think it from startup or entrepreneurship perspective, apart from appealing, it has to be technically feasible, financially feasible, and time-wise feasible. Then an entrepreneurship or a startup needs to reach customers. So the design must be adaptable for offline marketing as well as online or internet marketing. Otherwise, what you'll have, because see, the first thing of any startup is it has to be a profit-making entity. So without customers, that point is out of question. So a startup just could not stop at designing a product which is appealing, as well as it is financially feasible, it is technically feasible, and say it is time-wise feasible. But it has to be reached to appropriate customers to make the profit. And for that particular thing, a startup needs to design its own offline marketing strategy as well as online and internet marketing strategy. So this is what came through our brainstorming. That means how we should approach this this topic given to us. So we decided that instead of having academic approach, let us go for one practical approach for this entire topic, that is adapting design thinking for startups and entrepreneurships. Let us just keep aside our academic or intellectual thought process and let us think what we can do from practical perspective. Now let us take example of, say, a pani puri startup. Yes, the pani puri vendor, always we can consider that it's a startup. Now, if we consider, say, a pani puri vendor as a case study for our design thinking, how it should go, I think this will give you some basic ground what to expect from our sessions henceforth. So when we are talking about a pani puri startup, so definitely it has to be appealing from smell perspective, taste perspective, touch perspective, and the presentation also should be nice. And when we talk about, say, audio, yeah, it may be a little bit crunchy. Yes, the parameters will differ. The priority of the parameters may differ, but definitely these are going to be the parameters from a pani puri startup when he is going to present his product. Then, if he is going to think from feasibility perspective, his technology skill must enable him to serve multiple customers simultaneously. Because if you are definitely all of us, we know that he never serves that particular dish to one person. Okay, there may be, say, 4 or 5 people standing around, and he's catering each one of them one by one without missing the count. I really amazed. That means, say, even if you are going to a pani puri vendor, and even if, say, there are 4 or 5 people, he's serving all of those people simultaneously, but you will never get one extra pani puri. That means he has some technology, some skill to service multiple customers simultaneously. Then definitely he has to consider cost per plate and time required. Okay. And then when we are talking about reach, yes, he has to decide whether to stand, where to stand. So he has to first decide location in the city. Say he identifies one chowk. Then he has to decide exact spot in that particular corner, that chowk, where he needs to put his stall, depending upon in which direction people are moving, which side one way is there, which side big malls are there. So all these things will go to decide his exact spot. But the story doesn't end here. What will happen if he's not going to get that spot which he wants? In that case, he has to make sure that whichever spot he is getting, how to divert his customers to that spot. Okay. So a pani puri startup is also thinking on the same lines. So this tells us that there is no end for design thinking. That means you take any activity, any kind of startup. Yes, design thinking is not only about designing a product or designing a service. You have to consider all the aspects, and each and every aspect design thinking is involved. So considering this, our team consists of 4 people, myself, Professor Mangesh Tambe sir. Now, Professor Mangesh Tambe, he is from our School of Fine Arts, Bharati Vidyapit. Now, he has that artistic approach towards design thinking, because artists think in a different way towards design. Then Mr. Nilesh Borate, he has his own company. He himself is an entrepreneur. Elite Powers is his own company, and they manufacture fantastic products like small transformers to some beautiful glass manufacturings are also available with him. So he can share with you first-hand experience about how a real startup or real entrepreneur actually think from design perspective. And then we have Dr. Sunil Joshi, who is expert in online or internet marketing. So he will tell how a startup or entrepreneur can leverage internet to increase the reach from a design perspective. So our session agenda is already I have covered my point. Then Professor Mangesh Tambe sir will be following my session. He is going to focus more on design thinking for a startup, how a startup should approach towards design thinking. That session will be followed by Mr. Nilesh Borate. He is sitting his own company right now. So he will be focusing on design thinking with respect to product in a startup. So the case study which he will be discussing with you is how a startup can design a product. He will show you his products and then he will take over the things. And after that, Dr. Sunil Joshi will talk about design thinking with respect to marketing a product using online platforms. How a startup can market its product using online platforms. And this entire flow has come through our discussion. That means when we met, then we discussed which problems are really faced by startups and entrepreneurs. And accordingly, we have designed the entire session and this entire flow. So now I will request Professor Mangesh Tambe sir to take over.
Thank you, Sachin sir.
Thanks. I will just stop my sharing.
Yes.
Over to you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Sachin sir. सचिन सर ने अभी बहुत अच्छी तरीके से एक्चुअली डिजाइन और सारी चीजें जो है उसके डेफिनेशंस और उसके अलग अलग एस्पेक्ट्स है वो हमें अभी बताया है. तो मैं अभी यहाँ पे एक्चुअली एक चीज दिखाने वाला हूँ कि डिजाइन थिंकिंग जो है उसको हम स्टार्टअप से कैसे जोड़े, क्योंकि बहुत बार ऐसा होता है कि डिजाइनिंग हमें पता होता है और उसको किसी भी नए फॉर्म में आजकल देखा जाता है, तो वो क्या है और उसको स्टार्टअप से कैसे जोड़ा जाए. My screen is visible?
Yeah, it's visible.
Yes. Okay. Yes. तो टॉपिक जो है अडॉप्टिंग डिजाइन थिंकिंग इन स्टार्टअप्स एंड एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप. तो व्हाट इज डिजाइन? डिजाइन तो अभी हम सबको पता है कि उसका मतलब क्या है और सचिन सर ने भी बहुत अच्छे से अभी समझाया है, तो उसके बारे में सबको पता है. पर ये डिजाइन थिंकिंग जो टर्मिनोलॉजी है वो थोड़ी सी नहीं है, तो उसमें दोनों में क्या अंतर है वो सबसे पहले देखते हैं. डिजाइन इज अ प्रोसेस ऑफ इमेजिनिंग एंड प्लानिंग एंड क्रिएशन ऑफ ऑब्जेक्ट्स, systems, building vehicles, etc., etc. And what is design thinking? Design thinking is a process for solving problems by prioritizing the customer's need and above all. तो ये सबसे बड़ा डिफरेंस है कि एक चीज जो है उसमें डिजाइन के ऊपर ध्यान दिया जाता है, पर डिजाइन थिंकिंग जो है उसमें कंज्यूमर्स की जो नीड है उसके ऊपर हम ज्यादा ध्यान देते हैं. तो हम ये मेरे प्रेजेंटेशन में देखेंगे कि व्हाट इज रोल ऑफ डिजाइन थिंकिंग इन अ स्टार्टअप. तो जनरली देखा जाए तो अभी हम जो मार्केट देखते हैं उसको अगर हम थोड़ा सा ऑब्जर्व करें तो वो इस तरीके से है कि मेकिंग पीपल वांट थिंग्स, मतलब जो चीजें हम बना रहे हैं उन चीजों के लिए बाजार में मांग बढ़ाना, उसको हम मार्केटिंग के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से और एडवर्टाइजिंग करके हम करते हैं. तो वहां से थोड़ा सा अभी शिफ्ट हो रहा है. वो क्या है? मेकिंग थिंग्स पीपल वांट, लोगों को क्या चाहिए उसको तैयार करना. तो अगर वो लोगों को चाहिए तो ऑटोमेटिकली लोग उसको खरीदेंगे ही, तो उसको अलग से कुछ मार्केटिंग या एडवर्टाइजिंग करने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी. तो ये थोड़ा सा जो व्यू है उसमें थोड़ा सा स्विच आया है. तो व्हाट इज एक्चुअली डिजाइन थिंकिंग इज, जनरली जैसे मैंने अभी बोला कि डिजाइन सुनते ही हम डिजाइन थिंकिंग को भी विजुअल डिजाइन की तरफ देखते हैं और उसको जोड़ देते हैं. पर एक्चुअली डिजाइन थिंकिंग जो है वो बहुत ब्रॉड है, वो सिर्फ डिजाइनिंग विजुअल डिजाइन बनाने के लिए या उस तक लिमिटेड नहीं है। तो सबसे पहले एक्चुअली डिजाइन थिंकिंग अगर हमें देखा और सबसे अच्छी तरीके वो है स्टीव जॉब्स। तो उसका कोट है यहाँ पे, डिजाइन इज नॉट जस्ट व्हाट इट लुक्स लाइक एंड फील्स लाइक, डिजाइन इज हाउ इट वर्क्स। तो सबसे पहले डिजाइन इस वर्ड को या इस प्रोसेस को देखने का एक अलग नजरिया हमें स्टीव जॉब्स ने दिया। तो अभी हम बोल सकते हैं कि व्हाट इज डिजाइन थिंकिंग। तो डिजाइन थिंकिंग इज अ यूजर सेंटर्ड अप्रोच टू प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व। उसके 4 मेन एस्पेक्ट्स हो सकते हैं। एक तो पीपल सेंटर्ड, यू स्टार्ट फ्रॉम पीपल, यूजर्स, customers, consumers, and need or want to be their motivations and the problems they are trying to solve. यहाँ पे एम्पैथी जो की है वो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट बोली जाती है, जिसको हम संवेदनशीलता बोल सकते हैं। देन हाईली क्रिएटिव, किसी भी चीज को देखने का एक नया नजरिया आपको देना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से हम चीजें अभी तक देखते आ रहे हैं उसी तरीके से अगर हम देखें तो फिर हमें उसमें कुछ नया दिखाई नहीं देगा। तो इसलिए क्रिएटिविटी या नया नजरिया बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है। तीसरी चीज है हैंड्स ऑन, उसमें आप कितने समरस होके उसमें आप काम कर रहे हैं और सिर्फ आप सोच रहे हैं, डिस्कस कर रहे हैं या एक्चुअल उसको काम में कन्वर्ट भी कर रहे हैं। तो ये चीज यहाँ पे बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है। और जैसे सचिन सर ने भी बोला कि कोई भी आइडिया जो है वो टेंजिबल होनी चाहिए, उसको हम एक्चुअल प्रैक्टिकल में ला सकते हैं, उस तरीके से हम उसको सोचना चाहिए। और फिर इंटरेक्टिव, नॉर्मली इससे पहले या बोल सकते हैं 2000 से पहले जो डिजाइनिंग होता था उसमें एक लीनियर फॉर्मेट रहता था कि जिसमें इंटरेक्टिव जो पार्ट था वो बहुत कम होता था। तो यूजर को अंडरस्टैंड करना, कुछ क्रिएट करना और उससे सीख के वापस उसको रिक्रिएट करना, ये चीजें जो थी वो बहुत कम होती थी। तो डिजाइन थिंकिंग प्रोसेस में ये जो इंटरेक्शन जो है वो बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है। तो अगर डिजाइन थिंकिंग के बारे में देखें तो जनरली ये प्रोसेस जो है वो हम देखते हैं, एम्पैथाइज, डिफाइन, आइडिएट, प्रोटोटाइप और टेस्ट। और ये जो है ये सर्कुलर है। तो डिजाइन के बाद वापस आप टेस्ट के बाद आप वापस एम्पैथाइज के पास जा सकते हैं जब तक आपको फाइनल रिजल्ट ना मिले। तो ये जो पॉइंट्स है उसको हम अब डिटेल से देखते हैं। एम्पैथाइज, अंडरस्टैंड द एक्सपीरियंस, सिचुएशन एंड इमोशन ऑफ द पर्सन हु यू आर वर्किंग फॉर। तो जिस किसी के बारे में हम काम कर रहे हैं, जिस किसी के लिए काम कर रहे हैं, उसके प्रति आपको संवेदनशील होना ही चाहिए। अगर आप नहीं होंगे तो फिर आप एग्जैक्ट उसका जो प्रॉब्लम है उसको समझ नहीं पाएंगे। तो उसके लिए आपको क्या चाहिए, तो ऑब्जर्वेशन चाहिए, ग्रुप इंटरव्यूज चाहिए और माइंड मैपिंग, ये टूल्स है। उससे हम जो मेन प्रॉब्लम है उसको देख सकते हैं। ऑब्जर्वेशन उसमें बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है, क्योंकि बहुत बार ऐसा होता है कि मोटा मोटा हम ऊपर से देखते हैं और उसका जो मेन कोर है उसको हम देख नहीं सकते और वहां तक जाते नहीं। तो उसको समझने के लिए मैं एक जनरल एक हाइपोथेटिकल एग्जांपल लेता हूँ। बहुत बार हम जाते हैं कोई गांव में या एकदम नेचर के पास जाते हैं घूमने के लिए, और बहुत बार ऐसा देखा जाता है कि वहाँ पे बहुत सारी सुविधा उपलब्ध नहीं रहती, क्योंकि हम जो सिटी से जाते हैं उनको बहुत सारी सुविधाओं की आदत है, और गांव में जब जाते हैं तो वहाँ पे कुछ नहीं रहता। वो बहुत नेचर के नजदीक रहते हैं। तो वहाँ पे देखते हैं हम कि बिजली नहीं है, पानी नहीं है, रास्ते नहीं है, लोगों को पढ़ाई नहीं है, शिक्षा नहीं है, यहाँ तक कि फोन कनेक्टिविटी भी नहीं है। अगर ऐसे जगह पे हम जाएंगे तो जनरल लोगों का एक परसेप्शन ऐसा रहता है कि अरे इनको कुछ डेवलपमेंट चाहिए, और अगर डेवलपमेंट चाहिए तो सबसे अच्छा क्या है कि यहाँ पे टूरिस्ट स्पॉट बनाओ, टूरिस्ट को लेके आओ, और टूरिस्ट आने के बाद यहाँ पे पैसा आएगा और फिर ये लोग जो है वो अच्छी तरीके से रह पाएंगे। पर एक्चुअल में वैसा है क्या? वो गांव के लोग जो है उनको उनका गांव टूरिस्ट स्पॉट बनाना है क्या? ये चीज सबसे पहले समझ में लेनी जरूरी है, क्योंकि अगर हम उनको डेवलप करने के लिए हम हमारा पर्सपेक्टिव उनके ऊपर थोपते हैं तो वो बिल्कुल नहीं होने वाला। तो सबसे पहले क्या करना चाहिए कि उनका एक्चुअल प्रॉब्लम क्या है वो समझे। मतलब उनको बहुत सारे गांव ऐसे अभी तक है कि वहां पे किसी के पास गाड़ी ही नहीं है। तो अगर गाड़ी नहीं है तो उनको पक्की सड़क की जरूरत है क्या? तो पक्की सड़क की जरूरत अगर नहीं है तो फिर उसकी प्रायोरिटी क्या है? तो शायद ऐसा हो सकता है कि उनको सबसे ज्यादा बिजली की जरूरत हो, उसके बाद पानी, उसके बाद रास्ते। तो उनकी जो प्रायोरिटी है और उसका जो सीक्वेंस है उसको हमको सबसे पहले समझ में लेना चाहिए। फिर जाके आता है डिफाइन। डिफाइन में क्या है? द प्रोसेस and synthesizes the finding in order from a user point of view that you will address। तो ये डिफाइन करने के लिए सबसे पहले क्या है, तो स्टोरी बोर्डिंग और पर्सोना स्टडी, ये दो एज अ टूल्स हम यूज कर सकते हैं। और उनके लेवल तक जागते हुए हमको उनके प्रॉब्लम को समझना है कि जो उनका एग्जैक्ट प्रॉब्लम है वो क्या है और वो प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करने के लिए क्या करना चाहिए। तो जैसे मैंने अभी पहले एक एग्जांपल दिया गांव का, तो वहां पे ऐसा हो सकता है कि शायद उनको बिजली सबसे पहले प्रायोरिटी में है और हमें उनको बिजली देनी चाहिए, तब जाके बाकी का डेवलपमेंट होगा। तो बिजली चाहिए तो बिजली घर में चाहिए या बाहर चाहिए? तो शायद ऐसा हो सकता है कि हम हमारे पर्सपेक्टिव से देखें कि नहीं, घर में बिजली रहना ज्यादा जरूरी है। और गांव के लोग शायद बोल सकते हैं कि नहीं, घर में तो ठीक है, हमें बाहर चाहिए क्योंकि हमारे सारे जानवर वगैरह जो है वो बाहर रहते हैं और हम जंगल के नजदीक रहते हैं, तो स्ट्रीट लाइट इज ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट। तो ये उनका पर्सपेक्टिव हो सकता है। तो वापस मैं वही बोलता हूँ कि उनका यूजर का पर्सपेक्टिव जो है वो हमें हर जगह पे देखना चाहिए। तो इस तरीके से हम वो प्रॉब्लम को अच्छी तरीके से डिफाइन कर सकते हैं। फिर डिफाइन करने के बाद आइडिएट। तो वो प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करने के लिए कोई एक आइडिया निकालने की जरूरत है। तो ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग और पेपर पे स्केचिंग वगैरह सब करने के बाद हम उसका मोटा मोटा प्रॉब्लम का थोड़ा सा आंसर जो है वो ढूंढ सकते हैं कि अगर बिजली चाहिए तो फिर किस तरीके से लाई जाए। गवर्नमेंट से हम बोलेंगे कि यहाँ पे बिजली लाओ, या फिर हम वहां पे बिजली तैयार कर सकते हैं। अगर वहां पे बिजली तैयार करनी है तो फिर वहां पे क्या क्या रिसोर्सेस है, मतलब हम सोलर पावर करें या विंड से करें या वाटर से करें। अगर वो बहुत ज्यादा ऊंचाई पे है तो वहां पे सनलाइट कितना टाइम रहता है साल में। तो ये सारी चीजें जो है वो समझ के हमें एक जनरलाइज आइडिया निकालनी है वो प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करने के लिए। उसके बाद है प्रोटोटाइप। प्रोटोटाइप में हम जो हमने आइडिया बनाई है उसके ऊपर डिपेंड हम एक प्रोटोटाइप बना सकते हैं। यहाँ पे एक प्रोटोटाइप मतलब एक सिंगल प्रोडक्ट भी हो सकता है, या एज अ पायलट प्रोजेक्ट हम वो पूरा गांव ले सकते हैं, क्योंकि ऐसे बहुत सारे जगह है जो वो गांव को रिलेट कर सके। तो वो एक सिंगल प्रोडक्ट लेके हम प्रोटोटाइप टेस्टिंग कर सकते हैं और देख सकते हैं कि वहां पे जो लोग रह रहे हैं उनको वो प्रोडक्ट सूट हो रहा है क्या, उनको वो समझ में आ रहा है क्या, वो प्रोडक्ट वो इस्तेमाल करने के काबिल है क्या। अगर नहीं है तो हम उनको एजुकेट कर सकते हैं क्या उतना कि वो प्रोडक्ट इस्तेमाल कर सके। और अगर नहीं कर सकते तो फिर उनके अंडरस्टैंडिंग लेवल तक हमें वो प्रॉब्लम बहुत सरल बनाना पड़ेगा, तब जाके वो प्रोडक्ट वो यूज कर सकेंगे। तो ये प्रोटोटाइप बनाएंगे और फिर उसके बाद टेस्टिंग। तो ये टेस्टिंग और प्रोटोटाइपिंग ये जो चीज है वो बहुत हद तक देखी गई है कि वो बहुत एक दूसरे के ऊपर डिपेंड है और वो रिपीटेडली करनी पड़ती है। क्योंकि एक बार आपका प्रॉब्लम अच्छी तरीके से आपने डिफाइन कर दिया और उसके ऊपर एक आइडिया बना दी, तो फिर काम रहता है प्रोटोटाइपिंग और टेस्टिंग। और वो होने के बाद एक बार हमारे पास फाइनल उसका रिजल्ट आ जाए तो वो रिजल्ट आने के बाद हम उसके ऊपर काम कर सकते हैं। तो यहाँ पे मैंने एक्चुअली 2-3 केस स्टडीज लिए हैं बताने के लिए, क्योंकि बहुत बार देखा गया जाता है कि स्टार्टअप्स तो शुरू कर देते हैं लोग और बाद में पता पड़ता है कि एक्चुअली उनको कस्टमर नहीं मिल रहा है या फिर लोकेशन ठीक नहीं है, या जो प्रोसेस वो यूज कर रहे हैं वो प्रोसेस ठीक नहीं है। तो वो क्यों होता है? क्योंकि हम ये जो 5 स्टेप्स है उसको अच्छी तरीके से फॉलो नहीं करते। तो अगर हम देखें कि अच्छी तरीके से फॉलो करके अगर हम ये सारी डिजाइन थिंकिंग प्रोसेस इकट्ठा लेके आए तो हमें क्या रिजल्ट मिल सकता है। तो उसके लिए मैंने 2 केस स्टडीज लिए हैं। फर्स्ट केस स्टडीज तो पूरी दुनिया को पता है, आईफोन। तो एप्पल के प्रोडक्ट्स जो है वो सबसे अच्छी तरीके से अगर देखा जाए तो सबसे ज्यादा कस्टमर ओरिएंटेड है। तो जब आईफोन आया था, एप्पल का फोन आया था, तो उस टाइम के बाकी के फोन किस तरीके से थे वो मैंने नीचे डाला है, कि जिसमें फिजिकल बटन्स रहते थे, स्क्रीन बहुत छोटे थे, और यूजर को वो यूज करने के लिए हर फोन को अलग अलग तरीका था। तो उनको यूजर मैनुअल देख के वो फोन यूज करने पड़ते थे। और जब से सबसे पहले जब आईफोन का कॉन्सेप्ट मार्केट में आया था, तो स्टीव जॉब्स को किसी ने पूछा था कि ये फोन तो आप लॉन्च कर रहे हैं पर इसका यूजर मैनुअल कहाँ है? तो उसका एक सिंपल सा आंसर था कि अगर मैं ऐसे प्रोडक्ट बनाता हूँ जिसको यूजर मैनुअल पढ़ के इस्तेमाल करना पड़े तो वो प्रोडक्ट किसी काम का नहीं है। तो मैं मेरे फोन के साथ कोई यूजर मैनुअल नहीं देने वाला, और अगर वो फोन कोई ऑपरेट नहीं कर पाता यो तो वो मेरा फेलियर है। तो मतलब किस हद तक जाके उसने कंज्यूमर का स्टडी किया था, उसके साइकोलॉजी का स्टडी किया था कि वो फोन किसी भी यूजर मैनुअल बिना कोई भी इस्तेमाल कर सकता है। इतना सिंपल लेवल तक वो लेके गए थे। और देखा जाए तो एक्चुअली मार्केट में उस टाइम जो सारे फोन थे वो फोन से बहुत अलग तरीके का कॉन्सेप्ट उन्होंने वहां पे दिया था, जिसको हम बोल सकते हैं टच स्क्रीन। तो टच स्क्रीन एक्चुअली स्टीव जॉब्स ने इन्वेंट किया था तो नहीं। तो सबसे पहले जो टच स्क्रीन इन्वेंट हुआ था वो 1965 में इन्वेंट किया गया था इंग्लैंड में, और वो किया था जो मिलिट्री यूज के लिए जो रडार रहते थे, तो वो रडार का जो स्क्रीन रहता है, उसका लोकेशन रहता है, उसके लिए। तो 1965 में उसका बेसिक वर्जन बना था टच स्क्रीन का। उसके बाद 1971 में जो टच सेंसर बोलते हैं, जो आजकल के टच स्क्रीन फोन में लगते हैं, तो उसका इन्वेंशन हुआ था। पर वो दोनों जो इन्वेंशन है उतने पुराने होते हुए भी वो लोगों तक नहीं पहुंचे थे। तो स्टीव जॉब्स की आइडिया की वजह से उसने वो जो टेक्नोलॉजी है वो फोन में डाली, और वो टेक्नोलॉजी लोगों तक आई, और उसका रिजल्ट जो है वो अभी हम सब देख रहे हैं कि अभी मार्केट में लगभग सारे फोन हैं जो टच स्क्रीन है। और उस टच स्क्रीन की फैसिलिटी की वजह से उसके ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम में कितने सारे सुधार हुए, उसके मॉडल्स में कितने सारे सुधार हुए, ये सब हम देख रहे हैं। तो मतलब अगर आप अच्छी तरीके से एक्चुअली एग्जैक्ट प्रॉब्लम क्या है वो अगर ढूंढे और उसका एग्जैक्ट सॉल्यूशन अगर आपको मिल गया, तो आप प्रोडक्ट के लेवल पे भी बहुत अच्छा कुछ कर सकते हैं। क्योंकि जब ये फोन बनाया गया था तो 3 चीजें उन्होंने एक साथ मिक्स की थी। एक तो सबसे पहले फोन विथ फोन बुक या फोन डायरेक्टरी, दूसरा था इंटरनेट फैसिलिटी, और तीसरा था मिनी कंप्यूटर। मतलब वर्ड, एक्सेल या मेल रिसीव करना, मेल ड्राफ्ट करना, ये बेसिक बेसिक काम जो है वो आप उससे कर सकते हो। और चौथा था एंटरटेनमेंट। जो उन्होंने आईपॉड लॉन्च किया था, तो उसी का एक अपडेटेड वर्जन भी उन्होंने ये आईफोन में मिला दिया था। तो 4 चीजों को मिला के उन्होंने एक डिवाइस बनाया, और जिसने पूरे वर्ल्ड में क्रांति ला दी। तो इस तरीके से अगर हम अच्छी तरीके से स्टडी करें यूजर का, तो हम बहुत कुछ अलग कर सकते हैं मार्केट। ये तो है एक प्रोफेशनल चीज जो एक्चुअली मार्केट में नहीं थी, और डिजाइन थिंकिंग की वजह से वो हमें मिली। अब दूसरा एक स्टडी मैं लेता हूँ, वो थोड़ा सा सोशल है। तो जब गंगा सफाई का मुहिम चलाया गया, तो ये एक प्रोजेक्ट बना, फूल अभी उसका नाम है, वो मैं बताता हूँ। तो जब गंगा सफाई का प्रोजेक्ट शुरू हुआ था, तो गवर्नमेंट ने बहुत लोगों को बोला था कि अगर आपका कुछ टैलेंट है तो आप वो दिखाओ और गंगा सफाई में हमारी हेल्प करो। तो ये मोटिव लेके अंकित अग्रवाल करके आईआईटी कानपुर से पास आउट एक स्टूडेंट थे, तो उन्होंने गंगा सफाई के ऊपर हम क्या कर सकते हैं उसके ऊपर स्टडी शुरू किया, और उनको समझ में आ गया कि गंगा में बहुत सारा कचरा जो है वो फूल पत्तियों का रहता है, तो उसके ऊपर हम कुछ कर सकते हैं जिसकी वजह से गंगा में वो सारा कचरा जो है वो ना जाए। तो उसके ऊपर उन्होंने रिसर्च किया, पर्सनल स्टडी लिया, तो उनको समझ में आया कि गंगा के जो घाट है वहां पे उनको बहुत सारा मैन पावर ऐसा मिल रहा है कि जो हाउस वाइफ है, और वो हाउस वाइफ है, वो ज्यादा कुछ पढ़े लिखे नहीं है, तो उनको लेके अगर हम कुछ करेंगे तो हमें अच्छा कुछ सॉल्यूशन मिल सकता है। और फिर उन्होंने फूल करके एक कंपनी इस्टेब्लिश की जो अलग अलग मंदिरों में जाके वहां से जो फूल पत्तियां भगवान को चढ़ाई जाते हैं वो कलेक्ट करते हैं, और उसको सेग्रीगेट करके उससे धूप बत्ती बनाते हैं। तो जो 2017 में स्टार्टअप प्रोजेक्ट था वो अब 2021 में लगभग 15 करोड़ का पूरा टर्नओवर वाला प्रोजेक्ट बन गया है, और वो डेली लगभग 11 टन मेट्रिक टन कचरा जो है वो साफ करते हैं या उसको रिसाइकल करके उसको कन्वर्ट करते हैं फूल बत्ती में। तो इस तरीके से अगर देखा जाए तो हम डिजाइन थिंकिंग को इस तरीके से अगर अप्लाई करें हमारे स्टार्टअप में कि एग्जैक्टली कंज्यूमर को क्या चाहिए और वो हम उसको दे सकते हैं क्या, क्योंकि कंज्यूमर को टेक्नोलॉजी पता नहीं रहती। कंज्यूमर को सिर्फ ये चाहिए कि मैं जिस प्रॉब्लम में हूँ अभी, मैं जो प्रॉब्लम फेस कर रहा हूँ वो प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करने की कोई एक डिवाइस हो या कोई एक सिस्टम हो, वो मुझे कोई ऑफर करे। तो अभी भी अगर हम देखें तो बहुत सारी ऐसी चीजें हैं, जैसे गूगल है, फेसबुक है, ये भी प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग से ही सामने आए हैं, या फिर उबर ओला जैसा है, या जस्ट डायल जैसा चीज है। तो ये सारी चीजें जो है वो किसी प्रॉब्लम को लेके कंज्यूमर सेंट्रिक डिजाइन करके ही बनाए गए हैं। तो अगर हम ये डिजाइन थिंकिंग का अप्रोच अगर रखेंगे तो स्टार्टअप में बहुत अच्छा कर सकते हैं हम। So what should you remember from this? Design thinking is a user-centered approach to problem solving. Empathy is the key factor. Design thinking is a step-by-step process that is repeated over multiple times. And design thinking is all about doing, not only thinking. So, yes, thank you. Sachin sir, over to you.
Yes. Thank you, Professor Tambe sir. Now we have seen the theoretical underpinnings of design thinking for a startup and entrepreneurship. Now let us see one real life case study, how this thing gets applied in a real startup and entrepreneurship. So now I request Mr. Nilesh to take over. He is owner of one company, Elite Power in Pune, and they manufacture, as already I shared with you, they manufacture transformers as well as designer glasses, and he is also working on creating a configuration of small entrepreneurs like him. So over to you, Nilesh. Nilesh, you have to unmute yourself.
Okay. Good morning. Hello.
Yes, you are audible and visible.
Okay. सबको हिंदी और मराठी कंफर्टेबल है?
Stick to English or Hindi.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Nilesh. मैं अभी लगभग 6-7 साल से कंपनी इलाइट पावर ट्रायो की ओनरशिप ली है मैंने। तो उसमें मैंने स्टार्टअप में जो शुरुआत की है ट्रांसफॉर्मर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की। एक्चुअली मेरा फील्ड है मैकेल। एक्चुअली मेरा एजुकेशन हुआ है मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग में। मैंने एक्सपीरियंस लिया है सेल्स मार्केटिंग में। मैं ऑटोमोबाइल में कार सेल करता था पहले। तो कार सेलिंग के टाइम मुझे एक अपॉर्चुनिटी चाहिए था, बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटी। तो उसमें मैंने शुरुआत किया। एक क्लाइंट ने मुझे अपॉर्चुनिटी दिया कि ऐसा करो, आप इलेक्ट्रॉनिक ट्रांसफार्मर में एक बार ट्राई करो। तो उनका खुद का प्रोडक्ट था, तो मुझे उसमें कुछ भी नॉलेज नहीं था। तो नॉलेज लेने के पहले मैंने 15 दिन उसका स्टडी किया। स्टडी करने के बाद मैंने मेरा बिजनेस चालू किया, यानी कि डायरेक्ट स्टार्टअप किया। मैंने मशीन खरीदी करके उसको 6 महीने में इम्प्लीमेंट किया। उसको 6 महीने में जैसे जैसे मैं मशीन लेते गया, मेरा प्रोडक्शन का कैपेसिटी बढ़ाते गया मैं उसमें। और जो नॉलेज था फर्स्ट टाइम 6 महीने में मुझे खाली नॉलेज लेने के लिए टाइम गया मेरा। तो उस नॉलेज के बाद मैंने कस्टमाइज ट्रांसफॉर्मर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग चालू किया। तो तब से मेरा सिस्का, ओसराम, फिलिप्स ऐसे एमएनसी कंपनी का भी टाइप होते गया। वैसे में मेरा अपग्रेडेशन कंपनी का बढ़ोतरी करते गया मैं उसमें। तो मेरा एग्जैक्टली प्रोडक्शन क्या है मैं आपको एक बार दिखाता हूँ। ये आपको दिख रहा है, ये है एलईडी ड्राइवर, लाइटिंग एलईडी ड्राइवर। इसमें क्या होता है, जो इनपुट वोल्टेज रहता है 230 इनपुट वोल्टेज है, उसमें ट्रांसफार्मर मेरा फिल्ट्रेशन का काम करता है और फिल्ट्रेशन के बाद एग्जैक्टली आउटपुट यहाँ से सप्लाई करता है। आपको दिख रहा है सबको?
यस नीलेश।
ओके, तो इस टाइप से काफी, अभी ये है स्ट्रीट लाइट का, सर ने अभी बताया स्ट्रीट लाइट का जो एलईडी ड्राइवर रहता है 120 वॉट का, तो ऐसा डिजाइन रहता है उसका। तो ऐसे ही ये है एडेप्टर का, जो आप एसी के लिए यूज करते हो, लैपटॉप के लिए यूज करते हो। तो इसमें हमें ट्रांसफार्मर डिजाइन करना पड़ता है। उसके बाद ये है छोटा एलईडी बल्ब 12 वॉट्स का, तो इस सबसे छोटा ड्राइवर डिजाइन किया है, एकदम छोटा। ट्रांसफार्मर की साइज भी देखो कितनी छोटी है। पहले ये साइज इसमें आती थी, ये देखो ये साइज, ये कस्टमाइज करके हमने इसको स्मॉल बना दिया है कस्टमर के रिक्वायरमेंट के हिसाब से। और मेन चीज क्या है कि ट्रांसफार्मर करते टाइम जो प्रोडक्ट्स रहते हैं, लगभग 18 प्रोडक्ट्स यूज होते हैं उसमें। कॉपर वायर, मैग्नेटिक्स, बॉबिन्स, ब्रासलेट्स, होल्डर्स, ऐसे कुछ काफी वर्क्स है उसमें। कुछ वर्क्स हम बाहर से करा के लेते हैं, यानी कि असेंबली। इसमें लगभग 7 सेटअप आते हैं। असेंबली का सेटअप अलग आता है, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का अलग आता है, कैबिनेट का अलग आता है, इंजेक्शन मोल्डिंग का अलग आता है, कॉपर वायर मेकिंग का अलग आता है। ऐसे ऐसे अलग अलग प्रोजेक्ट है। उसमें से 7 में से 4 प्रोजेक्ट हम इंपोर्ट करते हैं, यानी कि मैग्नेटिक इंडिया में शॉर्टेज है, इंडिया में इतना कार्बन हाइड्रो पावर इंडिया में अवेलेबल नहीं है, तो हमें बाहर से इंपोर्ट करना पड़ता है। तो हमने जब स्टार्टअप किया था तो ये चीज मेरा नॉलेज नहीं था, इसलिए मेरा टाइम वहां पे 6 महीने गया। उसके बाद हम एक एक चीज जैसे इम्प्लीमेंट करते गए, वैसे हमें ऑर्डर आती गई। और मेरा सबसे फोकस मार्केटिंग में था पहले, तो मार्केटिंग की वजह से मुझे पहले क्लाइंट मिलते गए, तो उसके बाद हमारी डिजाइनिंग और डेवलपिंग चालू किया हमने। तो मेन चीज क्या है कि इसमें कि स्टार्टअप करने के पहले हमें नॉलेज इंपॉर्टेंट है। कोई भी चीज का नॉलेज और डेयरिंग चाहिए, कोई भी चीज बिना डेयरिंग के होती ही नहीं है। मेन चीज में मुझे नॉलेज नहीं था, फिर भी मैंने डेयरिंग किया उसमें और मैंने चालू किया। तो अभी मैं आपको मेरे प्रोडक्ट्स एक बार शो ऑफ कर देता हूँ, तो आपको एक अंदाजा आ जाएगा। ये मेरा प्रोडक्शन का डिस्प्ले है। तो इसमें स्मॉल लाइन फिल्टर, ड्रम इंडक्टर, एसएमपीएस, स्विच मोड, पावर सप्लाई, ऐसे मैग्नेटिक रहते हैं। इस टाइप के मैग्नेटिक्स रहते हैं। तो ये इमर्सन के लिए डिजाइन किया था हमने। इमर्सन और जीआईसी करके एक कंपनी है कंट्रोल पैनल की, और ये एलईडी लाइटिंग इंडस्ट्री के लिए, जैसे मोबाइल चार्जर वगैरह रहते हैं, मोबाइल चार्जर के लिए ये यूज होता है लाइन फिल्टर, जिसमें 9 वोल्ट का आउटपुट निकाल देता है। उसके बाद ये एसी टावर पावर कंट्रोल, एसी टावर में यूज होता है कंट्रोल पैनल्स। ऐसे अलग अलग है, लाइटिंग इंडस्ट्री के अलग है, एसएमपीएस पावर सप्लाई के अलग है। ये सबसे स्मॉल मोबाइल चार्जर और हेडफोन्स के इंडक्टर्स है, हेडफोन में यूज होते हैं। एकदम स्मॉल है ये। ये देखो इतना इतना छोटा है ये। तो इसका नॉलेज मैंने उसी टाइम लिया था, अलग अलग एक एक प्रोडक्ट में ऐड करते गया उसमें। मैं आपको मेरा भी प्रोडक्शन सेटअप दिखाता हूँ। ये मेरा प्रोडक्शन सेटअप है, यहाँ पे मशीन्स लगाया है। तो टेस्टिंग वगैरह स्टेप बाय स्टेप मैं आपको सब मशीन का इंफॉर्मेशन दे देता हूँ। ये प्रोग्रामिंग 1, ये वाइंडिंग मशीन है। इसमें 4 वाइंडिंग होते हैं, एसएमपीएस बेस में 4 वाइंडिंग होते हैं, अलग अलग टाइप का डिजाइन रहता है, डिजाइन के हिसाब से मशीन में प्रोग्राम किया जाता है। यहाँ पे प्रोग्राम है, तो यहाँ पे जितना आप टन्स डालोगे मशीन में, प्रोग्राम करोगे, उसके हिसाब से वो प्रोग्राम हो जाएगा उसमें। और उसमें नीचे ही मशीन में डायमीटर चार्ट दिया है, जैसे कौन सा वायर गेज, कौन सा करंट है उसमें दिया लिखा गया है, ये देखो। तो मशीन को जैसे वायर गेज चेंज करते हैं वहां ऐसे प्रोग्राम हो जाता है, वाइंडिंग हो जाता है। ये फर्स्ट प्राइमरी वाइंडिंग है। प्राइमरी वाइंडिंग में फर्स्ट लेयर, उसमें उसके बाद 2 इंसुलेशन का टेप लगाना पड़ता है। उसके बाद ये हो गया फर्स्ट, ये होता है फिनोलिक बॉबिन। ये फिनोलिक बॉबिन रहता है, उसमें प्रोग्राम किया जाता है। ये देखो। उसके बाद ये सेकेंडरी वाइंडिंग है। सेकेंडरी वाइंडिंग में प्रोग्राम किया हुआ है। ये सेकेंडरी वाइंडिंग है। उसके बाद इसके जैसे ये देखो प्रोग्राम किया रहता है। ये प्राइमरी हो गया, ये सेकेंडरी, अभी प्राइमरी 2 होगा यहाँ पे। यहाँ पे प्राइमरी 2 होगा। उसके बाद डीप सोल्डरिंग हो जाता है। यहाँ पे एक डेमो दे। हम सोल्डरिंग गन से हैंड सोल्डरिंग करते हैं ना, तो यहाँ पे क्या करना पड़ता है, डायरेक्ट डीप करना पड़ता है उसमें, तो हैंड टू हैंड सोल्डरिंग हो जाता है उसका। ये फ्लक्स है, फ्लक्स में डीप करना पड़ता है उसके पहले। ये डीप सोल्डरिंग है। ये सोल्डर हो गया उसको। अभी ये ब्लैंक है, अभी ये ब्लैंक है, अभी मैं इसको डीप करता हूँ। ये डीप सोल्डरिंग, ऐसा होता है सोल्डरिंग। अभी ये सोल्डरिंग के बाद नंबर आता है, ये काफी है। अगर वाइंडिंग का एरिया ज्यादा रहेगा तो डिपेंड ऑन अलग अलग वाइंडिंग के हिसाब से वाइंडिंग करना पड़ता है। मैग्नेटिक ये यहाँ पे ट्विस्टिंग करना पड़ता है वायर को। वायर ट्विस्ट नहीं किया तो ट्रांसफार्मर से नॉइज क्रिएट होता है, तो पहले वायर ट्विस्ट करके उसको कट करना पड़ता है, तो ये फाइनल कटिंग ऐसे हो जाता है। ये फाइनल कटिंग हो जाता है ऐसे। और कटिंग होने के बाद ये मैग्नेटिक रहता है, ये नीचे गिरने पर टूट जाता है, एकदम नाजुक रहता है वो। और इसमें गैप क्रिएट किया रहता है हर इंडक्टर के हिसाब से। हर ट्रांसफार्मर का डिजाइन अलग अलग रहता है, तो उसमें क्रिएट किया जाता है सेंटर में। और ये असेंबल कराई, और ये असेंबल किया जाता है ऐसे। ये असेंबल हुआ अभी मैग्नेटिक डाल के। अभी क्या रहता है कि इसमें इलेक्ट्रिक टेस्ट लिया जाता है अलग अलग स्टेप का। संदेश एक पीस यूनिट, यहाँ पे डिजाइन टेस्टिंग किया जाता है, प्राइमरी इंडक्टेंस, सेकेंडरी इंडक्टेंस और लीकेज इंडक्टेंस, और उसका पावर एफिशिएंसी यहाँ पे इंस्ट्रूमेंट में चेक किया जाता है। 1 किलोवाट से 100 किलोवाट तक आप सेट कर सकते हैं इस मशीन में। ओके संजय, एक 4 पीस में दीजिए। ये देखिए ये टेस्ट कैसे किया जाता है, आपको एक डेमो दे देता हूँ। ये देखिए, ये हमें 1.5 मिलियन रे पे सेट करना है, तो उसके लिए ये कोर में गैप करना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रहता है। यहाँ पे गैप करना पड़ता है दोनों कोर में। और उसके बाद हाई वोल्टेज HV, यहाँ पे HV टेस्ट किया जाता है। ट्रांसफार्मर ब्रेकडाउन टेस्टिंग, अब देखिए ये वायर ही है ना, ये आपको वायर का डेमो दिखाता हूँ। हाई वोल्टेज ब्रेकडाउन टेस्टिंग कैसे किया जाता है। ये देखिए, ये ब्रेकडाउन, अगर ट्रांसफार्मर में कोई कहाँ पे गड़बड़ रहेगी, वाइंडिंग प्रॉपर नहीं हुआ रहेगा, तो ये डायरेक्ट स्पार्क कर जाता है, ऐसे शॉर्ट हो जाता है और कट ऑफ कर देता है उसको। ये 3 kV पे मैंने DC करंट दिया है उसको, ये देखो। अगर उसमें कोई फॉल्ट नहीं रहेगा तो ये कंटिन्यू बीप करेगा, और जब फॉल्ट होता है तो ऐसे ब्रेक होता है। उसके बाद यहाँ पे प्री और प्राइमरी टेस्टिंग किया जाता है, और वहाँ पे कोर टेपिंग, मैग्नेटिक कोर टेपिंग किया जाता है। और यहाँ पे बैटरी चार्जर है, ऐसे बैटरी चार्जर बनाते हैं। कार बैटरी चार्जर है ये 10 एम्पियर का। और ये फाइनल प्रोडक्ट हो जाता है, यहाँ पे ये फाइनल प्रोडक्ट हो जाता है। इस पे बाद में स्टिकर प्रिंट हो जाता है। स्टिकर प्रिंट होने के बाद बॉक्स पैकिंग किया जाता है। इस अलग अलग टाइप के प्रोडक्ट्स रहते हैं, ये देखो। इस पे सीरीज और उसका वैल्यू दिया रहता है, अलग अलग टाइप का वैल्यू रहता है। और ये जो है लैमिनेशन, ये लैमिनेशन ट्रांसफार्मर है। ये जो रेफ्रिजरेटर, AC और काफी CNC मशीन में यूज किया जाता है वाइंडिंग का। ये लैमिनेशन लो फ्रीक्वेंसी कोर है, और जो मैग्नेटिक रहता है वो हाई फ्रीक्वेंसी रहता है। इसका फाइनल प्रोडक्ट ये इससे फाइनल प्रोडक्ट हो जाता है। ये बाद में ट्यूबलाइट में यूज होता है। ट्यूबलाइट और इंडक्टर लाइन फिल्टर के लिए यूज होता है। ये लैमिनेशन कोर है, जो अलग अलग डिजाइन के हिसाब से वो डिजाइन किया जाता है। और ये ऐसे फाइनल पैकिंग हो जाता है। मैं और दिखाता हूँ इसमें, जो मैंने सर ने बोला था नया जो डेवलपिंग रहता है वो यहाँ पे रहता है। ये मेरा पूरा मटेरियल इंपोर्ट हो जाता है। ये मैग्नेटिक है, TDK जर्मनी से आता है मटेरियल, और उसका वैल्यू, डिस्क्रिप्शन और उसका पार्ट नंबर एवरीथिंग इज मेंशन किया है इस पे। ये अलग अलग सीरीज है, ये EFD सीरीज है। EFD उसमें वैल्यू दिया रहता है, वैल्यू के हिसाब से यूज करना पड़ता है। तो हर अलग अलग साइज के डिजाइन ऐसे इसमें, एक बॉबिन्स है, अलग अलग डिजाइन रहते हैं। लगभग इसमें 2000 से 4000 डिजाइन रहते हैं एक मॉडल में। तो एक ही मॉडल में आप 2000 टाइम डिजाइन कर सकते हैं, इतना ये रहता है। ये अलग अलग टाइप के डिजाइन रखे हैं उसमें। यहाँ पे लिखा है 29, 44, EPC 13, U 9.8, 25। और ये टेप साइज रहती है, टेक्नो टेप्स, ये भी इंपोर्ट होता है। और ये कॉपर वायर RR केबल से हम लेते हैं बॉम्बे से। ये अलग अलग गेज यहाँ पे लिखा है, रिक्वायरमेंट के हिसाब से गेज बना के रखा है हमने। ये क्या है, ये पैकिंग डिस्पैच है। जैसे ही PO रिलीज होता है हम डिस्पैच कर देते हैं। हेलो सर।
यस नीलेश।
ओके, और अभी आगे मैं बोलता हूँ। इसमें कोई भी बिजनेस स्टार्टअप करते टाइम कोई दिक्कत, डेयरिंग ही इम्पोर्टेंट रहता है। उसके बाद कोई चीज नहीं। अभी मैंने जब स्टार्ट किया था मुझे कोई नॉलेज नहीं था, ये ट्रांसफार्मर क्या है इतना तक नॉलेज नहीं था मुझे। बट जो कॉन्फिडेंस था, कॉन्फिडेंस की वजह से मैंने स्टार्टअप किया। जब स्टार्टअप करने के बाद मुझे ऐसा कुछ लगा ही नहीं कि बिजनेस बहुत क्रिटिकल रहता है करने के लिए। तो तब से मैंने एक से बढ़कर एक बिजनेस चालू करना चालू किया है। लगभग अभी मैंने 2 कंपनियां स्टैंड की है, इलेक्ट पावर ट्रायो और बेस्टअप करके दूसरा कंपनी मैंने चालू किया है। लिक्विड ग्लास प्रोजेक्ट सर को बताया था मैंने। ये प्रोजेक्ट कैसा है कि आज प्लास्टिक का जो रिजेक्शन प्लास्टिक रहता है वो प्लास्टिक फेंक देते हैं लोग। तो हमने क्या किया है कि थर्मोकॉल प्लास्टिक उसको रिपेयर करके उसका लिक्विड बनाया। यानी कि आप थर्मोकॉल भी मुझे रिजेक्शन का दोगे तो मैं उसका लिक्विड बनाऊंगा। लगभग 1 ट्रक थर्मोकॉल मैं खाली 10 लीटर डब्बे में बिठाऊंगा। इतना मैं लिक्विड उसका लिक्विड में कन्वर्ट कर देता हूँ। और लिक्विड कन्वर्ट करने के बाद उसका केमिकल प्रोसेस रहता है। मैं केमिकल प्रोसेस से मैंने एक फाइनल शीट बनाया, वो आपको दिखाऊंगा। और उसका 20 इयर्स वारंटी है, 20 इयर्स तक कुछ नहीं होता है उसको। ये देखो, ये लिक्विड ग्लास टेबल बनाया है मैंने, जो होटल में यूज होता है। ये मैट फिनिशिंग है, ये हाई ग्लॉस है। तो आप देखो यहाँ पे आपको ग्लॉस चमक दिख रही रहेंगी, इसकी कांच जैसे चमकता है। एक ये देखो, हाई ग्लॉस रहता है, ये कुछ भी नहीं होता उसको। और उसको 2D 3D इफेक्ट्स आप डाल सकते हैं, ऐड कर सकते हैं, और दिखने में भी इतना खास दिखता है। तो अलग अलग बिल्डिंग कंस्ट्रक्शन के लिए अभी मैंने अलग अलग डिजाइन बनाए हैं, तो वो भी अभी काम चालू है उसपे। तो स्टार्टअप में क्या है कि दिक्कत स्टार्टअप में ही आती है, उसके बाद कोई दिक्कत नहीं आते। नॉलेज बढ़ता गया है। जैसे पानी में गिरने के बाद डूबना सीखता है आदमी, वैसे ही है, हाथ पर हिलाना है, अपने आप आगे जाता है आदमी। और मेन चीज क्या है कि नए स्टूडेंट के लिए मार्केट में इतनी बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटी है, बट लोगों को नॉलेज नहीं और डेयरिंग नहीं। लोग बोलते हैं छोड़ दो यार, उसमें नॉलेज नहीं तो क्या करने का। मैं बिना नॉलेज लेके बिजनेस खड़ा किया है। मेरे पास खाली 1 लाख रुपीज थे जब मैंने बिजनेस चालू किया था। 1 लाख रुपीज में से मैंने बिजनेस, जब नोटबंदी हुआ उस टाइम मैंने मार्केट्स में से कुछ अमाउंट उठा के बिजनेस स्टार्टअप किया। और उस टाइम क्या है कि जो मैं तो एक मार्केटिंग टीम का आदमी था, मुझे इस कंपनी का अकाउंट का सेल्स इनवॉइस का कुछ भी नॉलेज नहीं था। जब मैं इसमें इन्वॉल्व हो गया तब मेरा नॉलेज बढ़ता गया उसमें। पहले कुछ भी नॉलेज था, डिजाइन कैसे करना है, ट्रांसफॉर्मर क्या है, उसका वर्किंग क्या है, वो कहाँ पे यूज होता है। अभी देखो मैंने ऐसे ऐसे डिजाइन किए। एक डिजाइन आपको मैं दिखाता हूँ, ये दिखा, ये मेरा प्रोडक्ट हर चीज में यूज होता है। एसी चार्जर में होता है, मोबाइल चार्जर है, एसएमपीएस प्रिंटर में होता है, कंप्यूटर में होता है, एसी चार्जर ऑफ वीडियो कैमरास, एसी चार्जर ऑफ डिजिटल कैमरास। ये अलग अलग टाइप के डिजाइन है। ये डिजाइन स्ट्रक्चर रहता है, अलग अलग कंपनी के हिसाब से हम डिजाइन स्ट्रक्चर करते हैं। ये देखिए, अलग अलग उसका सब डिटेल्स मेंशन किया रहता है। कोई कंपनियां रहती है उनके स्टैंडर्ड के हिसाब से काम करना पड़ता है, और कोई कंपनियां हमें डिजाइन करने को देती है। तो हम डिजाइन करते टाइम ऐसे स्ट्रक्चर देखते हैं कस्टमर का, ये स्ट्रक्चर रहता है। अब ये है एलईडी बल्ब का, इसमें इतने पार्ट यूज होते हैं।
Nilesh,
हाँ हाँ सर।
you have to wrap up a little bit faster now.
यस सर, यस सर।
Because,
तो इसके हिसाब से हम डिजाइन करते हैं, और डिजाइन करने के बाद जो फाइनल रहता है प्रोडक्शन, यहाँ पे डिजाइन हो जाता है। तो ये यहाँ पे यूज किया है। ओके, तो हमें इतना ही है कि स्टार्टअप में बहुत सी अपॉर्चुनिटी मार्केट में है अवेलेबल अभी। तो बहुत से लोग उसमें एक बार नॉलेज लेके आप कर सकते हो, काफी चीज हमसे मिल सकते हैं, और मैं उसके लिए सपोर्ट भी कर सकता हूँ। तो वेरी गुड स्टार्टअप बिजनेस आइडियाज है यहाँ पे। तो थैंक यू सो मच।
thank you, Nilesh.
Yeah.
It was a fantastic presentation, and actually yours was first-hand experience. See,
Yeah,
we are as
exactly.
academicians, we just cannot share this particular thing with our peers or students. Thank you, Nilesh.
Thank you, sir.
So, I think you might have got the thought process which have gone behind this particular session. Earlier, the session was which we designed was entirely purely academic in nature. But then when the DYPATIL Institute shared with us that there are going to be students also in the audience, then we thought that let us take this opportunity and try to make it more of a practical kind of thing instead of just an intellectual treat for teachers. So if you're just gone through what Professor Tambe shared, one statement which he made was almost 90% startups, they fail. And then what Nilesh shared with you is, he started with knowing the market first. Then he decided, he locked on the product, and then he started thinking about how to design that particular thing and then how to realize it. So when I was discussing this particular thing with my friends and the people who are working in industry, I realized that the startups which generally fail, they put too much emphasis on design without understanding the market. So, on the other side, I was finding it's very difficult to convince one startup or entrepreneur to share what they are doing with all of you. So I really thank Nilesh that he agreed to share what he is actually doing with all of us. So to students, what we have understood, see, because this was also a learning experience for us. Design thinking, it's an academic topic, and connecting it with startup and entrepreneurship, that is entirely a different endeavor. So what we understood was giving too much emphasis for design at the start may not be a good approach. If you really want to go into startup, I think you need to first understand the market, get experience in marketing first, understand the products, then think about design and manufacturing. So what Nilesh has shared with all of us. So thanks, Nilesh. Then while we were discussing, Nilesh shared one interesting point, which is faced by all the startups like him. And that point was, he was having a limited customer base. And generally the startups, and they want to go online. And that's where they're facing the issues. About online, again, we realize that there are two fascinating categories. There are some startups which are fully online. And when we discussed the thing, that means we conducted a little bit survey, we understood that 80% students, they perceive that startups means online. That means startup and online startup. These things have become something like synonymous. And that was the reason why almost 90% startups are not that much successful. And the startups which are actually in manufacturing something, they face issues to go online. So this point was a really interesting one. Then we thought that let us incorporate Dr. Sunil Joshi, sir. He has first-hand experience in how a startup can design their online or internet marketing strategy. That means how they can leverage internet to go online. So now I request Sunil Joshi, sir, to share how a startup or entrepreneurship can design how they can apply design thinking to market their products using internet. Over to you, Sunil Joshi, sir.
Right, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, how much time is left for me so that I can complete?
Let us check with the organizers. Madam, Priyanka, madam.
Yes, sir.
How much time Dr. Sunil Joshi, sir, had?
Sir, 15 to 20 minutes, sir.
Right, ma'am. Thank you.
You can take 20 minutes.
Thank you. Yeah. I'm sharing my slide. Can you see my slide?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So now we are in the last step, last point in this particular discussion. So, developing an internet marketing strategy for business. So this title is apt for all the entrepreneurs who are going to start their business, or they have already started but not yet implemented the internet strategy properly. Now, why this strategy is important? There are some reasons. All the customers now in this world are online. Everybody is using smartphones and everybody is surfing a lot in the internet, right? As well as the business, if we go online, the business visibility will become worldwide. Each and every person in the world can actually know you, recognize you, with your, internet presence, right? So it allows you two-way communication also, okay, throughout the world, right? And on the other side, it is very cost effective, right? Now, if you wish to run a particular internet ad campaign on the internet, right? And if you wish to run, publish your physical ad on the newspaper, in the newspaper, right? So it is very costly one. The same thing, you can do it here through online also, but it is also very cost effective, right? As compared to these traditional, publishing your ad in the newspaper, right? And why you should do it? Your competitors are doing it. So that is why you have to do it, right? So to go ahead, we are going to see 6 points by using which any entrepreneur, can go, they can start thinking, at least they can start thinking with respect to the online presence of their business, right? First is points need to be remembered while developing a website. We are going to discuss these points. Second, e-commerce. Now, the company or businesses who are having their products, and if they wish to go online, if they wish to sell their products online, there are some platforms available on the internet by using which they can actually, sell their products, and they can reach, throughout the world as well as throughout India, right? Next is search engine marketing and optimization. So this is very important part if you wish that your website or your web link should be on top 10 or top 20. It depends, or it all depends on the search engine algorithms. Different websites. So for example, Google is having their own search engine algorithm, which actually ranks your web pages depending on the ranking of your web page, right? So Yahoo is having some different, Bing is having different algorithms, right? Now, actually search engine gives the rankings to your web pages. Now you have to build your web page like, very impressive, as well as you have to implement some of the points that we are going to discuss here in this particular point, right? Now let us go ahead. Online advertising. So this is very important if you wish to go online, and if you wish to reach the audience, all over India, all over world, then you have to go for this online advertising. Now here in this particular step, we are going to discuss, in this point, we are going to discuss, the platforms, online advertising platforms, which are available on the internet by using which you can actually sell your product online. Next is mail marketing. Now, mail marketing is very useful for the entrepreneurs or the companies to engage customers with their products, to engage, to explain what you actually are doing currently. So there are many advantages of mail marketing. And lastly, listing of your business website. There are some of the business listing websites. Listing portals are available. So you can actually list your websites on those portals so that your visibility will get increased, right? So let us start with the point number 1, that is points need to be remembered while developing your website. Now, before going to directly jump to that point, let us first understand, I think I'm assuming that here in this particular audience, you don't know about what is internet, what is www, and what is the website actually, right? So what is www? Let me just simplify this, definition of World Wide Web. World Wide Web, which is also known as a web, is a collection of websites stored on these servers and connected to local computer through internet. So that means there are millions of web servers which are available worldwide. Your website is stored on the web server, okay, and which can be accessed through internet by the user. Now, what is this web server? What is this web server?
Sorry,
Yes, sir.
sorry to interrupt you. See, due to the time crunch, can we directly discuss the more interesting points for a startup, like how to manage money and these things?
Right. Okay.
Sorry, I'm disrupting
No, it's
your
okay.
flow.
No, it's okay.
We hardly have now 10 minutes with us.
Right. So points, let us just jump to this point. Points need to be remembered while developing a
With the only one thing, I'm just disrupting Dr. Sunil Joshi, because when we're discussing with the startups, one of the major concern of theirs was how they can design money management system. That means whenever they are going online, how they should manage online payments. So that's why I'm just requesting Sunil Joshi sir to spend more time on that. Thank you, Sunil.
Okay. So shall I continue with these points? I mean, points need to be remembered. There are 3 points which a business or the entrepreneur should actually need to know or need to implement in their website. So there are 3 categories. Create a homepage that converts. Second point is building relationship and trust with the customer. And the third is generate leads and finding customers. Let us see one by one. Create a homepage that converts. So while developing a website, you should actually create your homepage, which has simple and clear navigation, write effective and meaningful headlines. So that catchy headlines should be there on your homepage, so that the user who actually comes on your web page should not go out, should not close your window. He has to stick to your web page, right? So you have to implement that your website like that way. 1 or maybe 2 call for actions. So call for actions are nothing but the actions that you want the user to perform on your web page. For example, if you are having a subscribe to our newsletters, that particular form, then you can have it on your homepage, so that if you the customer or the user wants to engage with you and wants to know about your products, then he may put up his email address in that particular subscribe, and he may subscribe to your newsletter, so that he will get the emails on daily basis. Next is building relationship and trust. Now, while developing your website, you should actually share your story to build relationship with the customer, right? So you can write, you can have the paragraphs, or you can have the videos or pictures on who you are, why did you start your business. Like these points, you have to emphasize on these points, so that you can build relationship and with the customers. Now, gather and publish testimonials. These are also very important. If you are having, let's say, Elite Power just told that they are having their client as Immersion, so they can actually put up their logo on their website, so that we are having clients such as Immersion, and these are big companies, right? So to build relationship, you just have to put the testimonials of CEO of that company and all that, so that you can build relationship with the customers, the so-called customers or upcoming customers. Next is have the customer support on your web page, so that chatting functionality as well as ticketing system in the website, so that you can have the two-way communication between your website or your company and your client or user. Next is add badges, logos, and certifications on your web page. So let's say you are having the ISO certification, then you can have that logo included in your website, right? So it actually builds trust in amongst the customers, right? If you are having, say, in collaboration with, say, Immersion, and any other companies, then you can have the collaboration matter on your website so that it actually, relates to the customer. Next is remove risk and offer a guarantee. As Dr. Kadam sir said, that see, if you want to sell your product through your website, then you should have to include these parts, so that warranty, payments, and price guarantee. So it is important. Now, last point is generate leads and finding customers. Now, to in your website, you should actually have the form for collecting the. You should have the form for collecting the customer details, right? Let's say you are having a product. Instead of displaying all the content of your product on that particular page, you can actually have some information hidden, so that you can actually collect the customer details from them, and then you can contact them directly, right? Next, integration with the social media. So you should have the YouTube. If you are not having YouTube channel, you can create your YouTube channel. If you are not having Facebook page, you can create your Facebook page or Twitter account, so that you can just have the one-to-one relationship with your customers. And if you are, say, having a Facebook page, if you post something, then the post which you are actually posting on your Facebook page will reach to many people if they like that particular post, right? So that this strategy is also very effective. Now, offer visitors a special discount. If you are running online product, if you are selling product online, then you can actually visitors, you can give special discounts, right? Next is e-commerce. The next point is e-commerce, which if you are having a product, you are a product-based company, and if you wish to sell your products online, then there are actually 4 ways that you can actually go online and you can sell your product. First, concept is hosted e-commerce platform. Now, what do you mean by hosted e-commerce platform? So there are some websites available on the internet by using which you can actually use their functionality. You can just create your account on their website, and they will create a subdomain for you, and your website is ready. And you just have to upload your product details, products, and you can sell your products online, right? Next is self-hosted e-commerce platform. So here, what we have to do is we have to purchase a domain and the hosting server, right? So this WooCommerce and Magento are the e-commerce platforms, open source e-commerce platforms which are available on the internet. You can make use of those platforms to build your e-commerce platform. You can self-host those platforms on the server, right? Or the last point, the last thing, if you wish to sell your product online, there are online marketplaces available like Amazon, Flipkart. You can make use of them. You can just have a tie-up with them and you can sell your products online. And the last point is developing own e-commerce platform. So you can also develop your own e-commerce platform like Amazon and Flipkart. But for that, you just need to build your e-commerce platforms from scratch. Next, search engine optimization and marketing. Search marketing, let us just first understand what is this search marketing. Search marketing relates to any tactic that helps brand get attention by appearing on search engine result pages. Now, if you do have your website, and if you wish to your website should be listed in google.com or say yahoo.com or bing.com on top 10, then see, there are some optimization techniques available, optimization techniques as well as marketing strategies, search engine marketing strategies that you need to apply so that your web page or your products page will appear in top 10 in the search engine page. So there are two major categories of search marketing. First is SEO, that is search engine optimization. And the second one is search engine marketing. Now, search engine optimization is nothing but how you can implement the organic strategies to your website to list your website in top 10, right? There are some strategies by using which you can actually list your website in top 10, or it depends on, actually it depends on the Google algorithm, how the Google ranks your page, right? So it all depends on the quality of your web page. It all depends on your quality of your website, right? Now, second thing is SEM, that is search engine marketing, which uses paid strategies to appear in the search. So you can make use of Google advertising platforms for actually using this search engine marketing. So you have to pay some amount to this Google ads so that your web page or your link will appear in top 10. Like you might have seen that ad, it is coming like as ad advertisements, right? In top as well as on the right hand side top, you might have seen those ads in Google, right? So you just have to pay for it. Next is SEO. What do you mean by SEO? Let us see one by one. What is SEO? I think I don't have time, but shall I jump to the next point, so that there are actually three techniques of SEO which you can implement. First is on-page SEO, technical SEO, and off-page SEO. Now, let me just explain in short this on-page SEO. On-page SEO is nothing but implementation of your or grouping the text and the other contents in your web page properly. For example, redundancy you have to remove. Then you should have headings implemented in your website. Then next thing is you should have to implement the tags, meta tags, description, keywords, and you should have the keywords which are actually important in your home page as well as in each and every web page, right? So, you should have to use images which has smaller in size, so that when a particular customer wants to open your website, then it will load on their system immediately, right? Regardless of the internet connectivity. Now, next is technical SEO. Technical SEO is nothing but it all depends on the loading of your website on the client system, right? Now, if say there are three types of hostings available globally. First is shared hosting. Second is virtual private server hosting. Third one is dedicated server hosting. And nowadays, cloud hosting is also there, right? Now, if you make use of shared hosting, now your website is shared on the web server amongst others. So, it is very cheap also, cost effective, but the resources which are using, which uses your website will be shared amongst other websites also. So ultimately, the time it takes to load on the client system is very high, right? So that you should think of the technical specifications of the technical specifications of the web server also while purchasing the web server, right? So you may choose shared hosting, you may choose virtual private server, you may choose dedicated server, but apart from, there are some differences, so there is no time, so that let us go ahead. Third one is off-page SEO. Now, off-page SEO, search engine optimization technique, that means you have to, your website link has to be linked with the other websites. So that is called as backlinks. you just have to create your websites links, backlinks in another websites. Let's say I'm having the website as elitepower.com, right? So elitepower.com, I have to I have to have the backlinks of this elitepower.com in other websites. Other websites means what? You may say the business websites or business listing websites, or you may be having some other blog, related blog, your company's related blogs. There are many blogs are available. And if anyone is asking any question regarding your product or any services, then you may have to answer that question. And then down there, you make use of your website link, your name, your designation, and your website link, so that you can just create the web links, the backlinks of your website like that. Now let's go ahead. There are techniques you can use SSL, secure socket layer, for your. Now let us go here, search engine optimization or search engine marketing. Now search engine marketing, in search engine marketing, what we do, we actually pay to the advertising platforms to increase our ranking in search engines like Google, and attract qualified traffic to your website, right? So you can pay to Google advertising to search your website on top, right? To pay, the amount is also very nominal. There are some online advertising platforms available on the internet. We can make use of these advertising platforms to sell our product, increase the sale in our product. So Google ads, Facebook ads, Instagram ads, Quora ads, Microsoft ads, Truecaller ads, and there are many ad platforms which are available. We can make use of those online advertising platforms. Now last is mail marketing. Email marketing is a powerful marketing channel. See, you can actually build the relationship with your customer using mail marketing. If you wish to, as I explained, you can have a subscribe button on your website, and you can get the email address of the customer. Then you can build relationship with the customer, and you can share the product information, services of your company with them, so that like that you can actually maintain the relationship with your customers. Let's say if a customer purchases a product online through your website, then the invoice and all that you are going to share with them through internet, through mail only. Next is the features of this mail marketing are low cost, reach an already engaged audience, and deliver targeted messages, then drive revenue, easy to get started, easy to share the information, reach a global audience through internet, and instant impact. The impact is instant, right? Now there are some top free business listing websites where you can list your web page or website online by, it allows the potential customers to reach you while searching for the services, products, facilities you are offering without even knowing your name, right? So if you post or if you put your company details, your product details in these business listing websites, regardless of your company name, people will come to you through these websites. So thank you very much. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all the panel members. Now I would like to request participants, if you would like to ask any questions, you can ask either either unmute yourself, or you can ask the question by writing it in chat box. Participants.
Yeah, I want to ask one question to Dr. Joshi.
Yes, sir.
Sir, I want to open my new website and I will
Mhm.
write the blogs on that. Then how
Okay.
can I increase the search of those blogs? Means the website is old, then searching will be easy, and website is new, searching will be difficult. Is it likewise?
So it depends, I mean, on the website that you have written and how old your website is, right?
Oh,
Now, it depends on the algorithm, the Google algorithm, who actually ranks your web link. And depending on the rank, it displays the result accordingly.
okay. Means website is different and web link is different.
Website incorporates a link. That means
Okay.
a website is having a link,
Uh,
which is called as a domain name,
mhm.
right? Which has your brand name as well as the domain extension, right? So like if Raymond is there, then Raymond.com. Raymond is your brand name and .com is the domain extension. And in combination with these two parts, it becomes a link. You can say it as a link and also a domain.
Okay, so thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I would request again, if anybody would like to ask question, he can ask directly either by unmute yourself and can write in chat box as well.
Madam, I would just like to summarize.
Yes, sir.
While preparing for this particular session, our own takeaway, that means the things which we have understood as a group. There are 4 things which we have understood. First is, if a startup is there or if an entrepreneur is there, then they should not overdo design thinking. That's what the feedback which we got from the startups and entrepreneurs with which we have interacted. The second thing is, all the successful startups, design thinking was their third priority. The first one was understanding the market. The second thing was locking on a particular product. And then the design thinking process started, that how to design that particular thing. And then the third lesson which we have understood was design thinking should not be restricted only to design a particular product or a process. It has to be involved in each and every activity involving a startup. That means right from designing up to marketing. And then there is no end for a design thinking. So these are what we have understood. Yeah, over to you, madam.
Thank you, sir. Now I would extend my thanks to all the panel members to provide a deep insights on adapting design thinking in startups and entrepreneurship, and that too as a practical approach. I do believe that your valuable inputs will definitely be a booster for emerging entrepreneurs and all the academic fraternity. Thank you once again to all the panel members.
Thank you.
I would like to request everyone participants over here. Our next session will be start within 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes.
Hello.
Problems can't be solved by using the same kind of thinking. For it, 4Ds, discover, define, develop, and deliver are essentials. The process of redefining problems, understanding the challenges, and coming up with an innovative solution is what design thinking in the right direction. And it's an honor that we have with us Mr. Vineet Raj Kapoor, sir, who will highlight the roadmap of design thinking, how to think right. Mr. Vineet Raj Kapoor, Dean at Chitkara School of Arts and Design, Chitkara University, is also a founder advisor to Excel Design School, knowledge partner in user interface, user experience, and game design with TCS Ion. He is India skill expert for industrial design technology mentor and trained the Indian team for world skills. Sir is also a jury member at Serious Play Awards, University of Central Florida, USA, at Wharton QS and Smart India Hackathon. Sir is a blended of academician and one who knows the business requirement of entertainment business. He has organized industry summits and successfully lead the Indian delegations of filmmakers, distributors, animations, and gaming studios to ACE Fair, South Korea every year. Team mentored by Sir won first and third prize at Smart India Hackathon 2017. Sir has designed a virtual reality product system model for commandos of Indian Defence Services and also designed a hybrid application for early detection of sleep disorders for doctors of Jamia Islamia. Sir has also handled risk management projects for Tata Risk Management Services and SR Groups. He led teams of engineers for safety audits. Beside this, SGS ITS, a leading engineering college at Indore, has adopted a course developed by Vineet Raj Kapoor for training future digital or physical products. Sir is a resource person for various conferences and seminars. Prominent among them are Concord University, Seoul, Punjab University, Tetra School Air Force, Kurukshetra University, etc. Beside this, he has authored 2 books. We welcome you, sir. I would like to request our director, ma'am, Dr. Meghna Villare, ma'am, to felicitate Mr. Vineet Raj Kapoor, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to request Mr. Vineet Raj Kapoor, sir, to take us on a voyage of design thinking, how to think right. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. I'll just share my screen and we'll start. Basically, my approach is a little different. Like, I don't think about design thinking as just a process. I think about it as an environment, right? So I'll share points on how to think right. So if you have to think right, you have to first understand how we think. In fact, major part of my discussion today will be how we think, so that you are able to modulate your thinking towards thinking right. And this is a double entendre, like in the sense, how to think right also means how to use your right brain to think. So let me proceed. So there is a little introduction here, so I'll just skip that. You have in fact more than justified the introduction. So this was just an introduction. Usually I have in the start of my presentation, so I'll just skip this and reach okay, these are a couple of books that I wrote, And I usually write quotations. Even today morning, I've shared one with Sandeep Sarkare sir. So I'll just mention that because it is usually I'll try to write about what I am doing now. So today's quotation was about does your system afford multiple user journeys, or how many user journeys does your system afford? So we can discuss this at the end if you want. So starting with how to think right. So about right brain, the knowledge about right brain actually started very late in maybe about 1950s, that there is something called the right brain. And now it is an established fact. So how to think right, fortunately or unfortunately, has got its roots in that invention, discovery, or whatever you can call it. In fact, Dr. Roger Wolcott Sperry got the Nobel Prize for that. So let us proceed. This is our brain. As we understand, we may have discussed often about how the left brain is logical and how the right brain is creative. And these are some of the words you can associate with parts of the brain. And as we proceed, we take a look further down on the left and right brain. So this is the right side of the brain. And of course, you can find these graphics on the internet, but mainly the purpose is to just understand that both sides of the brain operate a little differently. Right? We will take a look at how the left and right brain work or coordinate down the line. But right now, some kind of stats that were available say that 41% of us are left brained, 27% are right brained, and 32% are balanced or mid brain, or who can combine both much better. Now 27 and 41 look to be very disparate, but I think it is more about the say 6% or 7% people who get conditioned because of the environment around us into adopting the right brain people who adopt the left brain thinking. So by force, they switch to left brain. So otherwise, I think this should have been a balanced kind of a thing. In fact, when humans originated, I think it was most of it was right brained. So let us understand what right brained is. This is an actual picture of brain. And when you cut the brain down the middle, there's something called corpus callosum. We'll find more about that. But both sides of the brain, there have been experiments where they actually cut both sides of the brain to understand the working. We'll discuss soon. So this is an early split brain research. This is a video. Maybe we may not have much time to look at all of it. So I'll just take a look at some of it. I think, yes.
Everything we human beings ever do, no matter how ordinary it seems, has a complex beginning in our brains. Finding out how the brain does this work is a study that has fascinated scientists for centuries. One puzzling aspect of the study is the fact that all our activities are controlled not by one brain, but by two interconnected half-brains. Why do we have a double brain? Dr. R.W. Sperry of the California Institute of Technology is seeking the answer. Working with him on a series of unique experiments is Dr. Michael Gazzaniga. The brain is, of course, is an enormously complex structure. In fact, it's kind of redundantly complex. We have two cerebral hemispheres, and in the body we have two kidneys, we have two lungs. We have this double nature throughout the whole body system. Now, we know that the lung and the kidney can operate separately and independently, but it becomes a fascinating question to know whether the two cerebral hemispheres can operate separately and independently, or how dependent are they? Well, the way to get at this question would be to separate the two cerebral hemispheres by the major intrahemispheric connection. And we do this surgically in the cat and monkey by sectioning this structure, as can be seen in this half brain section. It is called the corpus callosum, and it has over 2 million nerve fibers, and they richly interconnect the two halves of the brain. Once this is
Okay, I just wanted to show you a film from those eras. This is an actual film from those eras. We will take a look at the kind of experiments they did. Like we can talk about it in the later these things.
Why do we have a double?
Yeah. So basically, he got a Nobel Prize for this. He was doing work on split brain research. So he did conduct experiments using animals where the brains were either split or rewired to understand how things work. There was a very famous cat experiment, a famous rat experiment, which showed that, in fact, many people say that more than 80% of the research about brain is originating from this very research about split brain. We hardly know much about brain, and understanding about brain will help us think innovatively. That's why I'm introducing this concept to you. In 1950s and 60s, neurosurgeons had been trying to help people with epileptic seizures. So they tried one experiment where they completely separated the two halves of the brain. So the cutting through the corpus callosum, which means they separated those millions of wiring that was connecting both of the brains. What happens is when, for example, our eye sees something, if the left eye sees something, it is also transmitting that knowledge. And it is being shared by both parts of the brain who can make use of that information. So they tried by separating both brains so that only one part gets the information. It is a very interesting experiment if you want to go through it. So basically, like, he wanted to answer a simple question: nature or nurture. So for example, in rats, what he did was he reconnected the nerves of the legs. He cross-connected them. So which means the nerve which should connect the right leg was connected to the left leg, and the nerve which was going to connect the left leg was connected to the right leg. What happened was he set up a platform which could deliver shocks in different areas. So when he would deliver a shock to the right leg, the left leg will retract because of this cross connection. So his major assumption was that if he could continue doing that, delivering that shock, somewhere the body or the mind will come to know that it is now connected differently, and soon the rat should learn. But he was so surprised that the rat never learned. So he concluded that the brain is knowing about this wiring on a permanent basis. So any rewiring is not the brain will never acknowledge any rewiring. So this was a wonderful experiment which showed how our brain and our body is connected. Right? So let us take more look at the left brain and right brain. There are wonderful like theorizations done by Arthur Koestler based on Roger Walcott Sperry's theory also. So, okay, first again, taking a look back at the brain. So they are like twins. So they're separate. They're not same, right? So which means both think differently, and we'll see how our thinking develops. Like as a child, see, when you're a little kid, basically you're learning by experimenting or trying. So which brain is in demand? The right brain. The logical brain is the left brain. So we are not doing by logic, we are doing by trying. Like for example, we want to walk. We try to walk. We do not sit with a book about walking and learn it. We try to walk. We try to hold. We try to ring. We try to do everything. So we learn by trials. So that is the basic nature of human is from right brain. Like we do everything by trials. Somewhere down the line, of course, a lot of theory was generated and the left brain also came into being. But largely it was all right brain oriented. So everything must be tried. That is a gestalt psychology. So our body slowly adjusts to handle multitasking. So we can walk as well as talk or later. And that is how we keep on growing. So the right brain is the go-to brain till we are maybe about 6 years, and suddenly we land up at school. Now we are told that you can learn by just reading and answering. So if you can answer, you're knowledgeable. So at 6, now your world is turned upside down and the left brain is the main brain. So everything has to be remembered. Again, the left brain is in the game. So we learn script, grammar, make sentences. So fine. As soon as they create this bucket in the first few years, then suddenly a deluge of knowledge comes in. All endless next 12 years, they'll keep pouring information into the brain and everything goes to our left brain. So it is kind of a zalzala, what we say. So for 12 long years, we move ahead on the left brain. So every performance that is being acknowledged, every clap that comes is by because of the performance of the left brain. And unless, of course, there are kids who rebel and they rescue their right brain and keep on the right brain, but they start failing in the exams or their grades keep dropping because all our testing, our examination is left brain oriented. The entire the core of like, for example, our pedagogy is about rote as a start. Rote, understanding, logic, everything is based on the left brain. So the Bloom's theory, the core remains the left brain. The right brain is acknowledged at the highest level only at level 6, which hardly gets tested in our examination system. So anyway, so, and our teachers, our parents all collaborate and show us report after report about the quality of our rote and logic. So suddenly I won't even say suddenly, means you end up deciding that the left brain is the go-to brain and it is invincible. It is the most important thing. If you're logical, if you're you're supposed to have a high IQ, then you are the best person in the class and you are supposed to get good career. So that is how we develop. From right brain, we suddenly shift to left brain and we remain with it for a long time. And as we saw in the previous figures, that 41% will continue to remain with their left brain for their entire life, which is kind of tragic because as Dr. Sperry found that the left brain cannot solve problems. It cannot. Only the right brain solves problems. Moving ahead. Yes, of course. One thing our body the adrenaline also kicks in during these years, and suddenly we realize that there are, all this time there were not one but two kind of kids, men and women, and we were only one of them. So the biology at least kicks in and tries to restore some respect to the right brain. So anyway, so the dominant side is getting decided by this time. So of course, there is a chance for the right brain to come back, and parents also at this stage, maybe towards the mid of the teens, ask for your help around the house. And again, without the right brain, problem solving is not possible. So the right brain comes into picture for some of the kids, at least. The kids who are helping with the house, who are trying to involve themselves in running the family or whatever. But the kids who are only bent on learning are relying too much on the left brain, and they do not allow their right brain to come back. Right? So if you have to bring back the right brain, you have to sacrifice. You may have to sacrifice the marks at the school and allow creative thinking. And if you want to just remember rote and win hearts, then right brain is out of the game. So coming to the point, I think you have learned the story of thinking. So that is the core of my talk today, that how to think right, which means how to allow your right brain to think so that you can solve problems. Right? There are some tools also suggested by people about the right brain, activating the right brain if you have lost touch with it. So meditation, playing musical instruments, having a hobby are simpler methods. Of course, in meditation, there's a yoga technique also, breathing through left nostril. And another trick is trying to use your less dominant hand, which means the left hand in most cases. So bringing both brains into activity means trying to use both the hands. So if you are adapted with it, you are able to balance out your mind. Anyway, now I'm getting back to the research, because I've explained how the brain functions and how the parts of the brain function so that they are able to help us solve problems. So we'll go through a journey of some experiments on psychology, behavior, and some people who contributed a lot before returning back to our favorites, Roger Sperry and Arthur Koestler. We'll return to them at the end of this, but first we'll take a look at some experiments so that we understand how like people have learned and what they shared by their learning. So in fact, learning has got its drawbacks because people can develop fears as a result of learning. So, of course, the two main people to whom we owe the field of psychology is Wilhelm Wundt. So he was the first formal person to have done experiments in psychology. It was not a very great experiment when we look at it today, but at that stage it seemed very, very like a breakthrough kind of an experiment. So he was trying to assess the speed of thought by measuring how long it took the test subjects to make a judgment. So he believed in reductionism. So he believed that consciousness could be broken down to its basic elements. And of course, William James. So he promoted something called radical pragmatism. So again, it was not a very complicated kind of concept. So they were actually the initiators of psychology. So like both of them kind of started together in different parts of the world to bring to life a field called psychology. But the people who later on, who basically learned either directly from them or learned through a person who was connected to them, have done the maximum work in bringing this forward. So now I'm going to take a look at some people who have done some breakthrough things. And this is largely around 1950s and 60s. Okay, Pavlov again is considered one of the earlier people, and in fact, he got a Nobel Prize in physiology. He worked on something called classical conditioning. Now, what happened was he would like he had a lot of dogs in that setup. Of course, there were animal rights people who would always oppose what experiments they did. And today, maybe nobody can do these kind of experiment. But of course, he had those dogs in the lab, and when they were, he noticed when they were fed, so they started salivating upon presentation of food. And very soon, their mind was so conditioned that any person, suppose if a lab attendant who will serve food was wearing a white coat, so when anybody with a white coat would come, the dog would start salivating. Later on, anybody who's coming even without food, but wearing a white coat, the dog would feel that food is being presented. And he also tried associating sounds with this. So if like there is a sound of the door opening and a white coat coming, and or there is some typical sound along with the person's appearance, then every time that sound would come, the dog will feel that the food is coming. Now even the white coat was not required. So this is how the human brain works. So it can be conditioned. Similarly, John Watson also did experiments in what we call behaviorism. So basically, this experiment was very controversial. It is called a Little Albert experiment. So basically, he wanted to condition a child to fear a white rat. So whenever they will present the white rat, they would make a huge sound in the background, a loud clanging sound. So the child started fearing the rat because somehow he associated the rat with that sound, and soon just the sound will be good enough for him to fear the rat, or even without the sound, now he'll fear the rat. So again, human conditioning was furthered by these experiments to understand how this happens. So he had read Pavlov, and he was very influenced by Pavlov's dog experiments. Then there is Skinner. Again, Skinner has done a lot of experiments. Some of them even show up in movies because he was also associated with trying to design missiles for World War. So those were pigeon guided missiles and things like that. But anyway, so he furthered it in behaviorism, where a rodent, basically a rat or something, would be given a food pellet or electric shock on basically pressing a lever. So so soon the rodent learned that which lever to press to get a food pellet, and if he gets a shock, what lever to press to stop the shock. So he understood that animals and or even humans, because the experiments were for that only, could learn very soon by themselves. So again, everything is right brain oriented. You don't learn by reading, you learn by doing in all of these experiments. These are experimental psychology. And Harry Harlow, what he did was he created two mothers for the rhesus monkeys, very small rhesus monkey children, you can say. So he created a mother rhesus monkey. One was covered with cloth so that when the monkey clings to that cloth, they may soon feel warm. Whereas other mother was just a wire monkey. And he tried to condition the monkeys by giving food. sometimes through this monkey, sometimes through that monkey. But he soon learned that whichever mother he gave the food through, the monkeys always were clinging to the mother which was covered with cloth. So this was a very different experiment from the previous ones we have discussed. What happens is he understood that there was a powerful effect of love on development or learning. So these monkeys will go to the wire monkey when the wire monkey gives food, but all the other time they will be clinging to the cloth monkey, even if the cloth monkey doesn't deliver food. So this influences our understanding of child development. As a teacher, you understand all of these experiments hold huge meaning, and how we can think right and how we can innovate our processes as a teacher, or we can like kickstart innovation in children through these. And Solomon Ash, this is a wonderful experiment. You should know this because it is some kind of a teaching environment in which Solomon Ash did his experiment. And interestingly, what experiment was there? Like he would sit about 5-7 kids or maybe grown-ups in a class. He would draw 3 lines, A, B, and C. And then he would draw a 4th line, you can call it X or whatever. And he would ask which line out of A, B, and C is of same length as X. And now what he had done was, in the class, he had only one real student. All of the other students were like a magician when they put stooges. So there was only one innocent participant. And what happened was, whenever he asks a question, suppose X is equal to B, but his stooges would reply first. Immediately they'll jump up and maybe everybody starts saying A is the right answer. So what happened was, the innocent participant or the real participant who was unaware that others are not real participants, the innocent participant would confirm to the others, even while he knew that maybe B is the right answer. But if everybody is saying A, he will also say A. So he proved, or he understood, or he researched about this, that people will confirm even if they are confirm with others, even if they know that they are wrong. They know the right answer, but they will confirm to others. So this also contributes a lot to our thinking about human behavior. And that is how human behavior gets conditioned through these news channels. Even when you know you're right, but people are continuously saying a thing and you start believing that that is the right thing to say. And Milgram's experiments, these experiments were quite dangerous also. He developed a machine which could deliver shocks, and he would bring 2 participants, like maybe one as participant will control the machine. He gave the machine to a participant that, okay, if that other participant will be asked questions, when he gives wrong answers, you will deliver a shock, and you decide the amount of shock you want to deliver. Right now, what would happen is, he found that 65% of participants were willing to deliver the maximum shocks, even when they knew that the other participant is in serious distress or trouble. Interestingly, don't get too bothered by this, because the other participant was a trained actor who would pretend to get shocks. There was no real shocks being delivered. The only thing was, yeah, a light shock would come when the participant would know that there is a shock, so that he can act out the shock. But interestingly, most of us, if I ask you right away that will you deliver a 400-volt electrical shock to another person, if I'm asking you, will you follow my orders, you will say no. But in the experiment, 65% people, even after saying no, will actually deliver. So people are willing to follow authority to the maximum level, even when they are knowing that this is the wrong thing to do. So I hope these experiments, I am not sure how many of you are aware of these experiments, but these experiments have huge importance in our learning of human behavior, because a lot of research that we know has been theoretical. I believe that the practical trials hold much more meaning, at least to me. And I've learned a lot from these experiments. But now we'll move to the main players, which we wanted to discuss. So Roger Walcott-Sperry, we have already seen what kind of experiments he had done with those rats with the left leg and right leg kind of a thing. But another interesting, a few more experiments, interesting ones was if he shows two, like if in a split brain patient where by accident the brain is now split, the corpus callosum is now divided. Now that the two brains can't talk to each other. In those experiments, if he suppose shows a circle and a square with each eye and is asked to say what he has just seen, he replies a square. And when you ask him, okay, draw what you have seen, he will draw a circle. Because one brain handles drawing, the other brain handles language. So, and if you ask him back, even if he has drawn a circle, and if you ask him what you have drawn, he'll say a square, because he was told to draw a square. There are even experiments of dreams with split brain people, patients, the same ones that we were discussing about in epilepsy. So some patients reported not getting any dreams after the split brain. So then he wired those patients and tried to understand, but he saw there was rapid eye movement, REM, and dreams were happening. So then they discovered that the dreams were being seen by one part of the brain, right brain, and being recorded by the other part of the brain, left brain. So in split brain people, there's no recording happening. So that was a problem. So now you understand how we learn, then we record. So these are very interesting things. Now I move to Arthur Koestler, because I learned about the right kind of thinking from Arthur Koestler way back in 1989 when I first read his book. In 89, during my MBA, I read his book called The Act of Creation, which is kind of the core of my understanding about creativity. And we'll now take a look at those kind of things that we learn from Arthur Koestler. So I hope that history, a little bit of history was not too bad on the ears. And it was, yes, Tejaswari split personality is also due to split brain, or it can also be due to a bad connection between brains, because I won't say that every brain is split from inside, but there is some kind of disconnect between brains, and that leads to split brain, split personalities. So now this is not exactly about split brains, because Arthur Koestler learned how the brain can solve problems. So I'll now talk about that kind of a thing. Like he says that when we start learning, so you can imagine that the curve that is going up is about information or knowledge. So our knowledge keeps on increasing when we are trying to solve a problem. But somewhere it meets a block, and then there's a catharsis. We are like, we get fed up of that knowledge mass because it is not leading to our answers. So what he realized was there is a need for a comic explosion or some sudden change in perspective. So in fact, the jokes that we enjoy most bring in a comic perspective to the build-up. So similarly, our brain also needs an intervention to solve problems. Because otherwise it will be like the curve on the left, it will just, knowledge will rise and will finally fizzle out due to no end in sight. So I tried to learn a little more or understand a little more about it on my own. And so this is how we interpret, like a person is moving around when he is trying to solve a problem, moving around on a plane, right? And there could be answers on a different plane. So when both the planes meet, you are able to climb to the other plane and solve the problem. So that is what we know as connecting the dots. So what is this plane? Now I can share my interpretations about these planes. So this is how the same catharsis can be interpreted in terms of planes. So he termed a coin or coined a word called biassociation. So biassociation of plane means that bringing in another at that stage when he was doing this research in, I think, 1960s. So he says that there are two conceptual systems, and one is a comic, jokes, humor, or irony that brings a new thought into our thinking. So of course it can be, nowadays it can be interpreted as bringing a new thing. It is not necessarily a joke or humor, but when we say in brainstorming you suspend thinking, so we are talking of the same thing, that if we want to think our way out of the problem, we'll never meet the other plane. So you suspend thinking, talk about funny solutions, because out of those funny solutions something will click. Here we can even discuss about the experiments, like even while making the atomic bomb, and the person who was doing the research, he was very fed up. After all the information, he was not able to control the atoms, and he like in his frustration, he just went out, took a break. He went out to some disco, I believe, and he was just sitting there on his side. And then he's noticed that there were so many people in that that disco or that club, and all were dancing, and so many people dancing, and still nobody's stepping on each other's shoes. So he was thinking, how is that happening? And he realized the music is controlling their legs. So there's an intervention which is unexpected. People are not controlling the legs. The music is in control of the legs. So that is how he broke through on like how to control the atoms in an atomic bomb explosion. So this is how an intervention from another place, or humor or irony or whatever, brings in perspective to our thinking. So for example, let us take a very simple example. So there is a generic space, there is a person, and there's an object. So for a person, there's a use, there's a medium on which you have to use it. So on the left hand side, if we take, so house. So the house, a resident needs a house to live on, land. Whereas on water, a boat is for a passenger to ride. So when we combine both, reassociate both, so a houseboat is where a person can be resident or passenger. He can live in as well as ride. So the medium is now water, and you need a resident. So now you can combine it. So what happens is creative thinking is like you combine two different researches, and then you end up in a new innovation or a new research or a new product. So that is how we understand how new products or innovations get done, right? So now this brings us to the design method. So anybody who would now like to discuss something, ask something? because now I'll just discuss on the ways, the different methodologies people follow. So any question at this stage, I'll try my best to answer. I don't know all of it.
So as the age grows, generally we do forget the things and we blame that the age factor is the issue. But there are the few people who do remember at latter age also, at 80s also. Good memory to remember. What's the difference?
जी, अगर मैं बोलूं कि I know how the brain works, it will be wrong, but basically that is more to do with how the brain, the life of the brain, how it works out, because there are diseases like Alzheimer's which are hardly understood even till date. Parkinson's, which, for example, our motor functions go wrong in Parkinson's. Similarly, in Alzheimer's, our memory recall goes wrong. So basically, it is more to do with the connect between the brains, and whichever part we are using less can also go weaker. But that is not directly related to something like design thinking. It is more of a medical issue. So
okay, sir.
I may not be able to help on that much, but yes, when we design products, we also look at, like recently there was this industrial design training that I collaborated with an international team, means consisting of Russians and Croatians, and I proposed a test project where they were trying to find solutions for somebody with Parkinson's disease, to how he would take food. And in fact, I was inspired for this problem by आपके Pune से हैं, Mr. Satish Gokhale. He's a wonderful industrial designer. So he had been working on this problem, and we had discussed this problem sometimes. So I was very inspired that, okay, let us look further into this problem. What other solutions are there in the world? So this is how we keep on inspiring each other and get inspired to solve problems. So it is only that if we keep a very open mind and always analyze information, always keep on learning, and never have a huge self-image, because our self-image is the worst thing that comes in between us and innovation. Like whenever a change comes, you will resist it if you have a self-image. So you have to be very open and always learn like a child that I know nothing. Means I always am wanting to learn a little more, a little more, a little more. Right? Although we are conditioned to behave as experts, so it is not very easy to do so. Right? I hope it makes it a little more.
Yes, sir, certainly. What you say, no, learn like a child. It's a very interesting thing. Everybody should follow that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ji. And any other questions? I don't know how much time we have.
So we have time 20 to 20 minutes, so 20 to 25 minutes.
Wonderful. So we can have a lot of discussions about I can say of some experiments or some ways people have solved problems. So I'll even discuss those.
Yes, sir. We have time, sir. Yes, sir. We have time, sir. And question answer round also over there, sir.
ठीक है जी. So question 20 minutes including the question answers?
No, sir.
ठीक है जी. Great. That is wonderful. So, okay. So I'll first discuss a common design methodology as it existed. Like there's the analytical phase, and there's the creative phase, and then there's the executive phase, which means generally all of these methodologies are more or less parallel. So they adopt to each other or adapt to each other. So of course, like you think about it, then there's a creative phase when you draw around it, try to draw a solution, and then you execute that solution. So whether it is a product, system, or a service that we are designing, so we can like solve problems by largely following this method. But of course, there has to be an iterative angle to all of it. So it is not just the same sequence all the time. So you can keep on switching between all of these phases to find the answer. So this is a generic method. I will go to very specific methods also. I'm sure in this workshop would already have seen the specific models, and you will keep on seeing them for the next few days. So that's why I pitched my entire discussion around a very different perspective. So this is the most common methodology that you get to see. Maybe you have already seen it today, or you'll get to see in the coming days. So we talk of empathizing, defining, ideating, prototyping, and testing. So in this model, typically when we say empathize is about learning about the audience or the user, then we try to define what is the problem. And because unless you define the problem, it is difficult to solve it. Although I may differ from this, I'll discuss that also later on. But they say that after you have learned about the user, you define what you want to solve. Right, good idea. And once you have defined, now you brainstorm and create solutions. So you may be drawing, you may be putting office stickies on the board. You do whatever you want to do, and you try and solve. Try to find a solution. And this is ideation is a lot of times a very collaborative phase. Then comes the prototype. So once you have defined your solution on the paper, you want to build it. Either it's a physical product, or you like build a process or service or whatever, or the product. And then you basically test it out. You give that product to somebody to use, and you observe the user, and then go back and again re-ideate and again prototype. So you keep on iterating till you fine-tune the product. In fact, this is sometimes your students may be asking, like, I want to do a business. I want to become an entrepreneur. So a lot of times they don't even differentiate that these two are different things. A business is ek dukaan bhi khol liya, business hai. But entrepreneur hai who is trying to solve a problem. So there's a major difference between them. So entrepreneurship, jo aajkal you also call it startup, but otherwise entrepreneurship has always been there. So whenever you feel you have a different answer, then you become an entrepreneur to provide that answer to the world. So अगर आप गए, आपने एक गोलगप्पे वाले के पास गोलगप्पे खाए और आपको मजा नहीं आया, तो वहीं पे एक प्रॉब्लम है और एक सॉल्यूशन है. अगर आप कहते हो कि इससे बेटर हो सकता है, then you do it. You provide the same service at a better level. So every time you are unhappy with something, so either you express your unhappiness or you see an opportunity. It's up to you. People who are who express unhappiness a lot of times are actually hampering their own innovation. People who basically take the unhappiness, keep it inside and work on it are the people who are innovators. They hardly will express unhappiness. They will take the unhappiness with them. ये फर्क मैंने at least महसूस किया. Like if you are too expressive about unhappiness, you are hardly going to be a problem solver. तो इससे आगे चलते हैं. दूसरा जिसको स्टार्ट में भी this is something, चलो इसको रहने देते हैं. This was something I tried to make on the same model, that empathize, define, ideate, sketch. So I tried to make attribute kind of a chart, like relationship. So what skills does one need to empathize? So you need some data analysis skills and some psychology understanding. But for defining, you don't need psychology, you need creativity and again data analysis. But for sketching or ideating, you need creativity and visualization and knowledge of materials. So suddenly the skill set keeps on changing. For prototyping, you need materials and engineering more and some visualization and creativity. But for testing, again, you're back to data analytics and some engineering, etc. Right? And of course, you require experience to prototype, but not to test. So usually you can have testers who are very young. or they're just the users. They do not need experience. So there are different aspects of our personality that combine to something. And to communicate again, now you need a lot of visualization and some understanding of psychology and language skills. So I like tried to find, I made this chart just to understand what should I suggest to which kind of a student. So I'll take a look at the left side and see what is the strong point of my student, and then suggest to the student. Suppose a student is strong in materials and engineering, so I think he's going to be good with materials and engineering, so he'll be good with creating of the products, not with other things. So everybody has got a different set that they belong, right? So in this manner, I am able to help my student on telling them on what they should focus on becoming. So this chart was a little helpful. This is just made by me. I don't know, I don't have any backing of any research for this. It is my understanding of how people fit in. Okay, this process was being discussed right at the start of the talk. So it is discover, define, discover, design, develop, and deploy. So deploy is also one part. So they call it 5D process. And interestingly, for every type of person, there's a different curve in this. But largely, when you look at it, so there are 5 steps. So again, define, they started define. So they assume that the understanding about the person will come second. So the discovery part happens later, or what earlier was being called as empathy. So they start with define and discover, and then they go for designing, and prototyping is like developing, and then deployment is also taken in this. So it may involve presenting and communicating the idea to people, besides delivering the final application. So some people also put a 6th D, which is demonstration. So otherwise it can be part of deploy also. So these are 2 most popular methods, although I don't subscribe to methods. I have also tried and developed my own understanding about design, which I call it the design process. So maybe some other day we'll discuss this one, but I call it divergence, emergence, synthesis, iteration, genus, and nurture as my design. The spelling is same, DESIGL. So divergent thinking was a term that was taught to me by Arthur Koestler in his book. And of course, he talked of convergence as the second step, which is more like define. But I am of a different thought process. So I believe that the answers kind of also emerge. They are not always converged. Converge is a synthetic process. So you force it to happen, whereas emergence is natural. So you have been with divergence for a little time. So for example, that atom bomb thing that we were discussing, it is more of an emergence of an idea than converging of ideas. So again, there are different schools of thought. So I came up with this method because I thought that it should be easy for students to even remember and understand initially when they are not very conversant with it. So and they should be able to understand it easily how it works. Fine. If required, we'll discuss this if we have time also. And this brings me to the end of what we were discussing. So we can have questions and we can discuss any part you want. And otherwise, I'll give you some information about different people, how they worked and designed good things. So I can share that. If we have no questions, I can share that. Can I share?
Yes,
जी,
sir.
ठीक है जी. So I'll talk about first about maybe Lee Corbusier. You have heard about Lee Corbusier? He basically is credited with designing Chandigarh, and world over he's known for a very functional way of designing architecture, which is very different from any other architect in the world. And people from France and other countries, of course, keep on coming to Chandigarh just to study Lee Corbusier's approach. So any of you have been to Chandigarh? So that I can try and relate to that.
No, sir.
Nahi, sirf I think Rahul Trivedi ji, he has been to Chandigarh.
Yes, I have been to Chandigarh. Yes.
ठीक. So Chandigarh में क्या है? We have got these sectors which are kind of the same. The beautiful 2:3 ratio जो national flag में भी होता है, 2:3 ratio is their length and breadth of each sector. It is a very ideal rectangle size. But what Corbusier did was, आप अब इसको imagine करने की कोशिश कीजिए. वो आप सोचो पूरा rectangle की साइड में walls हैं, right? Only middle से entry है sector में. Corner से entry नहीं है, जैसे हर शहर में होता है. Like you enter that sector from a corner. Right? Because that is the easiest. कि corner में से सीधे road गई, so आपको इतना लंबा घूम के नहीं आना पड़ेगा. But Corbusier thought that if everybody enters from the middle, and middle में उसने एक block बना दिया, यानी कि middle में समझ लो एक बहुत बड़ा roundabout है. Roundabout नहीं है वो. It is a huge chunk of land जिसमें कोई like school बना होगा, कुछ और बहुत बड़े-बड़ी चीजें बनी होंगी. So nobody can cross a sector from the middle. अब इसको सोचो इनोवेशन पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से. दिस मेंट दैट अगर कोई यंगस्टर एक तेज गाड़ी चला के जाना चाहता है, सो ही विल नेवर वांट टू गो थ्रू ए सेक्टर इन हाई स्पीड, बिकॉज like he cannot enjoy that ride. He has to go round and round instead of going straight. So that meant that all the mainstream traffic will remain out of the sector. Only people who want to go inside that sector to do some work only will enter it. So अपने आप traffic कम हो गया just by designing it right. ठीक है? And सारे जैसे मैंने बोला wall समझ लो सब तरफ. So all houses will have their back to the main road, जो कि आपके हर शहर में उल्टा होता है. Main road पे back नहीं होता. So Corbusier designed that main roads will have backs. So जिसके कारण कभी भी बच्चा दौड़ के घर से बाहर आएगा तो एक्सीडेंट नहीं हो सकता. दौड़ के जब घर से बाहर आता है बच्चा तो एक साइड रोड पे बहुत मिनिमल वाली रोड पे पहुंचता है. राइट? ये चंडीगढ़ आएंगे तो अब की बार आप ज्यादा अच्छा ऑब्जर्व कर पाएंगे नेक्स्ट टाइम जब वो. सो ही डिजाइंड. इसके अलावा बहुत कुछ है. मैंने अपने शौक के कारण ये खुद ही स्टडी करके बनाया है. कंक्लूजन मैंने कोई किताब नहीं पढ़ी अबाउट चंडीगढ़. I just kept the layout of the sector in front of me and I tried to understand what was happening. उसी से ये conclusions निकाले हैं. बहुत सारे निकाले हैं. ये मैं I am just discussing a few of them. So I believe that it is a marvel of architecture because उसने user journeys जो है, बच्चे की user journey, बूढ़ों की user journey सब बनाई है इसके अंदर. उसने सारे residents को imagine किया. हर सेक्टर में एक डिस्पेंसरी, एक स्कूल है ही है. तो अगर आप चाहो, अगर आप सरकारी स्कूल में पढ़ने से प्रॉब्लम नहीं है तो हर सेक्टर में स्कूल मिलेगा. बच्चे को सेक्टर से बाहर जाना ही नहीं पड़ेगा. कुछ खरीदना है तो सेक्टर से बाहर जाना नहीं पड़ेगा. हर सेक्टर में एक मार्केट. कईयों में बड़ी मार्केट्स हैं लेकिन हर सेक्टर में एक मार्केट तो है ही है. आपके डेली नीड्स तो वहीं मीट हो जाएंगे. आपके मंदिरों का दरवाजा घरों की तरफ कभी नहीं खुलता, क्योंकि मंदिर में कोई भी फंक्शन होगा तो भीड़ लगेगी, गाड़ियां खड़ी होंगी, तो कोई भी जगह नहीं है कि उसके कारण आपका घर ब्लॉक रहेगा या आपकी जिंदगी पे असर पड़ेगा. सो इस तरह के बड़े प्यारे इनोवेशंस के साथ उन्होंने सेक्टर्स का निर्माण किया. सो इसी को हम, जो इसका टॉपिक है हमारा कि हाउ टू थिंक राइट. सो बेसिकली हाउ टू थिंक राइट का सबसे बड़ा कोर एस्पेक्ट है द biggest aspect of thinking right is allowing space to your right brain. राइट ब्रेन काम कर सकता है बहुत सारा, हमने उसको साइड में रख दिया था जब बहुत लॉजिकल जर्नी पे गए थे, और हम अभी भी बहुत लॉजिकल जर्नीज पे प्रॉब्ली चल रहे हैं. सो राइट ब्रेन को जगह दीजिए, बस प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व होना इजियर हो जाएगा. और अपने बच्चों के भी, आपके स्टूडेंट्स, बिकॉज एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप, innovation, that is the key to tomorrow. So that will only happen if we provide space to the right brain. Providing space इतना simple नहीं कि चलो मैंने बेटा अलाउ कर दिया, तुम right brain से सोच लो. For example, अगर हम एग्जाम में definitions पूछते हैं तो हम लेफ्ट ब्रेन को ज्यादा तवज्जो दे रहे हैं. So मैंने डिसाइड किया था, like I will never ask for definitions. I will only see their understanding of definitions in solving of problems. I will never ask. We had a big argument in the university with the exam department and the registrar, where I clearly said, I am not going to ask information. I am going to see information in the projects. I will see whether they know it. I will not ask whether you know it. So एक major difference वहां से आया. I don't know कितना easy या मुश्किल है ये करना, आसान नहीं होगा, लेकिन एटलीस्ट इंटरनल असाइनमेंट में तो आप कर ही सकोगे. ठीक है, तो आई होप दिस हेल्प्स. ये जो कार्बूजियर वाला एग्जांपल है, दिस हेल्प्स यू अंडरस्टैंड कि कैसे कैसे कर सकते हैं हम. ठीक है, इसी तरह और भी है. मैं वॉल्ट डिज्नी का कोई एक एग्जांपल दे सकता हूं अगर हमारे पास वक्त है. वी हैव अ लिटिल मोर टाइम.
यस सर.
ठीक है जी, तो ये लास्ट एग्जाम्पल वॉल्ट डिज्नी का. सो वॉल्ट डिज्नी के तो बहुत प्यारे प्यारे एग्जाम्पल बहुत सारे हैं. सो उनके मतलब कितने एग्जाम्पल्स मैं दे सकता हूँ, बट एक एग्जाम्पल चलो करते हैं. डिज्नी वर्ल्ड खुल चुका है. सो डिज्नी वर्ल्ड जब खुल गया और उसमें पूरा कचरा इधर उधर लोग गिराने लगे, तो वॉल्ट डिज्नी का डस्टबिन लगाते हैं. ठीक है, मैंने कई बच्चों से भी पूछा है, आप लोगों से भी पूछता हूँ कि अगर कचरा लगाना है, कचरे के डब्बे लगाने हैं, सो कैसे लगाओगे आप? सो व्हाट हैपेंस इज, मोस्ट ऑफ द पीपल विल डू कि वो उठा के एक नक्शा लेंगे, उसमें इक्विडिस्टेंट पॉइंट्स मार्क कर देंगे, मे बी सर्कल में, मे बी एज ए ग्रिड. उस ग्रिड में दे विल पुट दिस डस्टबिन्स. लॉजिकल सॉल्यूशन. ठीक है, कोई भी इंजीनियर ऐसे ही करेगा, लेकिन वॉल्ट डिज्नी इंजीनियर तो नहीं है ना. सो उन्होंने क्या किया कि एक अपने कहीं खाने के स्टॉल पे गए, एक बर्गर खरीदा, एक टूरिस्ट की तरह घूमना शुरू किया, एंड वंस ही वाज लाइक गोइंग अराउंड लाइक ए टूरिस्ट. ही बेसिकली मतलब साइट सीइंग भी कर रहे हैं, जो भी कर रहे हैं, घूम फिर रहे हैं अपने उसमें, एंड जहां पर उनका बर्गर खत्म होता था फिर देखते थे आसपास कहाँ डस्टबिन. सो अगर नहीं मिला तो वहां लगा दिया. ऐसे करके उन्होंने, बिकॉज ये यूजर एक्सपीरियंस डिजाइन है, सो ही डिजाइन द एक्सपीरियंस ऑफ ऑल ऑफ द यूजर्स इंस्टेड ऑफ trying to be very mechanical about that solution. He was looking at the users as real people. तो यूजर एक्सपीरियंस डिजाइन कितना पुराना है, मतलब इतने अच्छे अच्छे लोग रहे हैं जिन्होंने हमारे यूजर एक्सपीरियंस को डिजाइन किया है. सो इतनी अच्छी और क्लियर सोच वॉल्ट डिज्नी में थी. और बहुत सारे एग्जाम्पल हैं वॉल्ट डिज्नी से जो हमें यही चीजें दर्शाते हैं अबाउट हाउ टू थिंक राइट. ठीक है, अब आई थिंक वी कैन टेक क्वेश्चंस, बिकॉज 20 मिनट मुझे कहे थे तो 21 मिनट हो गए हैं उस समय से. राइट, सो एनी questions or discussions you would like to have?
I would like to request participants, you would like to ask questions either by unmute yourself and or by write in a chat box.
और एक बार वो एटलीस्ट कैमरास ऑन कर लेते हैं, लगता है कि लोग भी सुन रहे हैं.
Yes sir.
मेरे को मजा ही नहीं आता.
Very wonderful presentation, sir. Very informative, knowledgeable, and your experiences were revealed here in your presentation, sir. Thank you for your presentation. I have one question, sir. Can we measure our right brain and left brain capacities? Any such instrumentation or technique?
Okay. इंस्ट्रूमेंटेशन तो काफी आ गया है ब्रेन एक्टिविटी लर्न करने का। तो एक्टिविटी और कैपेसिटी लेकिन अलग चीज होती है। कैपेसिटी एक वर्ड बड़ा लाइक एक अजब सा वर्ड है, बिकॉज व्हाट हैपेंस इज कैपेसिटी इज अबाउट स्टोरेज, राइट? तो स्टोरेज का काम तो लेफ्ट ब्रेन का है, इट स्टोर्स अ लॉट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन। प्रोसेसिंग का मेजर पार्ट राइट ब्रेन में हो रहा है, लाइक कनेक्टिंग द डॉट्स सारा राइट ब्रेन में होता है, तो उसकी कोई कैपेसिटी नहीं होती कनेक्टिंग द डॉट्स की। दो चीजें होती हैं, एक नॉलेज, तो नॉलेज तो ऑफ कोर्स नेसेसरी है। कई बार लोग इसको कहेंगे कितना याद रख सकते हो, मैं उसको सब्सक्राइब नहीं करता, बिकॉज मैं बोलता हूँ कि यार याद ना हो कोई बात नहीं, इंटरनेट यूज करो ना, सारी दुनिया करती है, ऑफिस में भी करोगे, तो व्हाई नॉट एज ए स्टूडेंट तुम करो। तो आई डोंट हैव एनीथिंग अगेंस्ट, वो चीटिंग वर्ड ही नहीं है हमारे यहाँ, इन्विजिलेशन वर्ड ही नहीं है। एग्जाम में क्या इन्विजिलेट करना है, ऑफिस में कौन इन्विजिलेट करता है? सो व्हाई इन्विजिलेट? आई गिव यू प्रॉब्लम, यू सॉल्व इट। यूज करो इंटरनेट, किताबें यूज करो, क्या है, प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करना सीखो। सो अप्रोच का है कि वो अप्रोच डेवलप करना है, ब्रेन की कैपेसिटी एक्सटेंड हो जाती है इंटरनेट से। सो ऐसे कि याद नहीं रख सकते, समझ लो। सो आप लिखते मत रहो, क्योंकि लिखते रहोगे तो समझोगे कुछ नहीं। सो लिखो मत मेरी क्लास में सुन लो और समझ लो। एक बार ही समझ में आ गया, जैसे अभी आपको कुछ एक्सपेरिमेंट बताए, समझ में आ गए तो बहुत है। आपको वो ना भी मिले, आपको याद भी ना रहे क्या था, लेकिन आपको ये पता है कि बॉस ब्रेन में कुछ पार्ट है जो ऐसे कंडीशन है, दे विल नेवर बी रिवायर्ड। जो बॉडी के मैकेनिज्म्स हैं, दे विल नेवर बी रिवायर्ड इवन इफ यू ट्राई। वेयर एज बिहेवियर कैन बी रिवायर्ड, वो हमने बिहेवियर के एक्सपेरिमेंट से समझ लिया। सो बस ये दो चीजें समझ ली। लोगों ने एक्सपेरिमेंट किए थे, मुझे सोलोमन का क्या किया था सोलोमन ने नहीं भी याद रहेगा, लेकिन मुझे पता है कि एक क्लास में या एक ग्रुप को आसानी से मैनिपुलेट करा जाता है, ये कोर उसमें समझ आ गया कि वो बंदा कंफर्म करेगा। जो हम देखते हैं मॉब मेंटालिटी में कि मतलब 4 लोग मिलके पूरी दुनिया को गलत रास्ता दे सकते, तो वो हम सीख पा रहे हैं उसमें से कि ऐसा होता है। अब इसको हमें किस तरफ ले जाना है वो हमारी मर्जी है। हमें सोलोमन की याद रखने की जरूरत नहीं है, हमें सोलोमन का एक्सपेरिमेंट समझ में आ गया, बस बहुत है। सो इस तरह मतलब मैं समझता हूँ कि अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट एंड देन इंटरप्रेटिंग एंड कनेक्टिंग दैट, ये है जो सिखाना है बच्चों को। क्योंकि डॉट कनेक्ट करना हमें भी सीखना है, ऑफ कोर्स। हम बच्चों को हम ये नहीं कह सकते ना हम ऊपर हैं और हम सिखा देंगे, हमें खुद भी सीखना है। हम डॉट कनेक्ट करते रहे एंड आस्किंग स्टूडेंट्स टू ज्वाइन विद अस कि हम सब मिलकर डॉट कनेक्ट करेंगे। तो ऐसे करते करते उन्हें भी आ जाता है और हम भी इंप्रूव होते रहते हैं। तो मैं ऐसे ही इंप्रूव हुआ हूं कि मैं हमेशा ओखली में सिर देते रहो, तो मैं ओखली ढूंढता रहता हूँ। सिर देने के लिए ओखली भी तो चाहिए, वो ढूंढता रहता हूँ। जैसे स्मार्ट इंडिया हैकाथॉन आया, मैंने को ओखली में सिर दिया, उन्होंने कहा जी रोबोटिक्स करोगे जज, मैंने जिंदगी में रोबोटिक्स नहीं किया था कि जूरी आप मतलब उसमें मेंटर कर दोगे बच्चों को। मैंने कहा ठीक है यार, प्रॉब्लम तो सॉल्व कर रहे हैं बच्चे, मुझे टेक्नोलॉजी की समझ ना हो, मुझे प्रॉब्लम की तो समझ है। सो मैं वहां बैठ सकता हूँ, उनके साथ कोशिश कर सकता हूँ, और कोई बात नहीं तो मेरा मजाक ही उड़ाएंगे और क्या होगा, कहेंगे यार ये सर को कुछ नहीं मालूम, कोई बात नहीं, नहीं मालूम। तो मैं घुस गया उसमें, सिर दे दिया। तो रोबोटिक्स के 11 अलग अलग वो थे, जब आईआईटी कानपुर में इकट्ठे हुए हम लोग, तो 11 अलग अलग प्रोडक्ट्स लेके आए थे बच्चे। उनके साथ टेक्निकल एक्सपर्ट भी थे और मेंटर्स भी थे, डिजाइन मेंटर। तो मैं डिजाइन मेंटर था। सो आई डिसाइडेड कि मेरे को 3 टीम दी है, मैं तो 11 की 11 टीम को हेल्प करूं। सो कई टीम्स थोड़ा सस्पेक्ट करते थे, यार ये आदमी ना हमारा जानने आया है। 2 दिन तो उसमें निकल गए कॉन्फिडेंस उनका जीतने में, बट एट द एंड ऑफ 5 days I had been able to help every team. I was lucky कि जो मुझे असाइन करी गई थी टीम वो जीत गई, फर्स्ट आई, और एक और टीम जो मेरे को असाइन करी थी वो थर्ड भी आई। बट फ्रैंकली आई हैड हेल्प्ड ऑल द टीम्स एट द सेम लेवल। कहीं से भी टीम आ जाए, एक टीम का तो कोई मेंटर भी नहीं था, बॉम्बे से आई थी टीम, उनका मेंटर नहीं पहुंचा। सो मैंने कहा तुम मेरे पास आ जाओ, उनको भी हेल्प किया ऐसे करके। सो प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग का एक मकसद लेके, और देन बिल्कुल ओपन हार्ट लेके कि यार बॉस अपने को कुछ नहीं आता है। आई एम ऑलवेज अफ्रेड कि मैं जब भी शुरू करूंगा हो सकता है मैं बीच में ही गुम हो जाऊंगा, बात करते करते रहेगा ही नहीं कुछ कहने को। हम सबको आती है वो फीलिंग, जब हम तैयार करते हैं कि यार बॉस आज तो मजाक उड़ने वाला है। ये मैंने ग्लेन कीन से सीखा। ग्लेन कीन इज वन ऑफ द लास्ट विजर्ड्स ऑफ एनिमेशन। टार्जन के एनिमेशन उन्होंने बनाए थे, और उनका एक ही थॉट था कि यार आज मैं एक्सपोज होने वाला हूं, माई लैक ऑफ नॉलेज इज गोइंग टू बी एक्सपोज टुडे। हर रोज ये सोचता था सुबह, कहता था मैं कहानी लिख के ले जा रहा हूं, ये लोग कहेंगे यार साला क्या कहानी लिखी यार तुमने ग्लेन, तुम्हें आता ही नहीं कहानी लिखना। हर रोज यही सोच के जाता था घर से। कहता बस वो चीजें अपने आप जुड़ने लग जाती थी, और कभी वो सिचुएशन आई नहीं, लेकिन हमेशा फीलिंग रहती थी गट में कि यार आज होने वाला है कुछ। सो प्रोबेबली दैट फीलिंग आल्सो मेक्स अस वर्क, मेक्स अ माइंड वर्क हार्ड टू सॉल्व थिंग्स। वो फीलिंग ना हो, ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस हो, तो सॉल्व ही नहीं कर पाते। So overconfident people are hardly able to solve problems. The sensitive, emotional, and uncertain people solve problems. मतलब again मेरे observation है, but I have seen that people जो डरे हुए से हैं वो ज्यादा solve कर रहे हैं. So I have a very little respect for overconfidence. Arrogance और ego रहेगा तो problem solve हो ही नहीं सकता. बिकॉज प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व के लिए एक ह्यूमिलिटी की जरूरत है। तो बड़ा एट्रीब्यूट पे मैं ज्यादा ध्यान देता हूँ कि बच्चे में ह्यूमिलिटी कमी दिखती है तो मैं परेशान हो जाता हूँ। बच्चे का आंसर कम दिख रहा है, मुझे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। तो मुझे लगता है कि यार मैं उसका इकोसिस्टम ठीक करूं रादर देन उसको और नॉलेज दे दूं। नॉलेज देके कुछ नहीं निकलता, बच्चा ढूंढ ही लेता है नॉलेज। सो उनका इकोसिस्टम बनाना इज व्हाट आई लाइक एंड आई लव। एंड सेम टीचर्स के साथ, कोई टीचर को मिलता हूँ तो कोशिश करता हूँ कि उसका इकोसिस्टम समझूं, कुछ भी बता सकता हूँ तो बता दूं, बस दैट्स इट। सो
थैंक यू सर।
वेलकम जी। सो आई डोंट नो इफ मेरे लिए और कुछ और वक्त है या कुछ और करना है, कुछ और क्वेश्चंस हैं?
I request everyone, if you have any questions, you can ask. I hope,
Nobody's
sir.
asking. I can't stop myself to ask further question because I am getting more knowledge, sir, and it's very useful. सर ये प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग ये सब्जेक्टिव होता है कि जनरल? क्योंकि कुछ लोग रहते हैं ना, कौन सा भी प्रॉब्लम बोलो वो उसका हल निकालते हैं।
जी जी।
तो
अच्छा,
ये कैसा होता है?
हाँ ये क्या है, ये अगेन मैं अपनी ऑब्जर्वेशन, बिकॉज सी मैं ना, मेरे को डॉक्टरेट भी नहीं मिल पाई, मैं कोशिश भी नहीं करी एक्चुअली। मैं शुरू किया, फिर मुझे समझ आया ये तो अलग ही खेल है, ये वो नहीं है तो मैं सोचता था। तो मेरा रिसर्च हमेशा रहता है वक्त के अनुसार और कंटिन्यूअस रिसर्च पे। तो शायद बचपन से ही इस तरह का कुछ एक माइंडसेट रहा मेरा। तो इतना मुझे अपने आप को अगर एनालाइज करता हूँ तो समझ में आता है, बचपन में मैंने बहुत अर्ली डिसाइड कर लिया था कि मेरे लिए क्लास में टॉप करना जरूरी नहीं है। डिसाइड किया था, मीन्स आई वाज क्वाइट गुड इन द क्लास। तो डॉक्यूमेंटेड भी है, बिकॉज मेरी मतलब फैमिली में ये स्टोरी चलती है, तो वो डॉक्यूमेंटेड है उस तरह से कि उन्होंने मेरी दादी ने मेरे से पूछा कि मेरा बाजू में मेरा दोस्त रहता था माधव, वो अभी वर्जीनिया स्टेट यूनिवर्सिटी में एपिडेमियोलॉजी का जो चल रहा है कोरोना का, वो हिसाब किताब वही रख रहा है यूएसए में। तो कहते थे कि यार तू नहीं फर्स्ट आ सकता, माधव हमेशा फर्स्ट आता है। तो मैंने कहा फिर उसकी मम्मी ये बोलेगी तो फर्क क्या पड़ना, किसी की तो मम्मी बोलेगी। सो इट इज बेटर, उसकी मम्मी ज्यादा स्ट्रिक्ट है तो मेरे हिसाब से उसी को फर्स्ट आने देते हैं। हमारी फैमिली में स्टोरी चलती है ये वाली। तो मेन ये है कि एक डिस्कनेक्ट चाहिए फ्रॉम द गेम दैट हैज बीन सेट अप फॉर अस। उससे डिस्कनेक्ट होना पड़ेगा। ये गेम बड़ा मजेदार है और बड़ा खतरनाक है। ये रूल बिछे हुए, हमारे पैदा होते ही बिछे हुए, और इनवेरिएबली हम इस गेम में गिरेंगे ही गिरेंगे। बहुत कम लोग हैं जो उस गेम से अपने आप को डिस्कनेक्ट कर पाएंगे, क्योंकि प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग के लिए वो मन चाहिए,
राइट।
वो, और दूसरा नॉलेज की एक हंगर तो चाहिए ही चाहिए। तो वो एक बहुत मजेदार चीज थी कि बचपन में मैं आई वॉज ऑलवेज रीडिंग टू लर्न। ये मेरे को कभी भी अपील नहीं किया कि यार ये सेक्शन से इतने क्वेश्चंस आएंगे, इसको ज्यादा पढ़ लेना, उसको कम पढ़ लेना। मेरे को आई कुड नॉट ट्रीट नॉलेज इन दोज कंपार्टमेंट्स, क्या कभी भी नहीं कि वो पढ़ो जिसमें ज्यादा आएगा, वैसा कभी हो ही नहीं सकता था। मेरे को था कि ये ऑथर जो है बुक लिखी है तो उसने सिक्वेंशियली लिखी है, तो मैं उसी सीक्वेंस में पढ़ना चाहता हूँ जो उसने इमेजिन किया था लिखते समय। तो अगर मुझे बोलेंगे रेन मार्टिन क्या हमारी वो सबसे ज्यादा वो चलती है फिजिक्स की उस जमाने में, फिजिक्स की कौन सी किताब जो सबसे ज्यादा फेमस होती थी, आई डोंट नो अभी है कि नहीं इसलिए पूछ रहा हूँ, जो फॉरेन ऑथर की थी, इंडियन ऑथर की बहुत ज्यादा किताबें मैंने पढ़ी नहीं, समहाउ उनका फ्लो मेरे को नहीं जमता था। फ्लो होता आंसर देना है, क्वेश्चंस का आंसर देने वाला फ्लो होता था। तो एनीवे तो उस किताब में सिर्फ कुछ चैप्टर थे जो आने थे हाई स्कूल के एग्जाम्स में। मैंने तो पूरी स्टार्ट से पढ़ी, खत्म ही नहीं हुई मेरे से, लेकिन इट डजंट मैटर, उस फ्लो का कोई रीजन होगा, उसने लिखते समय कुछ तो सोचा होगा कि कैसे उसको पढ़ाना है। सो इट इज अबाउट के इंफॉर्मेशन को एब्जॉर्ब करते रहना है, याद ना रख सको चलेगा, ये मैं सोच के चला हूं, ये मेरा मंत्र है। याद ना रख सको कि देख लेंगे ना, जब जरूरत पड़ेगी वापस उसको फेच कर लेंगे, मिल ही जाएगी इंफॉर्मेशन। बट उस इंफॉर्मेशन के थ्रू एकदम से अगर हम चले जाएं कि ओके ये कहाँ अप्लाई हो रहा है, तो एप्लीकेशन पे भी ध्यान जाता है, नहीं तो सिर्फ इक्वेशन रटते रहते हैं, वो सब ध्यान ही कहीं और चले जाता है। दुनिया में क्या हो रहा है उसका भी नॉलेज होनी जरूरी है हर रोज। जैसे कोविड है, जैसे अभी इंडिया स्किल्स में जा रहा हूँ मैं, आज शाम की गाड़ी से इंडिया स्किल्स का फाइनल है इन दिल्ली, और ऑलरेडी एक हफ्ता पहले मैंने उनको कहा था यार कि जब तक मैं आऊंगा तब तक ये 70-80 हजार से 1 लाख होगा फिगर इंडिया का। अब परसों शुरू होगा तो मुझे पता है वो 70-80 हजार से 1 लाख ही होगा फिगर। तो मैथमेटिक्स की एक अंडरस्टैंडिंग है जो कैलकुलेट करने को बोलोगे तो मैं नहीं शायद बता पाऊंगा, लेकिन एक कोर गट है अबाउट मैथ्स जो बन गया है इतने साल में, तो वो है प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग। कि एक इकोसिस्टम ऐसा हो जो हर बार आपको आंसर ना मांगता हो या आपको प्रूव करने को ना कहता हो। नहीं तो क्या होता है, इकोसिस्टम प्रूव करने को बोलता है बार बार, वो प्रूव करने में एनर्जी ज्यादा लग जाती है और आपका नॉलेज एक्विजिशन रुक जाता है। एंड हाँ, एम्पैथाइजिंग जो एक टर्म आता है, उसके ऊपर पूरा एक लेक्चर है जो मैंने अभी इसमें भी दिया था AICSMS में। बेसिकली एम्पैथी एक आदत है, इट इज नॉट समथिंग यू डू, इट इज योर हैबिट। सो इफ यू आर ट्रबल्ड विद एवरी प्रॉब्लम, यू आर वांटिंग टू सॉल्व एवरी प्रॉब्लम। मतलब घर में एक बिजली के तार का इशू है तो आप उसमें घुसते हो, यार ये क्या चक्कर है, या कोई बंदे को भी बुलाते हो तो आप उसमें घुसते हो कि यार कैसे सॉल्व कर रहा है। इसलिए नहीं कि आप उसकी नौकरी लेना चाह रहे हो, इसलिए कि आपको इंटरेस्ट है। जैसे हमारे अभी पीछे घर में पानी ऊपर नहीं चढ़ रहा था, वो पाइप खराब हो गया था, और हमें नया, फादर ने बोला कि नया पाइप लगा देते हैं सीधा। तो वहां ऊपर मैं प्लम्बर के साथ चढ़ा हुआ था, वो सारा समझता रहा थ्रू, और उसको बताता भी रहा। उसने कहा इसको प्लग करने को बोल दिया आपके फादर इज बीन इनटू वाटर एंटायर लाइफ, वाटर टर्बाइंस बनाते रहे, हिज अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ वाटर इज ग्रेट। तो उन्होंने बोला था प्लग लगाना, मैं ऊपर बोला प्लग लगा देंगे तो वो नेचुरल पानी जिस समय नहीं आ रहा होता है उस समय वो पानी का लेवल गिरेगा तो हवा अंदर रहेगी, फिर वो पानी प्रेशर मारेगा, फिर प्लग के अंदर हवा रहेगी, फिर धीरे धीरे करके वो हवा का क्वांटिटी बढ़ता जाएगा, तो मेरे एक एक करके फ्लोर में पानी आना कम होता जाएगा। तो कहते नहीं ऐसा कुछ नहीं होगा। मैंने कहा साला मैं तेरे को बुलाता रहूंगा बार बार, ये प्लग खोल हवा निकाल, तो एक काम कर, इसमें एक वेंट ऊंचा इसको कर दे, एक वेंट लगा और मुझे एक वॉल लगा के दे, मुझे प्लग नहीं चाहिए। फिर नीचे जाके फादर के साथ थोड़ा डिस्कशंस और आर्ग्यूमेंट्स करके मैं अप्रूव करा के लाया प्लान, एंड वो इम्प्लीमेंट कराया। मैंने कहा यार ऐसे हो ही नहीं सकता कि हवा ना फंसे। सो मेरे हिसाब से पाइप्स को कभी बंद नहीं कर सकते, क्योंकि हवा कभी ना कभी तो अंदर घुस पाएगी। सो एनीवे दैट इज अबाउट प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग। बट आई एम ट्राइंग टू से कि हर प्रॉब्लम में घुसना, सोचते रहना, गलत भी होंगे हम कई बार, लेकिन हर बार सोचना और उसके साथ इन एन एक्टिव डिस्कशन जाना। वो लोग भी चाहिए आपको इकोसिस्टम में जिनके साथ एक्टिव डिस्कशन हो सकता है खुले दिल से।
जी 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 जी।
बिना, वही है जो मैं इकोसिस्टम बोल रहा हूँ। तो बच्चों के साथ एक ऐसा इकोसिस्टम की बेटा कोई प्रॉब्लम है डिस्कस करते हैं, घर में कोई परेशानी फील हुई तो उसको डिस्कस करते हैं ना, अपन सारे मिलकर सॉल्व करने की कोशिश करते हैं एवरीथिंग। सो इकोसिस्टम में लाना पड़ता है, मुश्किल होता है, लाइक बच्चों के लिए एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप का एक इकोसिस्टम मैंने बनाया अपनी यूनिवर्सिटी में। मैंने बोला इंटर्नशिप के पैरेलल में एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप भी देना चाह रहा हूँ मैं। जैसे ही घुसते ही हमने डिग्री का डिजाइन किया, वो कहते ऐसा होता नहीं है, कंपलसरी है इंटर्नशिप। मैंने कहा होगा कंपलसरी, देखेंगे जब वो सिचुएशन आएगा, और मैं को लिखना ही है इसमें। अगर 2 बच्चा भी पूरे बैच में चाह रहा है एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप लेना हो तो मैं पर्सनली गाइड करूंगा। उसका करिकुलम क्या होगा? मैंने कोई करिकुलम नहीं है, इंटर्नशिप का कौन सा करिकुलम? वो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप शुरू करेंगे, जहां जहां फंसेंगे वहां गाइड करेंगे।
जी जी।
एंटरप्रेन्योर बनाने ही बनाने, और ये जरूरी नहीं कि जो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप में सब्जेक्ट लिया वही बनेगा, दूसरे भी बन सकते। सो दैट वे एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप को के लिए रास्ता बनाया एक। तो ऐसे कई चीजें पॉसिबल हैं जो हम करिकुलम के साथ अभी भी कर सकते हैं, थोड़ा बहुत कोशिशें तो कर ही सकते हैं। और उन एंटरप्रेन्योर जो आपके यहाँ बन रहे होंगे, क्योंकि हर एक के पास अब एक इनोवेशन सेल है, या ई सेल, या कई अलग अलग नाम से सेल हैं, जहां हम चाह रहे हैं कि एंटरप्रेन्योर तैयार करें। उन बच्चों को के मार्क्स तो कम होने लग जाते हैं क्लासेस में, जब उनको हम बाहर निकालते हैं सिस्टम में कि इनको हम आगे ले जाएंगे। उनके लिए भी रास्ते बनाना हमारा काम है कि कैसे वहां पे, मतलब एक तो मैं बच्चों को काउंसिल करता हूँ कि मार्क्स का कोई इंपॉर्टेंस नहीं है, ये बार बार समझाना पड़ता है और बड़ा मुश्किल होता है ये। बिकॉज जब हम बोलते हैं कि मार्क्स का इंपॉर्टेंस नहीं है, तो हम अपने आप को कंट्रेडिक्ट सा भी कर रहे हो सकते हैं। अगर हमने पहले कहा है कि तुम अगर 7 CGPA नहीं होगा तो मैं इंटरव्यू नहीं बैठने देंगे, ऐसे कई लोग बोलते हैं ना। तो मैंने वो शुरू से बोल दिया, वो कंपनी को नहीं आना जिसका ऐसा कोई रूल है। We don't want such companies who feel that the marks is the main representative of the child. No, not allowed. So ऐसे कर करके इकोसिस्टम को मैं प्लम्बिंग करता रहता हूँ। वो है प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग, कि कंटिन्यूस प्लम्बिंग ऑफ द इकोसिस्टम चलना है। जी मैंने आपका ज्यादा वक्त ले लिया, मैम घड़ी को देख रहे
बहुत बड़ी इंफॉर्मेशन। थैंक यू सर।
जी वेलकम सर। जी मैम।
Thank you, sir. Thank you. It was a very interesting session. And thank you once again, sir, for showing the excellent roadmap, sir, on this topic, that design thinking, how to think right, sir. This will surely help us all to solve many of our problems that we face by understanding the right function of by understanding the function of right and left brain of the human being. And so what you have explained with an example, that Cardozier example, that was awesome, sir. And the way you link that, the way you link the design thinking and how to think right with the Chandigarh sector, that was awesome, sir. So once again, thank you, sir, for enlightening us. Thank you very much, sir.
Welcome, Ji. And thanks a lot for the opportunity to interact with you all. It's my pleasure.
Thank you, participants as well. So let's now have a lunch break. Next session will be resumed at 2:30 p.m.
A minute or two more. It's 2:29.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
Manjini ma'am, just to share with you, we have all faculty from all the streams and from all over the India.
Wonderful.
So these are all faculty, and now today we have asked our students to join in as well. First year students have also joined, MCA, MBA, all students.
Oh, first year students have also joined in.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, brilliant.
Because it's streaming on YouTube as well, so students will be watching there.
Super. Yeah, I just got a notification that it's a live stream.
Yeah.
Fantastic. The more the merrier.
So, ma'am, shall we start?
Yes, Priya, we can start.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, one and all present here in the post-lunch journey of ATAL FDP. In times of great stress and adversity, it's always best to keep busy, to plug your anger and your energy into something positive. How we perceive a situation and how we react to it is the basis of our stress. Focusing on negativity in any situations will shoot up the stress level. However, if you try and see the good in any situation, your stress level will be diminished. Practical ways in which you can change the way that you think, view past events, and positive approach towards life is our next speaker's specialty. It's an honor and privilege to have spirited and versatile personality, Miss Manjari Latte ma'am, who is an excellent telepathic motivator and a nature communicator. Miss Manjari Latte ma'am, a certified master training in neuro-linguistic programming with NFNLP USA, holds a diploma in training and development from Indian Society of Training and Development, New Delhi. Ma'am has been an avid trekker and wildlife enthusiast for over 35 years and has been practicing as a facilitator in outdoor education and experiential learning workshops using the tremendous potential of the outdoors for a spectrum of human behavioral areas. She is a passionate and trained telepathic animal and nature communicator, having learned these techniques from renowned telepathic communicators. We welcome you, ma'am. I would like to request our director, ma'am, Dr. Meghna Villare, ma'am, to felicitate Miss Manjari Latte, ma'am. Ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to invite Miss Manjari Latte, ma'am, to throw more light on how to relieve our stress.
Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction, ma'am. And this manner of greeting is so unique and brilliant. It's the classic adaptation in today's virtual world. So thank you for the effort in doing that. Yeah. And in the introduction itself, you've given the crux of a lot of what we're going to cover today. So appreciate laying the foundation. 2:30 in the afternoon post-lunch session online is let's hope it's the most happening time of the day for everybody, wherever you're logging in from, because the fact that you have to be seated for a prolonged period of time post-lunch can itself be a stress creator for some individuals. As we start the session, may I request those of you for whom it is feasible and you would like to join us virtually and visually, if you can turn your cameras on. And a few things I think you are probably already following as faculty members executing sessions as well. And those other students who are logging in. We'll keep our microphones on silent largely, but your contributions are more than welcome. So you can raise your hand. You can, every time we're discussing an activity or questions are being asked, you can post them in the chat window as well, right? As we go ahead. Brilliant. Thank you for that. All right. I'm going to share screen and we'll intermittently keep going off the PowerPoint as and how we require for us to take suggestions from the group and contributions. So give me a second. Okay. It is saying that multiple participants can't share at one time. One participant can share at a time. So I'm trying to see how I'm going to be able to do this. Give me a second to figure this out. Usually it's a direct screen share. In the settings at your end, if I hit share screen, it is saying that one participant can share at a time. Anybody with a computer geek head knows how we can go about doing this?
Ravi sir, can you please look into it?
It's all.
Just click on the sharing part and
Yeah,
multiple
that's
sharing.
Yeah, that's
It's already multiple participants can share simultaneously, ma'am.
And that's usually what I do as well.
We are just asked Ravi to check, is there any other screen sharing from our end?
Give me 1 second. Let me even see at my end if anything else needs to be done. Just a second. All right, I figured it out and I'm just quickly doing this. There we are. All right, just give me a heads up that it is visible to all of you with the screen that is being shared. Super. Okay, quick question to everybody is posted up on the screen over here. That if you were to draw a tree, I'm hoping everybody has pen and paper handy as we are doing this session. If you don't, beg, borrow, steal, grab something from around you, just make sure you have pen and paper handy. Just as an idea, if somebody says draw a tree, if I can invite each one of you to just scribble and draw a tree that comes to mind. How would you draw a tree if somebody asks you to draw a tree? So let's just see how. Just take a moment to draw a tree. Okay. And typically when somebody says draw a tree, how do we typically draw a tree? Can somebody verbally explain? If you can raise your hand and just verbally explain what is on your sheet of paper right now when you have drawn a tree. Yes, sir. Go on, Rahul sir.
So What primarily I've done is I've drawn the trunk and I've outlined, the leaves.
Brilliant, great. Vishal sir has also trunk and outlined the great. Our classic Indian conditioning also tells us there have to be mountains in the back, and a river will go from one end of the page to the other. There might be a nice house, very dainty little thing. Anybody, any other way that you have represented your tree? Anybody else would like to quickly verbalize or raise your hand on your screen and share that, or put in chat box, whichever way. Has there been anybody who has put more to it than trunk and the top of the tree? Anybody? You can even put in the chat box if you've drawn a tree in more ways than one. Yes, in my mind map way. Okay, somebody's put in mind map way. Yes, ma'am, you're raising your hand. Tree with a house. Interesting. Okay, so let's quickly go back to this. And all right, this is an experience. Some of you who were at the Wakad campus when we did the recent FDP there, some bits and bobs of this have been shared with you all. It's just a quick review for you. If I show you these images of these tribals on the left hand side, anybody has any idea where in the country or the world these tribals come from? Anybody has any clue? ये कहाँ से है लोग? आप chat box में डाल सकते हैं. You can verbalize. Where do you think these guys are from?
Can I?
Please go on.
Yeah, it's from Chhattisgarh.
Very interesting. Yes, these are tribals from Chhattisgarh. Okay, and we were doing a trek through some of the tiger corridors about 7 or 8 years back, and we met these tribal. They are spread across not just Chhattisgarh, Maharashtra, Jharkhand, a lot of these tribal belts. And these tribals we met, जो हमें escort करने के लिए आया था जंगल में से बंदा, he was completely barefoot, running on the forest floor. And हम लोग जो city dwellers है, जो हम city से गए थे, सब लोग ने boots, shoes, trekking poles, we had all the funky equipment that you typically do. And this guy was running barefooted across the forest floor. उसको कुछ चूब नहीं रहा था, कुछ तकलीफ नहीं हो रही थी, वो इतने मजे में he was running along. That night when we reached the village and I spoke to the village chieftain, कि ऐसा नहीं है कि modernization hasn't reached their village. Okay, they have cell phones. If they want, they can get cable network. They have everything there. But all the tribals, specifically in that village, were still choosing to walk barefoot. So my question to the chieftain was कि बाकी सब, you have access to everything, but what is your motivation to still continue walking barefoot? And he asked me a question which I'm posing to you all as well right now. The question he asked me was, how strong is your tree of life and how deep are your roots in your tree of life? And it got me thinking, because I'm thinking, ये छत्तीसगढ़ में एक जंगल में बैठा हुआ इंसान मुझे इतने philosophical questions पूछ रहा है. That means, it busts your beliefs that a city dweller, well-read, educated person may have a certain ideology, and this person sitting in the forest was asking me these questions. So if somebody asks each one of us, how deep are our roots and how strong is our tree of life? What comes to mind just as a thought? Just everybody, I would invite you to just give it thought. How strong would our roots be? How deep is our tree of life? Anybody, any idea? Top of the head, anything that you want to put out or ideate? Couple of you have unmuted yourselves. So anybody wants to talk, you can just raise your hand on your screen and then verbalize. Nope. Okay, so I'm quickly going to show you what this gentleman meant by asking us a question. Average इंसान जब ट्री ड्रॉ करेगा तो जमीन के ऊपर वाला सब ड्रॉ करता है. Okay, beautiful fruiting flowering tree, we'll have birds, we'll have clouds, we'll have the most funky stuff around the tree, including house and river. But rarely does it cross our mind that a tree is only as strong as its roots. अगर इंग्लिश में भी एक कहावत सुनी है that a building is only as strong as its plinth. तो आज के सेशन में our aim, and this is something that I follow as a very personal ideology as well, that rather than looking at something very idealistic, we need to look at very realistic things in everyday life and go back to our foundational beliefs and values is the aim of the hour and a half that we have together. Okay, And at any point when you see what is shared on a screen, if any of you have anything additional to share, please bejhijak just, put it in the chat box and we'll cover it as we go along. All right, moving ahead. This again, some of you may have heard of this concept before, but I'm introducing it. इसे अगर बोलते हैं calendar of life, okay? And I'll pause the screen share. If I was to ask each one of you, what is the average age of a human being we can pin currently? What is the average age of a human being? Our ancestors probably lived to an average of 80 to 90. But आजकल okay 65 कोई बोली लगा रहा है, कोई 70, 60 to 70 chat box में आ रहे हैं. Okay. All right, fantastic. So let's take our average age is 70 to 75 today. Let's be optimistic, 75. Let's not reduce it too much to 70. There are glorious things to do. So let's say 70 to 75 is average इंसान का age. Now stick with me on understanding this concept. अगर आपको किसी ने बोला कि आपके 70-75 साल 12 महीने में fit करने हैं, okay? So understand what this concept is. You take your 70 or 75 years and fit them into 12 months. Which means you are born, the day you're born is January 1st, and the day you will pass away will be 31st of December. I hope everybody with me on this so far. Yeah. So आपका जन्म होगा 1st January को, and you're going to transition on 31st of December. So your 75 years need to be compressed into 12 months. So अंदाज से एक महीना कितने साल का बनेगा? All those who are from finance or non-finance, basic mathematics. You divide 70, 75 by 12. How many years would be a month? And that's it. Yeah, 5.2. Somebody saying 5.26. All right. Chalo, ek 6 pakad ke chalte. Vishal Patil, who's raised the hand. Vishal Patil, sir, go on.
Sorry, ma'am, it was by mistake raised the hand.
No worries. Since you're anyway unmuted, would you like to verbalize nonetheless? No, now conveniently the hand has also gone down and the mic is also off. All right. So if we take andaz say 6 years is 1 month, just for easy calculation, given the average age of faculty members, so if you're in your mid 40s, you're probably already into May and June of your life. Okay. And we keep thinking हम retire होंगे November में, December तो enjoy करें, या आजकल का trend है I'm going to retire early, तो शायद आप October में retirement ले लेंगे life की. So you have barely few months left of making the most of life. वो भी अगर हम stress से जिएंगे तो quality of life is going to be even more deteriorated. And before you know, you'll be in October and November, probably early December. Okay. So our aim today are multitudinal. The first one is let's put our life into perspective that every day needs to be optimized. जो मराठी जानते हैं आपने शायद ये कविता पढ़ी है जिसमें in Marathi it says कंटाळ्याचा पण कंटाळा येतो. That there's so much boredom in life that there are some people who have so much time in life that they not only get bored but they have time to get bored of boredom, right? And there is so much to do that time can fall short. So let us aim that whatever we are doing, let's maximize every moment that we have, and rather than leading it with stress, we can choose how we are going ahead. Okay. Quick question to everybody again. I am somebody who prefers to engage an audience in a virtual world as well. Let's see how much we can each contribute and share with each other. हम जब कहीं भी workshops पे जाते हैं तो workshop के title होते हैं anger management, stress management. Okay. ये topics में what are the few assumptions we are making? Just anybody. What are the, then there are no right and wrong answers, just opinions.
Stress is given.
Stress is given. Anger management यानी होगा ही, सिर्फ manage करना है. Okay. So absolutely, people are stressed. There are few others. Stress has to be conflict management. Absolutely, few others are putting it in the chat window. Conflict management. So conflict होगा ही, यही is taken for granted. You have to only learn to manage it. Let's understand that anger, stress, conflict, crisis. Yeah, few people are adding crisis might be given, but we can choose how we are addressing it. Okay. Also, just I'm making a statement. If each of you just wants to make a note of it, either mentally or physically, and ponder on it. Every ability is important in some or the other context. Okay. तो आप अगर एंगर की भी बात कर ले, तो अगर कोई बोलता है आई डोंट वांट टू बी एंग्री एनी मोर एंड लेट्स गेट रिड ऑफ एंगर फुल्ली, एंगर इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट इन द राइट कॉन्टेक्स्ट. प्रॉबली पेरेंटिंग में एंगर की जरूरत है. शायद आपको अगर कोई कुछ वायोलेट कर रहा है आपके फिजिकल बाउंड्रीज और बॉर्डर्स एंड यू आर फीलिंग अनकंफर्टेबल, देन मे बी यू विल यूज एंगर टू पुश द पर्सन अवे. सो एंगर इन द राइट कॉन्टेक्स्ट इज इंपॉर्टेंट. Similarly, my open question to you all, stress in the right context is important. तो वो कौन से context होंगे life में कि stress you think works to your advantage, most others it is to your disadvantage, but anything that comes up in mind?
Madam, so I believe I am somebody who would certainly perform better in stress. Of course, stress to a limit.
Bilkul. Okay. And Rahul Trivedi, could you help us understand one context in which you feel stress will work to your advantage, that it's helpful for you? Any one context, just quick.
Yes. So fortunately enough, we both share the same industry. I'm also a training professional. And last year, I had received a very high project. And the challenge was again, as we all understand, first dealing with adults, and second, when you are dealing with a very educated population, so and that too online, so it becomes challenging. Yeah, I mean, due respect to everybody here, it becomes challenging. But then I was also knowing that if I do not take this opportunity up, and there are other trainers, those who have lined up. So I was stressed that I might lose it, and being the competitive guy that I am, I thought that I'll go head into it, and eventually things worked wonderfully well. But then yes, I was stressed while designing the content, delivering the way you are executing the exercises, designing those exercises. Yes.
Brilliant. Wonderful. Thank you for that. And if we were to even add on to it, let's take examination as an example, just building on his sharing. एग्जाम के पहले अगर डर नहीं लगता और स्ट्रेस नहीं होता है तो साला एक स्टडी भी नहीं करेंगे, बिकॉज वी विल पुट कॉशन टू द विंड, राइट? सो स्ट्रेस इन दैट कॉन्टेक्स्ट वुड बी वेरी इंपेरेटिव एंड हेल्पफुल. बट let's metamorphose this word. The minute stress becomes distress, it is an issue. Okay, so see what other word has the word dis in it, starts with dis, dis. What other word in our life starts
Disadvantage.
with disadvantage? Okay, when you don't have an advantage, fantastic. Anything else? Look at the pandemic around us. There is a dis something.
Discrimination.
Discrimination. Beautiful. So now you're wonderful. A lot of people are adding. When you disagree, distance. How interesting. Distinct. Beautiful. That's such a interesting spectrum of answers. So usually when something is not at ease, it becomes dis-ease. Okay. जब हम जो भी कर रहे हैं, can I request you all to just put your microphones on silent? Yeah, perfect. So when something is not at ease, it becomes dis-ease. When the stress becomes out of order, it becomes distress. So our aim today is not to get rid of stress completely. It is important in the right context, in the right manners. But if we understand कि जहाँ पे distress हो रहा है, उसको बेहतर कैसे manage करें, right? Everybody with me on fathoming where we are headed today. Fantastic. Let's continue. And few things for y'all to, yeah, so again coming back to this calendar representation, however, wherever you are in your life, you may be July, August, September, it's never too late to make changes. Every day is a great day to make that shift, and let's not wait for Gudi Padwa and 1st of January to make our resolutions. Every day can be a good start. Okay, so क्या चेंज करना है खुद में? इट्स लाइक अ गूगल मैप, राइट? बिफोर यू गो वेरेवर, गूगल आस्क्स यू कि पहले आप कहाँ है उसको डालो मैप में, फिर आप देख पाओगे आपको कहाँ जाना है. सो वी आर जस्ट डूइंग अ क्विक रिव्यू. Few things, unfortunately, with the paucity of time, we may not be able to go into too much detail, but the aim is to lay out a buffet for you. Okay, each one of you with pen and paper, those of you who would like to jump into the deep end of the pool with this. अगर आपको किसी ने बोला कि आपका ऑथेंटिक सेल्फ जो है, ट्रू सेल्फ जो है, क्या आपके कंस्ट्रक्टेड सेल्फ से अलग है? अगर कोई आपको पूछता है कि डू यू हैव अ ट्रू सेल्फ एंड डू यू हैव अ कंस्ट्रक्टेड सेल्फ, आई जस्ट इनवाइट यू टू गिव दिस आइडिया कि क्या आप जैसे है, आप कहाँ पे भी एक इंसान को मिलोगे, वैसे ही अगर दिखेगा, बिहेव करेगा, तो दैट मीन्स ही इज एन ऑथेंटिक पर्सन. बट इफ यू सी कि वो घर पे आप मिलते हो एकदम अलग इंसान है, आप कॉलेज में मिलोगे अलग इंसान है, फ्रेंड्स के साथ अलग इंसान है, तो शायद ही इज लीडिंग अ कंस्ट्रक्टेड लाइफ. ओके, सो I'll give you more examples for this. But for those of you who've understood that what is your genuine self and what is a constructed self, if you can just make a note, just make a mental or a physical note कि मेरा ट्रू सेल्फ क्या चाहता है और कंस्ट्रक्टेड सेल्फ में जीने की कितनी आवश्यकता होती है एवरी डे. अगर ये दो अलग इंसान है, मुझे अंदर से जो चाहिए और जो करना पड़ रहा है, इसमें अगर बड़ी गैप है, तो जस्ट मेक अ नोट ऑफ इट. The others, I would definitely invite you to write down most dominant emotions you go through on an average day. Okay, तो ये अपने WhatsApp की emoticons are a good indicator of or a representation of what emotional palette we may have. Let me quickly throw light on genuine and constructed self. आप अगर रेस्टोरेंट में बैठे हैं किसी के साथ, आपका genuine self चाहता है कि हाथ से खाना खाए, पर कंस्ट्रक्टेड सेल्फ आपको बोलता है नहीं, बगल में सब लोग काटा छुरी से खा रहे हैं, इट इज इनअप्रोप्रिएट एंड सोशली अनएक्सेप्टेबल टू डर्टी योर हैंड्स. सो हाउएवर unsatisfied you may be with the consumption process, you will still go to kata churi. Okay, is genuine self is different from a constructed self. I hope everybody is pacing with me. हम जब आजकल बोलते हैं ना कि ये मास्क पहने हमने, शायद बहुत लोग pun intended है, it's not just this mask, but we wear multiple personality masks as well where we go. So let's understand this. If our genuine self, जो हमें एक्चुअल हमारा ट्रू सेल्फ है, वो हमारे कंस्ट्रक्टेड सेल्फ से बहुत अलग है, तो हम हमेशा, इट्स लाइक यू आर ट्राइंग टू पुट योर फीट ऑन टू parallels where the valley is really wide. Your stresses may never be reducing. So just I would encourage you, take a moment. If you can make a list of what does your genuine self want to do, what does your constructed self, what is it expected to do, what is the general palette of emotions you go through on an average day, and whoever puts it down, if you want to put it in the chat box, verbalize it, I leave it up to you. Dr.
What if there is not much of a gap?
Fantastic. Vishal sir, if there is not much of a gap, beautiful, then you can just make a mental note of what is it that defines who you are. So then your authentic and constructed self might not be two different people. You know, हम लोगों से भी कहते हैं, अरे मैं इसको इधर मिला कितना अलग इंसान था, मैं उसको घर पे मिला एकदम अलग इंसान था. बट अगर आप भले कहीं पे भी उस इंसान को मिले, अगर वही मिलेगा, a spade is a spade, you get what you see, then that person is leading an authentic life. Then you don't need to sit and make this list. But for an average person, Vishal sir, I think even you are fully aware that nowadays, especially the younger generation, the kind of social media lives they are leading is the constructed life. The true life is very different from this. और जितना इस पे भार देते रहेंगे ना, the valley split is much larger, the stresses in life may never reduce, right? But thank you for sharing that. You said, what if there is not much difference? Then you are an aligned, more authentic self is more present. Anybody else wants to quickly share what is the general spectrum of emotions you face on an average day? What kind of emotions are you experiencing largely? Whether it's you or what you observe with people around you. आजकल emotional vocabulary क्या होती है लोगों में? Anybody? It need not be yours, because again, public judgment is such a big thing nowadays. कि मैंने डाला तो लोग बोलेंगे, अरे तू तो दिखने में हट्टा कट्टा हंसी मजाक वाला दिखता है, पर इधर लिखा है stress or anger. So let's say generally, what do you think is the emotional spectrum faced by people on an average day? What are dominant emotions? All right, somebody said how to overcome overthinking. Okay, we're going to cover that today. First, before overcoming, we need to understand what is the root cause of overthinking, which we will cover today. Anybody, anything else? Okay, if I say just from general experience and observation that anger, frustration, unhappiness are dominant emotions, is that a safe assumption to make? Versus calm, relaxed, composed. एक एवरेज इंसान आज रास्ते पे भी आप मिलोगे, सिग्नल पे है, ट्रैफिक टाइम में, अगर किसी की गाड़ी एक दूसरे से ठुकती है So do they walk out of their cars and have a composed conversation? Do we see that happening? Or do we see people stepping out, body language absolutely enraged, one trying to prove how much superior he is, and his relationship connections are then verbalized. Mera ye hai, mera ye wo hai, tu janta nahi hai. So an average human today is extremely constantly stressed, nervous, angry, and the emotional spectrum is very impoverished, if we may use that word. Okay. All right, let's come to this. I hope everybody has made a list of emotions, though you haven't shared it, because we're quickly going to review how to work through this as well. Okay. Okay. Quick question to everybody again. Feel free to write it down, verbalize. आपके लाइफ में स्ट्रेस के कारण क्या है आज की जिंदगी में? What are the probable causes of this so-called distress? We're only focusing on distress, not just the regular stress. What can be probable causes of stress for people? No time. Okay, somebody's saying there's no time, workload. What else? Overthinking to hai already. What are the other? No time for family. Absolutely. You know, the beauty is, I'm not just saying for the people who have written it here, but generally, जब कोई बोलता है कि I have absolutely no time, okay, I am choco-block, I don't have time to breathe. It has been seen that they probably have maximum time at their hand is just ill-managed. Okay, so when we say I have no time, lots of things, too many expectations from self, balancing responsibilities, expectations from self and others. Yes, okay. Rising cases of COVID. अगर आपसे पूछे कि पिछले एक साल में what do you think are the top reasons for stress in people's life? Do you think this will be the commonality that will emerge? I don't have time for myself is the biggest stress. Acha, yeah, they don't have time for themselves. Yes. Too many expectations, balancing, great, okay, no time for family. Similar patterns are coming up. Let me just show you some trivia. If we say that what were the most dominant reasons in this past year, especially in this year of pandemic, agar aapka dekha jaye to disease, illness, death, वगैरह, the trivia for y'all is, this is a research from 2014, okay, and it still holds true today, because whether we say it is the wellness industry or we call it the illness industry, it works highest when people are kept unwell and in dis-ease, तभी चीजें बिकेंगी. तो लोगों को स्ट्रेस में रखना, डिस्ट्रेस में रखना, इससे बहुत सारों का फायदा होता है. We need to choose whether we're falling prey to it or whether we are in control of what's happening with us. All right. This is just a few things for you all to put into perspective again. It is said that the biggest reasons for stress in everyday life are what you thought would happen, okay, your expectation from life and what actually happens. This gap in what you expect from life and what actually happens is huge for a lot of people. Your expectation is, I'm going to have no traffic on my way to college or office and a jam-packed traffic jam. So that expectation that you have is very far from the reality of what unfolds around you. But if you see these two words, a common average individual works with reaction rather than response. Okay. And in whatever time we have at hand today, our aim is to see how we can respond rather than react. And just a question, while I keep this slide on, if you want to put it in the chat box, which would be the more appropriate one? Agar reaction or response bole, to difference kya hai dono mein? Which one is the more ideal one, or if not ideal, which would be better? A reaction or a response? Response, okay. And I see Kirti Sharma. All right, a lot of you are saying response. And what would make a response better than a reaction? So difference kya hai? Reaction or response mein? The choice, interesting, beautiful. So one of you has said the choice to choose. Very true. The fact that we feel that we have a choice, that means it is a response. When we have no choice, it's a lot of the times a reaction. Response is optional. Response is matured way. A general question. Which one do you think is emotion se fueled? रिस्पॉन्स इमोशन से फ्यूल्ड है या रिएक्शन इमोशन से फ्यूल्ड है? इमोशन ज्यादा किस में है, रिस्पॉन्स में है क्या रिएक्शन में है? रिएक्शन में है. ओके, ऑलराइट, some are saying reaction, some are saying response. The reason is emotions are behind both, because emotions are the fuel of life. Do you all know how many human emotions we have? Anybody has any idea? Human emotions कितने हैं या कितने अब तक काउंट किए गए हैं, मेजर किए गए हैं साइंटिफिक टूल से? कितने इमोशंस है ह्यूमंस में? जस्ट अंदाज. अगर वैसे भी आप ऐसे बोली लगाना चल रहा है तो बोली लगाओ, नो प्रॉब्लम. व्हाट डू यू थिंक? देयर आर नो रॉन्ग आंसर्स एवर. ओके, सो 8 is 1, 11 is 1, okay, 9 nava rasa, so a lot of people go with that. 6 basic. So let's add to this. So far the research done by an American team, specifically a very amazing neuroscientist by the name of Tony Robbins, his team has found out that there are 4,200 human emotions. 4,200. Okay, so when we say that we are emotional, oh yes we are, because we have so many emotions. But the difference between reaction and response, I'm going slow with this just for you all to start comprehending what this means. Which emotion is in the driving seat will make the difference between a reaction and a response. Okay, I'll repeat that again. The emotion that we have in the driver's seat will make the difference between a reaction and a response. आपका अगर anger driving seat में होगा, okay, तो you are going to have a reaction. Calm अगर driving seat में होगा तो you may have a response. They are both emotions. They are both extremely strong emotions to have. So you have to choose which one is in the driving seat. And वो driving seat में उस emotion को कैसे रखे, desired emotion को, वो आज definitely we are going to cover. Okay, all right. High expectations. How many of you heard of the monkey experiment? Because 3 लोगों ने वो chat window में डाला था that expectation one has of oneself and others. How many of you have heard of the monkey experiment and the banana and the cold shower? Any of you have heard of it? No? Okay. Quick for you to know कि हम जो खुद से भी expectations रखते हैं और लोगों से रखते हैं या लोग हमसे रखते हैं, they are all learned expectations, by the way. Okay, it's an unending process. So the minute you are born, the expectations of you are you have to go to a good school. The minute you go to a good school, it may never be good enough according to some people. Then you have to get to a good college. Then you have to get good marks. The minute that finishes, the expectation is ये doctor engineer बनेगा या कुछ अलग करेगा हटके, which is the in thing to do. फिर नौकरी अच्छी मिलेगी, पैसा आएगा. The minute that is over, शादी कब होगी, बच्चे कब करेंगे, बच्चे करेंगे तो वापस you're back to that cycle of बच्चों को अच्छे स्कूल में डालो. The expectations people have of us and we have of ourselves a lot of the times are very taught behaviors. Okay, and this monkey experiment in a nutshell, I'll tell you. एक scientist ने एक cage लिया, उसमें 5 monkeys डाले. Okay, and these monkeys were put in with nothing else other than a ladder, okay, and a bunch of bananas on top of the ladder. Now, the minute the monkeys are going to be monkeys, when they're in a cage and they see a ladder with bananas, it's natural instinct, they're going to go for the bananas. The first monkey that went up the ladder to get the bananas, the minute he reached the bananas, what the scientists did was they opened a cold shower of water on the entire cage. Okay, so all the monkeys were drenched in cold water. Now, they didn't know what was happening. थोड़ी देर के बाद दूसरा monkey number 2 decided to go up, saying, okay, now I think we're dry enough, let's go for the bananas. So the minute he went up the ladder, the scientists opened up the cold shower again. Soon 2-3 बार होने के बाद उनको ये समझ गया कि जैसे ही आप लैडर पे चढ़ के बनानास के नजदीक जाओगे, आपके ऊपर ठंडा पानी डाला जाएगा. So none of them dared to go even close to the ladder, forget climbing the ladder. जब ये बिहेवियर फिक्स्ड हो गया, उन्होंने एक मंकी को इससे निकाला, ओके, 5 में से एक को निकाला और एक नए मंकी को उस केज में इंट्रोड्यूस किया जो इस एक्सपेरिमेंट के बारे में कुछ नहीं जानता था. एक नए मंकी को उसके केज में डाल दिया. Now this new monkey who comes in says, hey, you know what? Wow, there's a ladder with bananas and these guys are dumb. Why aren't they going for the banana? So he starts going up the ladder. The minute they see him go up the ladder, what do you think the other monkeys did? They held him, pulled him down and beat him, saying, हाथ मत लगा तू, ऊपर मत जा, तू इसके ऊपर जाएगा, हम पे ठंडा पानी आएगा. And they continued this, okay? They would remove one old monkey, put new monkey in, one old monkey, put new monkey in. And then literally within 4 days, they had 4 new monkeys, as in 5 new monkeys in the cage within 4 days. तो ओरिजिनल 5 में से एक भी मंकी उसमें बचा नहीं था. 4 दिन के अंदर उन्होंने एक एक निकाल के अंदर डाले. तो फाइनली एक हफ्ते बाद एक मंकी आता है और पूछते हैं, हेलो ये क्या चल रहा है, क्यों नहीं नजदीक जाना है इस लैडर की, और अगर बनानास है तो क्यों नहीं खाने हैं. तो सब बोलते हैं मत कर, पहले वालों ने बोला है इससे नजदीक जाएगा ठंडा पानी आएगा. तो वो पीटते हैं, हमने भी बहुत मार खाया, नजदीक मत जा, तू जाएगा तो हम भी तुझे पीटेंगे. You know the amazing thing, the first day in the entire experiment was the only day the scientists had actually put the cold water. Not a single day after that did they put cold water on the monkey. सिर्फ day 1 को उन्होंने 2 या 3 बार ठंडा पानी डाला था. हम पूरे सोशल सिस्टम में ऐसे ही बंदर है कि किसी ने कभी ना कहीं कुछ कहा है या किया था, तो हम अभी भी वही फॉलो करते आ रहे हैं. And this expectation we have of ourselves and of others may be like those monkeys in a cage who have no idea why we're doing what we are doing, but we're just continuing to do, taking it the norm. Okay, a lot of the times if we go back to true self and constructed self, the constructed self is like being a monkey in a cage that is expected to do something and is not taking any action to come in alignment with the authentic self. Okay, so I hope all of us remember the monkey experiment. Every time somebody says aise mat kar, ask yourself, am I one of those monkeys where the water has stopped long time back? Am I just prey to something? Again, exactly like what we discussed, constructed self, which is not the true us. कहीं पे जाके शायद आपके फ्रेंड्स आपको कहते हैं, no, let's go out for a party, let's go to a disco, let's go drink and smoke, and that's not you. Your authentic self just wants to go home, have a nice warm meal, sit with family and watch television. But the constructed self says, nahi. If I don't go, the current phrase nowadays I have just learned is something called as FOMO, which means the fear of missing out. So the FOMO makes your constructed self continue going there. And ये हमारे अंदर की gap और बढ़ेगी, stresses will never come down. Yeah, this is another representation, just visually I'm putting, कि आप जितनी incongruent जिंदगी जियोगे उतना, those of you who are already into any spiritual practice, you will know that our body has 2-way energy medians in it. Okay, we have something coming into us and we have one releasing out of us as well. तो हम भगवान से, जो भी हमारा भगवान हो, हम जब उससे मांगते हैं कि मुझे कुछ दो, जब तक झोला एम्प्टी नहीं करेंगे तब तक कैसे कुछ अंदर आने वाला है. So till we don't let go, a coming in may never happen. So the more constructed and incongruent a life we lead, the more difficult it may be for any abundance to come to you or for you to even overcome your current challenges. Yeah, these how to lead a more congruent life are full day sessions that we can do, but for now it's just giving you a quick review ki start leading an authentic life. Okay, before we come to resolutions, when was the last time any of us slept like the child on the left? Stress free, no worries, just a beautiful calm sleep. Just ask yourself, when was the last time I was able to sleep like that?
Last night.
Last night. Beautiful. For some people, if you're able to do that, wow, you all are blessed. You have hit the nail on the head. You're okay, nice. Some people are saying every day, wonderful. But an average person nowadays takes the phone into their bed, takes their worries into their bed. Their phone is in their hand even while they're lying down on bed. Okay, and there are many reasons. We're coming to those reasons and resolutions now. But the biggest thing, if you realize, in an adult versus a child, is this thing, which is the biggest stress creator, is our ego. And we do a lot of things because it gives a little nudge to our ego. You must call me this must happen, it has to be done this way. Log mere bare mein acha bole, acha kahe. You know, a neighbor has bought a car, I need to buy that car. My child is going to a regular school, my neighbor's son is going to a bigger school. Because it's our ego that's getting fanned, And the more we feed our ego, the more sleepless nights we may have and the more distress in our life. A child actually is an egoless being. The more adult we begin to become, the more larger our ego is. Okay. Let's now move to resolutions. This is just something I'd love for you to view this chart. I'll give you an idea of what it is. And then I leave the ball in your court to identify what else do you see in this. तो मैं आपको एक nutshell में बताऊंगी कि ये है क्या. अगर किसी के पास you have the ability to take a snapshot on your laptops or your screens, feel free to take a snapshot of this and sit and ponder on this later. So this is the research done by one Dr. David Hawkins, and he has used muscle testing to identify कि एक आध emotion हमारे body में क्या reactions cause करता है. Okay, if you see something like shame, guilt, grief जो lower है, if you see they are all very low vibrations. आप अगर इस चार्ट को देखोगे, हर एक इमोशन के लेफ्ट पे उसकी वाइब्रेशनल वैल्यू भी लिखी गई है. The lower the vibrational value of an emotion, it is like a funnel. The narrower the funnel becomes. Okay, if you take something like reasoning, love, joy, इसमें भी देखिए response कहाँ आएगा, reaction कहाँ आएगा. Just superimpose response and reaction on this chart. Where do you think you would put it? What emotions are more response coordinated? Which emotions are more reaction coordinated? What comes up? Which one would be response? Lower ones will be response or higher ones would be response?
Higher ones.
Higher would be response, absolutely. And the lower ones would be very, very reactive ones. और अगर आपने लिखा है कि मेरे दिन भर में dominant emotions are anger, fear, pride, so on and so forth, we are still in extremely high reaction mode. Love, reason, joy, peace are more responsive. Okay, so for you to even keep this in mind, today we're going to do a quick review right now of how to get ourselves to go up, further up that funnel rather than be lower down. जिनको interest है इसको आगे पढ़ने के लिए, I'm giving you a reference of this book. It's a book called Power versus Force. Power versus Force. Because what David Hawkins says is, when you have to force things to happen in life, whether it is money, health, joy, जब आप किसी भी चीज को force करते हो, इसका मतलब है वो lower down the funnel है, इसीलिए उसको force करना पड़ता है किसी चीज को. But power is where you are in the top of the funnel, where you are in a place of power to say, you know what, I have beautiful emotional vocabulary. I am now in the power to choose whether I want joy, peace, love, enlightenment in my life. So just a quick idea for you all. Those who are interested can take this further. Okay. All right. So plotting first with our dominant emotions and authentic self, we've identified where we are. Let's now quickly move to where we ought to go. For those of you who may have heard of what NLP is, it stands for Neuro-Linguistic Programming. It's a behavioral science. Okay. And we'll quickly do an experiment right now to identify and understand in a simple terminology how neural wiring in our brain happens. हर एक के पास पेपर पेन होगा. आपका जो भी dominant hand है, okay, you may be right-handed or you may be left-handed. I'd invite you to write your name in running handwriting with your dominant hand, please. Yeah, just quickly make a note with your dominant hand, your name, and just see for yourself. We're doing some quick things. Your dominant hand, you'll write your name. And now I'd invite you to swap your pen in your non-dominant hand. If you're a right-handed, you'll move it to left. If you're left-handed, you'll move it to right. And with your non-dominant hand, now please rewrite your name in running handwriting, please. And let's see how easy or challenging this is. How easy was it to write with non-dominant hand? Okay, not very easy. Some people are saying very challenging. So let's understand what neural wiring means. आप जिस dominant hand से लिख रहे हैं, मैं आपको एक analogy दूंगी. ये NH7 के बराबर है. It's like a national highway on your brain, which is your dominant hand. जब आप कुछ भी dominant hand से करोगे, ज़्यादा easily आएगा, because it's a beautiful neural pathway on your brain. Okay, there are these beautiful rastas in your brain. But the minute you move it to non-dominant hand and want to write with your non-dominant hand, ये गांव का कच्चा रास्ता है दिमाग में. The neural highway का analogy is it's a broken गांव का कच्चा रास्ता, इसीलिए तकलीफ और effort ज्यादा पड़ता है to write with non-dominant hand. Everybody understanding what neural pathways are? Yeah. What is the most beautiful thing is practice makes a man perfect. You practice the wrong things, you become a perfectionist at the wrong things. But you really can take a fraction of a second to even change a neural wiring. Okay, इसको lifetime नहीं लगता है. It may take one momentary decision for you to say, this is it. I now move to non-dominant hand. I'm giving the example of non-dominant. You move to non-dominant hand. We are born ambidextrous, so getting back to non-dominant hand can become really easy. Okay, so in a nutshell, it's how you rewire yourself. All right. Let's come to using this further. जिसने कहा था कि ओवर थिंकिंग का प्रॉब्लम है, यहाँ पे आपको आंसर मिलेगा. If any of you wants to again write this down, do write it down and ponder on it later. It is said how we do some things is how we do most things in life. Okay, how we do some things is how we do most things. How your cupboard is, how your desk is, how your handbag is, will be a direct reflection of how your life is, by the way. Okay, so it's not rocket science. How we do some things is how we do most things. आपको अगर किसी की पर्सनैलिटी जाननी है तो उसे बिना बातचीत किए वो अपना कबर्ड कैसे रखता है या डेस्क कैसे रखता है या खुद को कैसे क्या किस प्रकार के कपड़े पहन के आता है, just a lot of these finer things. You know, if somebody's desktop, you see a laptop desktop, yeah, and you see so many icons all over the place, you will realize his life is a mess. Okay, but if you see somebody's desktop, the screen, and you realize crisp, clean folders have been made and all that's required is in there, probably he has his life really sorted out. That is why it is said how we do some things is how we do most things, and life is of patterns. And some of the most common things we see nowadays that cause distress is overthinking, insomnia, and addictions. Okay, I'm quickly giving you all an example of overthinking and phone. Okay, an average person holds a phone in their hand. Okay, and nowadays all of us have smartphones. We either are doing this or we're either doing this. So the scrolling is either left to right or it's going north south. Understand this, that when, if I see the average age in this group, maybe large number are in their 40s and 50s. हमारे बचपन में जो average age 40-50 वाले लोग इस ग्रुप में हैं, हमारे बचपन में हमारे हाथ में ऐसे डिवाइसेस थे नहीं जहां पे स्टिम्युलाई इतने फास्ट आता था. ऑल ऑफ अस नो स्टिम्युलाई एंड रिस्पॉन्स. ओके, स्टिम्युलाई ऐसे पेस पे आता था कि हम उसको प्रोसेस करें एंड देन वी रिस्पॉन्ड. We were not so reactive. We have now become reactive because the pace at which life is going is how we see it on the screen, constantly like this and like this. This creates a neural pattern in our brain for overthinking. Okay, some of the other things, and I'm sure it's a mature audience who will understand these examples. Children nowadays are even maturing much faster. Menstrual cycles are coming in earlier. Boys and girls, you can see them maturing that much faster because the pituitary gland in the body is maturing and overworking because इतना stimuli हमारी ओर आ रहा है. आप एक average बच्चे को बोलो फोन को 1.5 घंटा हाथ नहीं लगाना है, they will be so uneasy constantly. Say the phone is ringing, you're itching to look at that phone. Again, coming back to the saying I just posted on the screen, life is of patterns. How we do some things is how we do most things. But in this example lies the resolution. Okay, if the statement is how we do some things is how we do most things, हमें अगर most things बदलने हैं तो शुरुआत कहाँ से करनी पड़ेगी? How we do some things, how we do most things. We want to change the most things. What do we need to change? The some things, right? And the some things can be something so small. Believe me when I say it, if your biggest stress is that you have no time in life and life is cluttered, look at your own cupboard. Your cupboard may be an absolute mess. Start with your cupboard, your life starts ironing itself out. I hope you're understanding these quick examples. Change any one small thing, the neural pathway opens up. दिमाग बोलते हैं आइला ऐसे भी होता है क्या, चल करके देखते हैं. चल करके देखते हैं, यानी कबर्ड साफ किया, ऑटोमेटिकली यू विल फील डेस्क भी साफ करता हो, उसी न्यूरल रास्ते पे दिमाग में आपका लाइफ बोलेगा, ओ अरे ये तो आसान है, तेरा लाइफ आसान बनते जा रहा है, चल बाकी चीजें भी लाइफ में इसी रास्ते से लेके जाते हैं. The minute that neural pathway is created, life starts becoming easier. Okay, let's identify some simple ways of starting to do this, because my aim today is not only for you all to know this, but start applying it as well. So just putting out what we just saw, how you do some things is how you do most things. If you want to change the most things, start with the some things. One step, one decision, one change. If I were to even give you the example of being authentic, okay, जब हम डिस्कस कर रहे थे ऑथेंटिक सेल्फ एंड कंस्ट्रक्टेड सेल्फ की, अगर आप ऑथेंटिक जिंदगी जीना चाहते हैं तो यू कैन स्टार्ट विद सिंपल थिंग्स लाइक नो मेकअप एंड नो कलरिंग ऑफ हेयर फॉर एग्जांपल. जो है उम्र सो दिखने दो, कितने साल तक छुपाएंगे. ऑथेंटिक सेल्फ इज आल्सो एक्सेप्टिंग व्हाट इज. योर स्ट्रेसेस इन लाइफ विल स्टार्ट रिड्यूसिंग इवन विद दैट. ओके, this is another big thing. Please again make a note of it. हमारे हाथ में बहुत कम टाइम है, तो we can't do too much today, but it is to put out for you some crux. Where the mind goes, the body follows. Okay, आप दिमाग में जो सोच लाओगे, आपकी बॉडी की हर एक सेल उसी डायरेक्शन में जाने वाली है. Okay, let's take an example of this. Where the mind goes, the body follows. Driving, I'm hoping a large number of you have gone to driving school or learned driving with a family member or whatever. अगर आप पहले early stages of driving में हैं, driving seat पे बैठे हैं, डर बहुत लोगों को लगता है, especially women have been conditioned that you all are terrible drivers. And the issue with women also is, बचपन से बहुत लोग हमें बोलते हैं, तू मत कर मैं करता हूँ, तू दिमाग मत लड़ा मैं करता हूँ, I am the man, I'll do this. And then suddenly you're put on a driving seat in charge of not only your life but life of others around you. Of course a woman is going to be jittery and scared. Okay, but let's see zero gender parallels. Okay, any person of any gender sitting in a driving seat is learning how to drive, is on this amazing rasta like we have in India. Average rasta will have people come from all directions, which makes it normal for us. People are coming from all directions and you see a big truck coming, and aapka driving instructor hai. If you have a spouse or a family member sitting next to you, it's the most disastrous conditions to learn driving in. But let's say there is a driving instructor to your left and you are saying, "Arey, truck." Now the body goes where the mind is. Okay, your mind is saying, "Oh my God, truck." What is the body doing? Body is going in that direction. So when you see the truck, rather than moving away from it, your body goes towards it. You understand? Where the mind goes, the body follows. ये pandemic में बहुत लोगों ने पहले कुछ महीनों तक न्यूज देखी, फिर बहुत सारे लोग बोले, I am not going to touch a news channel. What was the reason for that? That you said, this is it, full stop, no more news channels. Were they giving us upbeat, happy news, or what was the general tone of what news channels were giving us? Anybody? Just what was the news channels giving us, because of which you said, I don't want to see the news channels anymore? Everybody.
Only negativity.
Only negativity, absolutely. And as Indians, we don't know how to have debates. We only know how to fight. So any news channel you put on, there was never a conversation. People were only screaming, and there was sad news being bombarded. Dr. Gitanjali Chauhan, you have unmuted yourself. Would you like to add something?
No, I just wanted to add that monotonous news is always coming. So that might be the reason.
Absolutely. And the kind of news you are seeing, what you are seeing is what your body starts duplicating as well. What you are reading, your body starts duplicating. What you're telling yourself, your body starts duplicating. So I would really invite each one of you to give this thought. कि आपने जो आपके dominant emotions का एक list बनाया है. Okay, so if we go back to this, and where your mind goes, the body follows. Now, if you look at this, okay. Let's see first example. If you're saying, I hope it does not get overwhelming or challenging. Okay, you're getting into some meeting or you're going for a proposal and you say, I hope it does not get overwhelming. See the words you're using, overwhelming and challenging. If that's where your mind is, your body is going to follow suit. You're going to start feeling overwhelmed. You're going to start feeling challenged. Okay. Versus if you say, all right, let's think through this calmly, the dominant word in the statement becomes the word calm. Your body goes where your mind is. Okay. I hope this is easy to follow. And we're doing some quick things here ahead of this. Let's say, what are my dominant emotions? Okay. If somebody has written down, I don't want to be angry all the time. I don't want to feel ashamed anymore. I feel constantly fearful, or I'm extremely restless. इसमें dominant words आप देखिए. आप दिमाग को बोल रहे हैं कैसे नहीं होना चाहिए versus कैसे होना चाहिए. आप दिमाग को बोल रहे हो don't get angry. दिमाग को बोल रहे हो don't feel ashamed, don't feel fearful, don't be restless. Okay. Versus, this is something I'm going to invite each one of you to take a couple of minutes and do individually. If you look at your dominant emotions ka list, और उसमें अगर आपने लिखा है that I don't want to feel angry, ask yourself some simple questions. If not angry, how would I like to feel? किसी के लिए काम आ सकता है, किसी के लिए composed आएगा, कोई बोलेगा or I don't want anger. No anger is also anger. If I don't want to feel afraid anymore, ask yourself, how would you rather like to be? Then the answer can be, I want to feel more confident. Okay. So if I just stop this for a second, can I invite all of you to just give this thought? आपने अगर dominant emotions लिखे हैं कि dominant emotions से लिखा था frustrated, stressed. Maybe some of you may have put I'm happy and content. Then keep it that way. That's desired state that you want in the driving seat of everyday life. But if you've put anything in the non-resourceful spectrum of emotions, I hope you'll understand non-resourceful. Anger, frustration, shame, guilt are non-resourceful. खुद को सिर्फ एक सवाल पूछना है. Okay, I'm getting into this meeting. I'm going for this presentation. I'm feeling fearful. If I don't want to feel fearful, how would I like to feel? Whatever word comes up, say I'm confident, I'm calm, I'm composed. That is the word you need to keep at the center of your internal conversation. That when I walk through these doors, when I go for this presentation, when I go for this meeting, I'm going to be composed, calm, confident. Jo bhi hai. I hope everybody is pacing with me, right? So if you take a moment and just quickly reframe. In NLP, we say it's called a reframing, from undesired to desired, from non-resourceful to resourceful. So if you just take a moment, आपने अगर authentic self और constructed self में भी बड़ी gap थी, उससे आपको stress हो रहा था, अगर stress नहीं चाहिए तो फिर कैसी जिंदगी चाहिए? Just identify words, just quick words. We'll take a moment. And if anybody has desired vocabulary words identified, if you can just put them in the chat window as well, you can. So we know what kind of a linguistic spectrum we're working with. I hope everybody is with me on this because your cameras are off largely, so I'm unaware if you're fathoming where we are pacing. Wonderful. Somebody's saying balanced. Nice. Somebody said balanced is your desired state. Wonderful. Maybe somebody can say satisfied. Beautiful. And when we say satisfied, I think it's Dr. Shikha Dubey. How easy life would be if feeling of satisfaction came to us more often. हम कितना भी है कम ही लगता है आजकल के एवरेज इंसान को. कितना भी पैसा कमाओ कम है, कितना भी खाना खाओ कम लगता है. So wonderful. Satisfaction, happiness, peaceful, lively, state of response. Nice. Beautiful. So I holistic, lovely, peaceful, energetic, excited, happy, wonderful. Yes. So if you just see the chat window and the kind of input some of them are giving, these are desired outcomes. So now your body is going to follow because the mind is asking for feeling holistic, peaceful, and happy. That's where the body and every cell in your body will follow. Because I'd love for you all to see a video very shortly of how. Have any of you heard of Dr. Masaru Emoto? Any of you have heard of this name before? A Japanese scientist by the name of Masaru Emoto? Nope. Okay.
Yes, ma'am, I have heard. The water experiment, what he does.
Yes, the experiments on water. And what Dr. Masaru Emoto has done is, he has realized, and this is not rocket science. Our planet is over 75% water. Our body is also over 75% of water. And not only do we drink less water every day, जो system में है उसके बारे में भी हम actually सोचते नहीं है. It is so ignored in our life of what we consume and what we put in. And what Dr. Masaru Emoto has done, and for those of you, when you see this little short, it's a barely 4-minute video that I'm going to share with you all. When you see this video, if you feel that this body of work invites you, he has some glorious books. One of the simplest books he's written is Water. Okay. And then he's written about 5 books after that. There are documentaries on him that are on YouTube for free access. Feel free to see those as well. What he did, I'll tell you in a nutshell before we see this little video. What Dr. Masaru Emoto did was, he took beacons of water. Okay, एक सिंपल वाला मैं आपको बोलती हूँ. एक उन्होंने बीकन लिया. उस बीकन को हर एक दिन उसमें उन्होंने राइस डाला, पानी डाला. Okay, they put rice and they put water. That beacon, they used to go and tell every day, you know what, dear beacon, we absolutely love you. The second beacon they took, again had rice and water. They would go and tell that beacon, we absolutely hate you. And the third beacon with rice and water was fully ignored. उसको कोई देखता भी नहीं था. तो पहले बीकन को हर रोज जाके बोलते थे, understand, this is just a glass container with rice and water. And the team of scientists would go and tell that glass container every day, we love you. The second container, they would say, we hate you. Third container, ignored. Okay. And rice and water put together, basic we know starts fermenting. But the beautiful thing that started happening was the beaker, all 3 beakers started fermenting, no doubt. But just beaker को वो जाके हर रोज बोलते थे कि we love you, उसका fermentation has started becoming like a sweet scented water. The second beaker जिसको जाके बोलते थे we hate you had started fermenting with an obnoxious smell. Third beaker जिसको ignore किया था उन्होंने, वो तो पूरा सड़ गया था within 4 weeks time. Now start duplicating that with our own bodies. What we are putting in as thoughts. Okay, हम fun में भी लोगों को गाली देते हैं, खुद को गाली देते हैं. You know, words like idiot we use so nonchalantly and so regularly. His experiments are, you expose water to a word, you freeze it, and then you watch the crystals under a microscope. And this little 3-minute thing will show you कि जिन beakers को, पानी को idiot simple बोला था, idiot, उसका भी crystals were open and disfigured versus those crystals जहां पे नमाज पढ़ी गई थी या prayers बोले गए थे, church में रखा गया था. Those beakers, their crystal formations were beautiful. Moral of the story, when you see this video, if we can start giving thought to the fact that where our mind goes, our body follows. If you keep saying I'm angry, nervous, irritated, that's exactly what every cell in your body is going to start duplicating, because that's what you're feeding it and expecting out of it. Okay, so let's just quickly watch this short thing together. I'm just confirming that the audio is okay for you all. You're able to hear whatever little sounds of water have come so far. So
Water. I hope to show people through my research that water has a memory of its own. Emoto's laboratory does research on water samples, which are subjected to various forms of outside influence.
Sorry to put it on pause. Just give me a heads up that the audio is audible for you all.
Yes, Manjari ma'am, it's audible.
Yes, ma'am, it's perfectly audible.
Made upon the water are recorded by swiftly freezing it in a cryogenic chamber. Heated in a microwave oven looks like. Mobile telephone. Somebody said thank you to this water. Excuse me. You disgust me. religions, Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, it is the practice to recite a prayer before taking food or to consecrate the food during major religious holidays. How often do we stop and think, what for? And how did the certainty arise in such dissimilar religions that this is the right thing to do? Why did something that science is only now trying to understand seem obvious to our ancestors? It turns out that the frequency of vibrations in the prayers of any religion uttered in any language is 8 hertz, which corresponds to the frequency of the oscillations of the Earth's magnetic field. Therefore, a prayer pronounced with love creates a harmonic structure in water, which is named of absolutely all food. In 1995, Dr. Masaru Emoto was the first one to record musical impressions on water. In Dr. Emoto's laboratory, they presented water with different types of music, after which they froze the water and then under the microscope could clearly see the crystals that the water had formed. Here is what the music of Bach looks like. Mozart. Beethoven. Heavy rock. Dr. Masaru Emoto, world-renowned water researcher, messenger of peace, and author of many books, including the New York Times bestsellers, Hidden Messages in Water, The True Power of Water, and most recently, The Shape of Love. Emoto's research has visually captured the structure of water at the moment of freezing, and through photographic documentation have shown the direct effect of words, music, and thought on water. Destructive thoughts, compared to those of love, gratitude, and peace, show significant differences. This revelation that our thoughts can influence water has a profound impact on our health and the well-being of the planet. Here is his message.
Water is a principle of everything. And also, water is a mirror of yourself. That means if you have a peaceful mind, water becomes peaceful mind. And also, world become peaceful. Because water is a principle of everything. So if each person has a peaceful mind, automatically this universe becomes peace. I believe so. So let's talk with water, and let's ask water, and let's say thank you, water, and love you, water, and respect you, water.
Okay. For those of you who are watching something like this for the first time, any first impressions out of what you just viewed, any first thoughts, anything? It's all okay. Somebody saying it's great. Okay. First thoughts, when we club and combine where your mind goes, your body follows, and now you're understanding that for you to be calm, composed, more in control of what's happening, you just have to use simple words which is affecting chemical composition in your body. Any other doubts, thoughts, anything? We love the human and planet. Okay, you're surprised and amazed. Interesting, great.
I noted here that sound is affecting. What will be the result if sound is positive and thoughts are negative?
Beautiful, sir. So if you realize, let's simplify this, right? Ajit sir, I think was your name, yeah. If Ajit sir, if you take that we have 5 senses, okay, and each sense acts as a gateway for information coming in, okay. When we speak of sound, the top 3 dominant senses in our body are actually visual, auditory, and kinesthetic, okay, which means V, A, and K. Auditory sense के दरवाजे से आप तक sound पहुंचेगा, right? And if I'm just, because for the paucity of time I'm just giving you an example, आप अगर बराबर प्रकार का म्यूजिक सुनेंगे तो थॉट्स बदलेंगे ही, बिना बदले थॉट्स नहीं रुकेंगे. The thoughts will change because the thoughts are inside and outside impetus is actually changing the thoughts. Take an example. हम अगर रेडियो पे जो पीक ट्रैफिक आवर्स है उसमें रेडियो पे जो गाने लगते हैं ऑन रेडियो चैनल्स are extremely high pitched, high paced, they are at a very high metronome, versus ट्रैफिक में हमें शांति से चलाने की जरूरत है या थॉट्स को काम करने की जरूरत है. तो इंस्टेड ऑफ लिसनिंग टू द रेडियो, इफ वी चूज व्हाट वी वांट टू प्ले इन द कार व्हाइल वी आर ड्राइविंग, आवर थॉट्स विल आल्सो एक्चुअली immediately fall into place. I hope Ajit sir that gives you clarity on your question कि आप जो सुन रहे हैं थॉट्स बदलेंगे ही. आप जिस प्रकार के आवाज सुन रहे हैं या म्यूजिक सुन रहे हैं उससे ही फर्क पड़ सकता है. And if any of you are into human behavior or therapy work, जो आजकल ये एक नया आया है that you have what is that phrase they have come up with, you have post traumatic syndrome, PTSD, post traumatic stress syndrome. तो आज के जमाने में ये एक ट्रॉमा के बाद स्ट्रेस होता है, बट अब अगर आप देखोगे उसके पीछे बहुत सिंपल साइंटिफिक रीजंस है which are so easy to understand. पुराने जमाने में जब लोग वॉर पे जाते थे वो शिप से जाते थे, और वो जब सुबह शायद किसी को गोली मार रहे थे, कैनन बॉल्स व्हाटएवर, by the time they came into their everyday city life, they used a ship for 2-3 months. That was called a decompression chamber. Okay, so their thoughts would pace down, they were decompressed. आज की जिंदगी में सब इतना फटाफट है. सुबह वो अफगानिस्तान में, यूएस में specifically the allied forces, so many of them had this post-traumatic stress syndrome because morning they said we're shooting somebody to death, we're boarding a flight, and by afternoon we are in a family with our children around us. The brain can't comprehend it. Okay, so they started now putting them into these decompression chambers. And Ajit sir, what you raised is one of the most important therapeutic tool they're actually using, which is अगर आप किसी भी ट्रॉमा में है जिससे स्ट्रेस हो रहा है, हार्ट रेट बढ़ रहा है, भूख चली गई, जो कुछ भी फिजियोलॉजिकल सिम्टम्स है, they actually put you into a chamber which has music that is played at a certain vibrational value that makes sure that your thoughts also calm down and your heart rate decreases and a lot of physiological changes happen as well. So actually your question is a part of the therapy that is done to heal somebody also. So thank you for asking that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody, any other question with respect to what came up in your mind when you saw the video right now? Anybody, anything?
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah. Dr. Kirti here.
Go on.
I just want to say it was a wonderful session, first of all. And the second thing I want to say, I totally agree what you had said about the positive thinking or, the vibes and the video which you had showcased about, because वो जो हम बोलते हैं कि ये जल है भगवान का या जो अमृत है, all that have positive vibes. I totally accept. And that already I had realized in my life, in the journey of my life, might be professional, personal, or health issues. And that lessons I had got from my mother, that the positive thinking. I had suffered from an autoimmune disease, which was the horrible situation. I was there admitted in an hospital like Nanavati hospital and at the deathbed. But this positive thinking of my mother at that time, positive vibes have got me today at this position. So I totally agree with it. Thank you for a wonderful session.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing that, Kirti ma'am. Because if you see any religion as well, our basic premise is to pray over our food and then consume our food. And nowadays, children's prams are coming with a device holder in it, which is, I think, the most disastrous thing we can do to a child. कि आपका parenting एक क्या बोलते हैं इलेक्ट्रॉनिक नैनी को दे रहे हो कि मैं तुझे स्टोरीज नहीं बताऊंगा या खाने के ऊपर, you know, we grew up with a grandparent or a parent telling us beautiful stories and feeding us, or we eating. And now when we are watching video games and a cartoon that is high stimuli, that poor child's body is not absorbing any nutrients, and as a parent or a part of that ecosystem, we are suffering as well. But your example is beautiful, Kirti ma'am.
One more thing I want to, I'm a doctor also professionally. I am a homeopath.
And homeopathy actually works on this very basic premise.
Yes, yes. This is the basic of homeopathy related to all mental and everything. So that's why. And so even in my practice, I had seen such things. Like in my practice, with the example which you had given of the kids, right?
Yes.
Like, and this is really, I had seen the kids who are in the joint family, neutral family, and are being nurtured by nannies. What's the difference between them in their behavior, in their nutrition, everything?
Absolutely. Beautiful. Thank you for that input. Very, very valuable. When there's peer sharing happening, I think that's the most valuable thing. All right. Just going to this last few pointers for us to. So since Kirti ma'am right now also brought up, you know, how parenting is happening, and she added to those layers a few thoughts for you all to also keep on your buffet of this evening session. हम जब बोलते हैं कि हमारी environment हमारे behavior को affect करती है, and the behavior is either the response or reaction, environment में क्या क्या चीजें आती है. For example, when we say what we consume is not only the food we are consuming, हम किस प्रकार के विचार भी कंज्यूम कर रहे हैं, हम किन से क्या बातचीत करते हैं, वो बातचीत की क्वालिटी क्या होती है, also affects our stress levels in the body and the company we keep. If you are with people who are constantly only complaining about life, that's what you walk home with at the end of the day, with those thoughts. So, you know, the reason I put a juicer ka images here is, आप जो जूसर में अंदर डालोगे वही बाहर आएगा. आप लेमन्स डाल के बोल नहीं सकते मिक्स फ्रूट जूस दो. तो जब आप लोगों के सामने इंटरैक्ट करते हो, अगर अंदर जाने वाली जो चीजें हैं, जो विचार है, थॉट्स है, एनीथिंग दैट यू आर कंज्यूमिंग एज फूड एंड थॉट्स, what is inside is what is going to come out when you are in the context of a situation as well. या आप college में है, या personal है, professional situation में. So we need to be very aware of what we're putting into our system as well. This image is just a thought. What comes to mind when you see this image? What comes to mind? What stands out in this image with the company we keep and what we consume around us as an environment? Anybody, anything jumps
Company
out?
can affect us. The red
Child, one child is there, young person is there, and old person. Different ages are there.
Yeah, maybe different ages. You're looking at the right of the frame. True, they're different ages. The left of the frame might be more paramount. Okay, so the company we keep. And if you see कि आप जिनके साथ या जिन चीजों से जुड़े हैं, and take the word जुड़ना literally and figuratively, आप जिन चीजों से जुड़े हैं, that can either, you know, enhance you or drain you, right? And then your subsequent generations, like what was seen on the right of the frame, are also going to follow suit with what's around it, क्योंकि हम सब एक दूसरे से जुड़े ही हैं. तो एक बदले दूसरा बदलना ही उसको पड़ेगा. एक सिस्टम में हम जब काम करते हैं, जैसे कॉलेज की सिस्टम है, you know, every individual makes a little resolve of shifting something in their life, one small change, that from today I will not gossip, for example. From today, if I want to say something to somebody, my authentic self tells me I walk up to the person and speak to him rather than behind his back. एक इंसान भी बदलेगा, system बदल सकती है, but every person in their own way can make sure that you know, the ecosystem we are in is supporting us rather than draining us. Just a few things for this nourishment aspect, for making yourself more calm and composed and be more responsive. You can ask yourself these questions. What do I read and watch predominantly? What kind of people do I currently spend time with? What kind of hobbies do I have? And आपका अगर free time है, तो आप वो free time कैसे spend करना पसंद करते हैं, is also a great testimony on how every aspect and cell in your body is going to respond rather than react in any situation, right? On this slide, anybody, anything to add or anything to share or anything to ask on this slide specifically? क्योंकि ये अंतर वन है, हमारा internal gardening है ये. Okay.
Sometimes I noted a few people under stress take a deep sleep. Means they remain in sleep only. They don't want to remain awake. What may be the reason?
Very interesting. In what context have you observed this, sir? Any specific context that you are saying?
Yeah, the person in the stress, maybe he's not feeling confident on self in such cases, especially.
Yeah. So an average person nowadays, Ajit sir, if you see, has what is called sleep debt. You know, debt hona yani you owe somebody something, right? Most average individuals today don't sleep 7 or 8 hours a day. Okay. And that actually causes the stress. So the body tells you, hello, तुझे अगर ठीक से काम करना है तो तू पहले horizontal होने की जरूरत है. System reset. It's like a system reset. Okay. And there are other things as well. Taking your example ahead, Ajit sir, अगर हमने हमारे body को जितनी sleep चाहिए वो दी नहीं, right? Our body finds a reason to get us to cover up that sleep, which means it gives us an illness or a disease. फिर we have no option but to go horizontal, catch up on that sleep. और जो कोई बहुत स्ट्रेस में है, एक्चुअली वो स्ट्रेस में इस कारण भी हो सकता है क्योंकि बॉडी इज नॉट वेल रेस्टेड. सी आवर बॉडी इज द व्हीकल वी कैरी इनटू एवरी कॉन्टेक्स्ट ऑफ लाइफ. ओके, तो अगर हमारे विचार ही टॉक्सिक है, अंदर से ठीक नहीं है सिस्टम, तो बॉडी बोलती है तब रीसेट कर, शांति से सो जा, सब हाउस क्लीनिंग करेंगे अंदर का, फिर jagenge and let's start doing things in life. So some people go into deep slumber. It's called going into slumber, which is just a reset happening. Your heart rate reduces, in your body, a lot of chemical changes will also happen. So that can be a reason, if that answers your question. Yeah.
Yeah, but after that person should get the energy, should work.
Yes, ideally, yes.
Ideally, it should be.
Yes, in ideal conditions. But you know what also happens? हम जब सोते हैं, ये जो हम नींद ले रहे हैं, से 15-20 मिनट, 2 घंटे, कुछ लोग 12-12 घंटे सो जाते हैं. ओके, इफ दे आर स्लीपिंग, सोने से पहले जो विचार लेके आप सोते हो, ओके, इट इज लाइक व्हाट यू कंज्यूम फॉर डिनर इज व्हाट इज गोइंग टू स्टे इन योर सिस्टम अंटिल यू वेक अप इन द मॉर्निंग, राइट? हम सोने से पहले अगर ये विचार लेके सो रहे हैं कि ओ माय गॉड, दिस इज अ प्रॉब्लम, दिस इज एन इशू, इफ दैट्स द लिंग्विस्टिक्स, दैट्स व्हाट यू स्लीप विद. Then that sleep is also not really peaceful. Then you wake up with a bigger problem in your head saying, oh my God, now I have fed myself more problems. But each one of us may have realized, हम अगर सोने से पहले एक सवाल लेके सोते हैं और इसका इंटेंशन ये है कि इसका जवाब मिले, हम सुबह उठने तक हमारे पास रेजोल्यूशन आता है. A lot of us must have experienced it. You sleep with a सवाल, you wake up with an answer. क्योंकि I'm just making a statement, just see if this fits in. Your intention. ओके, इंटेंशन का मतलब है एनर्जी फॉलोज थॉट, एनर्जी फॉलोइंग थॉट. अगर थॉट ये है कि मैं जब सो रहा हूं ये सवाल का जवाब मुझे उठने तक मिलना चाहिए, तो रात भर जब आप सोते हो जो अंदर का हाउसकीपिंग चल रहा है वो पूरे जवाब ढूंढने के पीछे लगता है. तो आप उठते हो तो तब तक जवाब आ चुका है. बट हम सोएंगे तो अगर ये विचार है कि ओ माय गॉड, ये प्रॉब्लम है और क्या प्रॉब्लम्स हो सकते हैं, तो आपने सिस्टम को क्या डायरेक्शन दिया कि सोओगे तो और प्रॉब्लम्स ढूंढो. तो यू आर नॉट रियली रेस्टिंग, यू वेक अप विद मोर प्रॉब्लम्स एंड मोर फटीग. सो द एम इज, if where your mind goes the body follows. Just sleep with a clear intention of what you want as a resolution. Those things will start manifesting by the time we wake up. Okay, if that answers your question. Thank you. All right, last few things, because I know we are almost at 4 o'clock, but I'm a greedy giver, so I want to make sure this is covered. Okay. All right. For those of you who want to start working more on being authentic and aligned, you can ask yourself this question. Those people and places where you feel like you are yourself means you can be your authentic self most often. जिन जगहों पे आप time spend करोगे जहाँ पे it's not you, it doesn't give you that meaning in life, that means you're leading a constructed life. Authentic life जीने के लिए अगर आप खुद को पूछोगे मैं authentic life कैसे जीऊं, तो खुद से ये सवाल पूछना simple है. Who are these people in whose company you get an opportunity of just being yourself? That's more authentic living. This is another definition of authentic self. when you come to a point where you have to not impress anybody, your real freedom will begin. हम किसको impress करने में जुड़े हैं, क्योंकि वो ego को feed करना है. जो ego हमने starting में देखा था, सबसे बड़ा stress is how to keep feeding your ego. And सबसे बड़ा रोग ये भी है कि क्या कहेंगे लोग. Okay, ये कहावत आपने हिंदी में सुनी होगी, सबसे बड़ा रोग क्या कहेंगे लोग. And those लोग are so preoccupied in their own life, nobody has real time to think about us. But the monkey experiment tells us खुद के बारे में सोचो, दूसरे के बारे में भी सोचो. Another beautiful one that I find very close to my heart is, you know you are an authentic person when others can be themselves in your own company. I hope this makes sense. कि जब आपके साथ कोई टाइम बिताता है, आपके फ्रेंड्स है, कलीग्स है, जब वो आपके साथ है, they can be themselves, that means you're actually leading an authentic life. Okay, no fake facades and no masks put on. So to quickly wrap up and put everything together in a perspective, if you keep telling yourself this, how I would rather like to be than how not to be, automatically if you see this little funnel that we saw with emotional vibrational values, you'll be more at the top of the funnel, more expansive, more in power and more in flow, okay, more responsive. The lower emotional spectrum you are in, you're going to be more reactive, more contracted thought processes as well. This is for those who are already on any kind of a spiritual path, if this welcomes you. I don't know how many of you have heard of Ho'oponopono before, but it's from Hawaii, and it's one of their ancient practices. These 4 lines are what is called the Ho'oponopono prayer, okay? And just see these 4 lines. For some people, it may be very idealistic or it may seem meaningless. But how many times in a day do we use, which statement do we use most often in a day, in our constructed lives? ये इसमें से हम शायद ये thank you एक statement है जो बोलते हैं, but I am sorry, please forgive me, thank you, I love you. These 4 lines, the Ho'oponopono prayer basically says that if you just say this to yourself, every time in the day that you have some free time, just say this to yourself. I am sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. Believe me, and it has been done multiple times with even Dr. David Hawkins' experiments. The Ho'oponopono prayer immediately reduces your stress levels. And you know, आपका ego बीच में नहीं आएगा, अरे मैं उसको जाके कैसे sorry बोलूं, मैं उसको जाके कैसे बोलूं please forgive me. चलो खुद से चालू करो. Please forgive yourself first. Say apologies to yourself. You can read about the Ho'oponopono prayer on the internet further. Those of you who may have seen this, आमिर खान का एक मूवी आया था कुछ साल पहले, The 3 Idiots. उसमें I think there was that all is well by putting your hand on your chest. It was actually from the work of a lady called Louise L. Hay. Okay, she runs the Hay Foundation, and what they are doing is, for those of you who are interested in knowing, this is actually your heart chakra and your sternum. Okay, and when you're placing your hand over there and you're saying anything, you can say the Ho'oponopono prayer by just putting your hand over here saying, I'm sorry, please forgive me, thank you, I love you. Just say it a couple of times. Dil se bolo, ek baar bhi bola enough hai. Immediately stress levels will drop down. Beautiful chemicals in the body will start being generated and you'll be more responsive rather than reactive. Okay, so जिनको लगता है कि ये additional information आप ready है buffet में लेने से, so you can take it up. And this as well, for those of you who are interested, you can research a little bit more. You probably already chant this, but you don't know the background of it. So something like the Sri Ramraksha Stotra actually speaks of beautiful surrender and alignment in the body. There are Wikipedia pages on it. Kabir's Doha called Nirbhay Nirgun again speaks of beautiful alignment, being authentic. The Gayatri Mantra, a lot of people have heard it, but actually not aware that it has to do with 5 elements in the body. Okay, so it speaks of elemental balance. So those of you who trust it, believe it, please read it up. This is an Islamic philosopher by the name of Bulle Shah, whose poetry you all must have read as songs as well. Okay, like Rabi Shergill and a lot of these Punjabi singers have used this Islamic scholar's words. Again, amazing words on alignment. Those of you who come from the line of Christianity or Islam, both the Bible and the Quran have pages and chapters in surrender and alignment and being in alignment and surrender to the source. So जो भी आपका path है, if you do this and say this once before you consume food, before you go to bed, before you wake up, anything, you know how the chemicals in the body will affect the water content, as we saw as well. Okay, all right. We are at 4:05, so 5 minutes past 4 o'clock. My apologies for shooting 5 minutes ahead, but 5 minutes ahead, but maybe 2 or 3 minutes for any questions, any sharing, anything that any of you is still unanswered. I know we had very short time, but anybody has any specific questions? There's a question, can we have the PPT? Or sure, I will just email it to one of the individuals in college, and this is for sharing and learning on the, so I'll definitely share the PPT with you all. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Manjari ma'am. Thanks for this wonderful session. Much required, I guess, and much needed for everyone. And it you have covered really a different aspect what we don't look at the life the way normal average human being.
Absolutely.
Thank you,
That was the aim. Thank you. And I appreciate your patience and your enthusiasm. And I'm sure our paths will cross again somewhere, somehow, mountain, forest, classroom, somewhere. But I genuinely hope that from whatever we shared with each other today, if you can even make one change in life by changing one linguistical aspect, and that's the first step, because you change something, the most things are going to change. A lot of things in life will start streamlining. Yeah. So all the very best to you all. Thank you very, very much. Or kisi ko kuch shak sawal, anybody?
I would like to request participants, if you have any questions, you can ask by unmute yourself or can write in a chat box.
Okay. So there is a question here that how can we evaluate that the stress we are having is in limit or required actions to deal with? I haven't understood the second part of the question, Dr. Reena, but I will definitely take you through what I understood of the first part of your question. How can you evaluate that the stress we are having is within limit? You know, our gut instinct tells us that something is out of order, and our intuition and our gut guides us with that. So you will intuitively know that something is in line or not in line. There are many other markers as well. Typically, you know, physiologically, heart rate is one of the easiest ones to think of. But even when somebody is in love or is excited about something, heart rate jumps up. So that's not always a single indicator. But intuitively, you will just know that something is out of tune. So intuition and how to build our intuition is also an entire body of work. But if you trust your gut, you should know. I hope, Reena ma'am, that answers one part of your questions. And if I may interpret the second part of your questions, ki how would you know that something is working? You will feel differently. You know, you will start experiencing life differently. वही situation में आपको पहले अगर चिढ़ आती थी, उसी situation में now you will be responding. You will see that difference immediately. Can we change the mindset? Yes.
Sorry.
Yes, go on.
There is a question. What is the role of nature in that?
So nature is authentic living. A tree does not worry कि मेरा आड़ा टेढ़ा branch है. The बगल वाला tree doesn't judge it कि तू आड़ा टेढ़ा है या कैसे grow हो रहा है. The role of nature actually is that if we were to just submit, you know, simple things like going and hugging a tree. I don't know how many of you have ever done it, but one of the quickest stress buster is to walk barefoot. And abhi scientists itna is pe study kar rahe hai. I mean, good, they are getting their PhDs on it and they're bringing it into mainstream. But जो हमारे शास्त्रों में लिखा गया है, उस पे भी PhD करके हमें ही बेच रहे हैं. और average Indian वही consume करके बोल रहा है, what amazing discoveries. Simple things, hugging a tree, walking barefoot, consuming good water, and praying to your food. Simple things, and that's what nature wants you to do. And one thing we can definitely learn from nature is non-judgment. Nobody in nature judges the other, and most of our stresses in life are because we judge ourselves and others. So like nature, if you were to be non-judgmental, saying to ada, teda, mota, kala, kaise bhi hai, you are amazing, you know, a lot of stress in life will just evaporate. So if that answers the question on that. There is one question, can we change the mindset of a terrorist by music? On border, we can play such music. Yeah, there are many layers to this, Ajit sir. One thing is, you know, all of us are belief terrorists. So let's not see terrorists only in the respect that it is somebody causing harm and damage. When we genuinely believe in something, we terrorize others with it also. कि नहीं तू ये कर ही, ये to terrorize is the real verb. When you genuinely believe in something, even we are terrorizing others around us. But at the border, there are far more reasons why war is even happening. So maybe the real music needs to be played in political enclosed doors rather than at the border. But can music, let's reframe it. Can music change the mindset of somebody who is very conditioned for a certain belief? Yes, you can. And I'll just tell you one example. Feel free to research more on it. हर एक रिलीजन में जिसमें थ्रेड सेरेमनी जिसे बोलते हैं जो होती है वो that happens between the age of 7 and 14 of a child. Okay, and if you heard this Masaru Emoto's video as well, 8 hertz is where most prayers happen, whether it's masjid, mandir or church or wherever. तो ये 7 to 14 hertz का जो bandwidth है, जब आप आपके दिमाग को 7 और 14 hertz में लेके जाते हैं, and you can actually download music, that's what is called an alpha state, which is 7 to 14. The minute you download that music, a lot of conditioning and rewiring can be done when your music is between 7 and 14 hertz. So can you change somebody's beliefs? Yes, you can. Those of you who are professors in marketing, you know that all marketing is waking hypnosis. So to hypnotize somebody, you just have to take them into 7 and 14 hertz, and a lot of waking hypnosis can happen. So there are many layers to it, Ajit sir, but I hope it answers at least one section of your question. Yeah?
I have one question.
Please.
Ma'am, you said it about children that they have ready-made foods in their hand. They play on mobile while eating and like activities. So they are not able to gain all nutritional values. So like what as a parent we can do to avoid that activity or that very act of among kids?
Absolutely.
Because life is like impossible for them these days.
Gitanjali ma'am, Dr. Gitanjali, right? If I know the one who asked the question.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. When we saw the earlier slide of environment affecting behavior, actually, I'm just introducing a concept to you. What we see happening in our children is actually a mirror of what's happening with the parents. Okay, so a lot of the times, and children are mere mirrors for us. The source can be the parents and the environment in which they are. A lot of parents themselves are so stressed and they carry all the baggage of the expectations of themselves and the children into the space of the house. उनके दिमाग में already इतना clutter है कि घर जाके उनको लगता है कि oh my god, now I have to feed this child and listen to his 10 questions. उससे अच्छा है मैं उसको एक device लगा के दूं, at least खाना उसके पेट में जाएगा. So there are many reasons for this to happen as an ecosystem. But in terms of resolutions, if the parent himself or herself first has least expectations of his own self, saying, my authentic self says, today I just want to go enjoy and have a great evening, I will go have that. So I don't expect that of myself and anybody else. If the parent's internal linguistics are changing to be more calmer, confident, and composed, a calm and composed parent walking into the house, the child starts mirroring that. So then the parent doesn't need an electronic nanny to feed. Then भले आप पिज्जा दो जो न्यूट्रिशनली इतना खराब है versus nice दाल भात, but even if you're feeding a pizza, if you're engaging conversationally with that child, asking the child how was your day, what happened, that child's body will absorb 100% of that pizza also as nutritional value. But you will give him the most amazing nutritional food, but the environment is not supportive, there'll be no absorption. I don't know if that answers your question, Gitanjali ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am, partly, but you also said that like we need to carry the emotion that we already have. We need to like imitate. So if we switch off the office mode and we come back to home and with calm and composed manner, so we not stress the parents. Like as a parent, it will double the stress.
So if we in what we covered today, if you were to just revisit it, Shanti, say in your mind later, to even assume that office is going to be stressful is probably a wrong assumption we are making as well. Office space can be fun, office space can be challenging, but need not be stressful per se. So how we are even rewiring our perceptions about the space we are in, because when we even say that in front of our children, itna stress hai, the child grows up with the belief that, oh my god, work therefore is equal to stress. we then condition them for that as well. So if we make ourselves the first child, because we all have an inner child that needs still to be reparented properly. So if we even review and revisit how we view work, change our internal linguistics for that, फिर यहाँ से स्विच ऑफ करो, वो काम पे ही रखो, घर पे अलग आओ करने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी, आप ऑथेंटिक सेल्फ को दोनों जगह लेके आ पाएंगे, and you will just be seamless. फिर घर पे या काम पे है, it should be easy. But Gitanjali ma'am, an easy start for that. That's why today, rather than idealistic, realistic things are, if you just ask yourself with your child, so I'm just saying your child need not be in that direct context, but as an example, what would I like my state of mind to be? What would I like the state of mind of my child to be and myself? And if you start using those linguistics, say calm, composed, happy, peaceful, free, आप अगर वो ज्यादा linguistics खुद के साथ भी बात करेंगे, तो आपका behavior भी वही होगा. घर आते वक्त child will easily mirror that, and the ecosystem will be more peaceful and balanced then.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Yeah, makes
Thank you. Thank you for your question.
Ma'am, we have one question.
Yes.
This question is asked by our MBA student.
Yeah.
And the question is, do our generation is combining hard work with stress?
Is our generation combining hard work
with stress?
Maybe it is, because y'all are adding more stress than what is given to y'all by viewing things on social media and making sure that when I post a photograph on Instagram, इतने likes आने चाहिए, साला 3 दिन post किया 2 ही likes आए, तो खुद के life का stress भी आप खुद बढ़ा रहे हैं. तो जितना stimuli कम करेंगे उतना stress कम होगा. So probably like the monkey experiment, the society is already given you 10 things, okay, that are so-called conditioned stressors. उसमें आप कितना add करना चाहते हैं वो आपका choice है. So the least to add on to it, the easier life will be. Lead a really simple content life. You know, we really don't need Instagram and Facebook unless you are going to use it as a marketing tool for your company or something. You can just refrain from it, and probably that will reduce your stressors or reasons for the stress in your life. I hope that answers his question.
Yes, ma'am.
Super.
Any other questions? Okay. So thank you, ma'am. Actually, where the mind goes, the body follows, as you said, ma'am. It's really, I do agree with this, ma'am, and I have experienced this also. And what we can say that the best and beautiful things in the world, ma'am, can't be seen or even touched. They must be felt by heart. So thank you for your valuable time and from your busy schedule, ma'am, and providing us an opportunity to hear you, ma'am, and make us realize that be realistic rather than idealistic. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot. Thank you, ma'am, once again.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Manjira ma'am.
Appreciate it, sir. Thank you very much. Have a lovely evening.
Thank you. Thank you. It was brainstorming second day of FDP session, and we would like to continue with the same spirit tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Till then, have a good day and have a good and healthy day, we can say. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Manjira ma'am. I'll connect with you offline again.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you.